Hello everyone and welcome to simpllearn's YouTube channel. Today we'll be taking you through the JavaScript full course. This course is designed in such a way that it will cover every important aspect from basics like what is JavaScript to some advanced level topics like promises and async await in JavaScript. By the end of this tutorial, you'll be able to implement JavaScript in different ways. We'll start this video with an introduction to JavaScript and why one should learn JavaScript. And we'll move on and cover almost everything related to JavaScript like arrays, loops, objects, functions, promises, and much more. Towards the end, we have specific projects waiting for you guys. We'll create some games and a fully functional e-commerce website to end this tutorial. So before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple technology videos. So if you are a tech geek in a continuous hunt for the latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from simpllearn. So without any further ado, let's get started.
JavaScript was developed in the year 1995 by a person named Brendan Eich. Brendan was working for Netscape Communications while he developed JavaScript in 10 days. There were a few changes in the name of JavaScript. Initially it was Mocha, which was later changed to LiveScript, and then it finally became JavaScript. The start of JavaScript wasn't that good as so many developers who were using Java at that time. They considered JavaScript as a language for designers and non-engineers. No one ever knew that this small side scripting language would have a great future. Today, more than 90% of the websites out there, they are using JavaScript somehow. Many of you guys gets confused with Java and JavaScript. Let me clear it for you that both Java and JavaScript, they are different languages. They have almost nothing in common. Many people say that JavaScript was named after Java as a part of a marketing strategy to gain wider acceptance and recognition. In 1995, Java was a buzzword when JavaScript was developed. That's why they renamed JavaScript after Java. Let's move on to what is JavaScript. Have you guys ever been through a website where you can see images that slides automatically? One such website is Amazon. The home page of Amazon, where we can see different types of ongoing sales, is an example of JavaScript. In layman language, JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make web pages more interactive and more lively. Earlier, when JavaScript was developed, it was only a side scripting language to do basic tasks like you can add pop-ups in your web page or you can make your web page more interactive. Nothing more than that. But now, the whole scenario has changed. With the help of JavaScript, we can create applications as well. If we talk about applications, let's take an example. Let's suppose we want to create an app. We can create it in Android or in iOS. But we have to learn few different languages to create those apps. For Android, we have to learn Java and XML, and Swift we have to learn for iOS. But with the help of JavaScript, you can create hybrid applications which can work on any platform without any problem. Tech giants like Google, PayPal, Amazon and YouTube, they are using JavaScript these days. The evolution of JavaScript in the past few years was unbelievable. Suppose you want to create a single page website. Every one of us is familiar with Gmail, let's suppose. So Gmail is a single page website which looks more like a desktop software than a website. So Gmail is based on Angular.js. It is a popular framework by Google which is free of cost and it is totally based on JavaScript. Now let's go over some of the features of JavaScript. These features are actually why it is considered that using JavaScript is advantageous over other languages. So let's start with some of these points. JavaScript is not a proper programming language. Indeed, it is a scripting language which works in the runtime environment just like Python. So there are few other languages like C++ and Java. They need a compiler to work. But with JavaScript, you don't need a compiler. Once you are done with the script, it will interpret and show you the output in the browser directly. Next up is lightweighted. JavaScript can provide programming facility to some extent. In JavaScript, you don't need to specify any data type or return type, which helps in making development more quicker. That's why it is known as lightweighted. JavaScript is both client-side as well as server-side technology. Client-side technology runs on the user's computer, whereas the server-side technology runs on the web browser. Initially, when JavaScript was introduced, it was introduced as a client-side technology. But with the introduction of Node.js in 2009, one can now work in the backend as well. There is a way to validate the user's data before sending it to the web server, and we can do that with the help of JavaScript. The data will be checked for correct form and value. All we have to do is start a loop, give it the condition to check the data. JavaScript is also platform independent. Although originally designed to work on browsers only, but now it is a platform independent language, which means once you are done with the script, you can use it on any browser or platform without any problem. JavaScript is an object-based scripting language, although many programmers do not consider JavaScript as a true object-oriented programming language due to its lack of class concept. It does support other features of object-oriented programming, like it supports encapsulation, it supports polymorphism, and also it supports prototypal inheritance. The last but not the least feature of JavaScript is case sensitive. So when it comes to keywords, identifiers, names and functions, JavaScript differentiates between capital and lowercase letters. We have to keep this in mind while programming. Now, I will quickly go over some of the JavaScript applications where JavaScript is currently being implemented. First one that comes to every person's mind is web development. It was also the main motive behind developing JavaScript. We have technologies like Angular, we have Node.js, we can create beautiful web pages. Also, JavaScript can be used along with HTML and CSS to make those static looking web pages more engaging. If we talk about other applications of JavaScript, we can use it in app development, either mobile app or web app. Like we took the example before that how hybrid apps made with the help of JavaScript can take over traditional Android and iOS app. One of the most important and unique application of JavaScript is in smartwatches. The Bangle.js is an open sourced smartwatch powered by JavaScript. Gordon Williams, the man who is currently working on this project, it is said that this new open sourced stack built around JavaScript will replace the onboard firmware soon. The next application of JavaScript is client-side validation. As we discussed earlier, JavaScript is used to validate the user data, whether the user's input is correct or not, by cross-checking it with the given condition. Like the user wants to enter in your website and you want it to be a user with @gmail.com in his email ID. So you will give that condition to JavaScript and it will cross-check it with the user's information. Like when the user will try to enter in your website, it will check that if @gmail.com is there or not in the user's email ID. So it can validate the user also. Apart from that, one more application of JavaScript is game development. JavaScript can be used to make fully fledged 2D or 3D games using different libraries. Although most JavaScript game development focuses on creating games used in browsers only. Till now we have an idea about what JavaScript is, its features and its applications. So if you want to learn JavaScript, you need to do some basic things to make your learning experience more smoother. Let's take a look at the prerequisites to use JavaScript. The first one is the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. To use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS, you first need to know how HTML and CSS works. See, HTML is used to create the structure of a web page, while CSS is used to style that web page. In order to use these two with JavaScript, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, because if you want to learn a new language, first of all, you need to know why to use that technology. And to learn JavaScript more efficiently, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. It's better to have a web browser that supports JavaScript like Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox. Or you can use Safari as well if you are using a MacBook.
You will need an operating system like Windows, Linux or Mac operating system to learn JavaScript. A computer with minimum 512 MB of RAM would be enough for you to start learning JavaScript. But I will recommend you a computer with 1 GB of RAM or 4 GB of RAM for a better experience. You can use any text editor. You have Notepad, which is free and is already available for Windows. If you don't want to use Notepad, you can use other free softwares like Sublime, or you can use Visual Code. In this particular course, we will be using Visual Code, and I'll tell you how to install Visual Code and what are the features of Visual Code. Also, suppose you do not have any prior knowledge about JavaScript, don't worry about it. We will take you through the whole course and we will ensure that you can understand JavaScript. Let's start this video with some facts about JavaScript. JavaScript is the only programming language that a browser can understand. 25 years ago, when developers were thinking about a language that a browser can understand, there were a few languages that were present in the market at that time, just like Java. Still, there were some problems with these languages. That these languages need a server to work with the browser. JavaScript, on the other hand, can work directly with the browser. You write the code in the editor, the browser will go through it, it will interpret it, and then runs the program. The popularity of JavaScript increased with time. Being a language which can do so many tasks, whether it be designing a website's front end or going through any website's backend, JavaScript can do anything. By the end of 2018, over 95% of the internet was powered by JavaScript. Means almost every website out there is using JavaScript in some way or another. Do you guys know about Stack Overflow, a website for every programmer? Don't worry, you'll get to know about it once you start with the programming part. Stack Overflow states that JavaScript is the most popular programming language used by the developers. Let me quickly run you through the reasons why one should learn JavaScript, and then we'll briefly elaborate each of these reasons. JavaScript has the most powerful frameworks. JavaScript is constantly growing and is a well-paid job. JavaScript is beginner friendly and it has the largest community. JavaScript provides wide range of usage as well. Let's move on further and see why each of these reasons is important. JavaScript has the most powerful frameworks for every task a user wants to do. Like for designing a single page website, like you want to design a website like Gmail, you can use Angular.js. If you want to design UI components or user interfaces for single page application, you have React.js. You want to develop a mobile or a desktop application, let's suppose, you have Vue.js for that as well. Basically, you can do anything with powerful JavaScript frameworks. Next up is constant growth. One of the main reasons behind one should learn JavaScript. JavaScript is one of the fastest growing languages and stands among the top 10 languages used by the developers. With so much increase in mobile market, mobile web development has seen an immense rise in need of interactivity, which is possible only with the help of JavaScript. That's why JavaScript is continuously growing and there is no way that JavaScript will go down shortly. The developers working in JavaScript are well paid across the world. Anyone who wants to be a web designer or a web developer needs to learn JavaScript. It is a must-have skill for being a good web developer. We will discuss it in JavaScript jobs section. JavaScript is an easy to learn language compared to many other programming languages like Java, Python and PHP. JavaScript provides easy entry points to the world of programming. The best thing about JavaScript is that it comes pre-installed on almost every web browser. So you don't need to set up any environment to start development in JavaScript, which means you can start coding right away. JavaScript has the largest community among all the programming languages out there. Community size does matter when it comes to programming language because the larger the community size is, the more help you would be likely to get. Currently, JavaScript has the biggest Stack Overflow community. It has overtaken Java in terms of community size and is still growing at a rapid pace. Wide range of usage. In my opinion, one of the most important reasons why one should learn JavaScript, by knowing JavaScript, you can build an entire website from its backend to the front end. Apart from that, you can also build a full-fledged mobile application. For the backend, you don't need to learn other programming languages. Node.js is enough with a bit of knowledge about database and APIs. There is nothing you can't do with JavaScript when it comes to website development. Let's move on and discuss few jobs you can take up after learning JavaScript, and we'll also discuss their average salaries in USA and in India. So the first one is a full stack developer. A full stack developer is one of the highest paid jobs in web development sector. A full stack developer is equally proficient in client side as well as server side development. A full stack developer earns around 9 lakh per annum, which is quite a decent amount of money for a person living in India. But if you are a full stack developer in US, you can earn up to $100,000 per annum, which is a huge amount. A front-end developer is the one who deals with the front end of any website or application. It's obvious that a front-end developer will not earn as much as a full-stack developer, but the amount of money a front-end developer earns in a year is decent. A JavaScript developer works on the front end and sometimes back end also. A JavaScript developer may be responsible for the whole website or just a few aspects or pages of different websites. They earn quite well when it comes to salary. A JS developer in US earns around $75,000 per annum, which when converted to Indian rupees sums around 55 lakhs approx, which is a huge amount. Designing a UI is an interesting job as it needs creativity along with skills. It's always fun to design interfaces to attract users. One should need a lot of creativity for this job. The amount of money a UI UX designer earns in India is around 7 lakh per annum, but it can go up as much as 20 lakh per annum, depends upon the skills possessed and creativity of the designer. So choose your career wisely. Let's start this video with the introduction to DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is an API for HTML and XML documents, which helps JavaScript to understand what is there written inside the HTML document. API stands for Application Programming Interface. To understand API better, let's take an example of a restaurant. Imagine yourself in the restaurant. You are sitting at the table with the menu. The chef in the kitchen is also part of the system. The waiter here works as a messenger between you and the chef. That's what API does. It works as a moderator between JavaScript and the HTML document. DOM defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript so that other JavaScript functions can work over it. It represents the entire document in the form of object and nodes. Whether it be elements or text or anything stored in the document, the entire page content can be accessed or manipulated by JavaScript. DOM is not used with JavaScript only. Other languages like Python also uses DOM. DOM was designed to be used independently. To begin with DOM, there is nothing special you have to do. Different browsers have different implementation of the document object model. Every browser uses DOM to make the web page of the document accessible by JavaScript. Let's move on and see what is document object model with the help of an example. I believe you guys have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, a prerequisite for this course. Let's start things off with a basic HTML example. Here we have a code that consists tags like HTML, head, body, heading tag, etc. We have the HTML tag here, the opening HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, we have the head tag, which contains the document's header part. Inside the head tag, there is a title tag that contains the title of the web page. Then comes the body tag, which contains a heading tag and two div tags with IDs as div1 and div2. A div tag defines a particular section in the HTML document. The ID used within the div tag, it is an attribute basically that has to be unique within the document to make the element unique from other elements. Next up, we have a paragraph tag with a class attribute within it. CSS and JavaScript uses classes to select and access specific elements. Don't worry guys if you have no idea about it. Let us first see the output of this code before going to the document object model of this whole document. So guys, this is the output of the previous code we just came through. Here we can see the title of the web page as well as heading after it. There were two different div tags used in the code. Here is the output of both the div tags.
The question here is, where are those ID and class attributes seen in the output? The answer to this question is there's nothing on this web page that can show both of them. We can use them in our CSS file or through JavaScript to specify the containers in which they are used. So we have concluded how a normal document works and how the browser interprets the HTML code. But how JavaScript uses this code is a bit different. That's where DOM comes into play. When the actual HTML document is loaded in the browser, another representation of that document is created, known as document object model. Here's the model you can see on your screen. Each of the tags used in HTML document is correspondingly represented as objects in the DOM, like starting from the HTML tag and covering all the other tags like head, title, body, and few more. The same hierarchy as there was in the HTML document goes with the document object model also. Document object model is simply the same HTML document with different representation. The reason behind this different representation is that it's easy for JavaScript to interpret this format. JavaScript can't understand tags, but it can understand these objects. JavaScript can easily manipulate these objects using different functions, which we will see in future while working on these functions. For example, if you want to access the text present inside the heading tag, you can do it by accessing the heading tag with JavaScript. You can also work on the style of this text with the help of JavaScript as well. JavaScript uses the concept of nodes. It can access nodes of the document object model. There are many types of nodes present in the DOM. The basic three types are element node, attribute node, and text node. The element node consists of all the tags used in HTML document, like the head tag and the body tag. The attribute node contains the attributes used in HTML document. By now, I hope you have understood the concept of attributes. So JavaScript can access these attributes as well, and the user can work upon them as per requirements. The text here in the HTML document, that is simply. It can also be accessed with the help of JavaScript. It is the value of that particular element. Before installing VS Code, let's discuss a few things about what is an IDE. So IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. It is a software application basically. It comprehends facilities to a programmer for software development. Just like Photoshop makes it easier for us to edit photos, in the same way, IDE makes it easier for a programmer to write code. If you want to write code, IDE will help you write that, and it will help you in software development. There are a number of IDEs present in the market today. We have Sublime, we have PyCharm, we have Komodo, we have Notepad and Notepad++ as well. But in this particular course, we will be using Visual Studio Code or VS Code we can say. So let me run you through some of the advantages that why we are using VS Code for this course. So first of all, VS Code is free to use as it is an open source software, so you can use it without any cost. It supports multiple programming languages. There is nothing like you need any web support or work on different editors for different programming. You can use VS Code for different languages. Extensions are also one of the main reasons behind using VS Code. See, you want to work on a programming language it does not support. All you have to do is add an extension, search for it, and you are good to go. It will also not affect the speed of the editor as it runs as a different process. It can also detect code snippet whether it is complete or not, like you are using a variable in your program and you forgot to declare it. VS Code will do it for you. This property is known as IntelliSense. Besides all these properties, one main key feature behind using VS Code is it is cross-platform. It is available for Mac, it is available for Linux and Windows as well. I think there are enough features we have discussed till now. There are many more features. We will discuss them while installing or while working in VS Code. So for now, let's move on to the installation process. The installation process for VS Code is pretty simple. Just go to Google and search for VS Code. The next page which will open, here you can see that the first link available is from their official website. Click on that and you will go to their official website. Here in the front you can see the download. You can download the stable version from here only.
Or if you want to download it for your according to your PC's specifications, you can click on the download button present at the top right corner of your screen. Here you can see that VS Code is available for different platforms. It is available for Windows, for Linux, and for Mac as well. You can download it from here as well. So if you want to download it for Windows, you can click here. It will take you to another page and it will start downloading VS Code. Once the download completes, open the setup file from your downloads and it will take you to the license agreement page. You have to agree with all the terms and conditions. You can go through the full license, but then it will take a lot of time to go through all this. Once you click on it, this window will open where you have to select the location you want your VS Code to locate. Any ID you install, the default location for all the editors is the same. You can click on browse and select any other location if you want. But for now, I'll be leaving it as it is and I'll click on next. Now this will open and you will click next from here. Now it will ask you some questions like if you want to create a desktop icon or not. Select all of them and click on next. Now click on install and it will install VS Code for you. Sit back and relax, it will take time. So once you are done with the installation process, click on finish and the Visual Studio Code will start automatically. So here we are, you can see that we are on the welcome page. So let's start with these icons present on the left side of the editor. This icon here is Explorer. So VS Code works with the folders in your system. Click on open folder and just search any folder or you can take any folder of your choice. So here in my PC, I'll go to work and I'll take JavaScript as my folder. I'll select it and see. It will open the folder and I already have a few programs written over here like this. And I have a few more programs like this and this. You can open any program from that folder by using this Explorer option. You can open any program present in that folder. So basically what it does, any program you make in Visual Studio Code, you will save it in this folder only. So it will be easy for you to open any program anytime. Next up, we have the search button to find any keyword or word present in your code. Whatever you write here, it will show you where it is present in your code or in your document. So let's suppose I write here simpllearn. See, it will show you simpllearn in your main screen. So you have a shortcut key for this also. Press Ctrl plus F from your keyboard and write anything here. Like it's written simpllearn here. Press enter and it will show you the result. The third option here is for version control. If you want to use any version control like you want to use Git, VS Code has very good integration with Git. The next button here is for debug or it will run your program. Once you are done with writing the code, click here and run and debug. Just open it with Chrome. You have a shortcut for this as well. Press F5 from your keyboard and it will do the same. The next button here is for extensions. Here you can find many extensions given by the VS Code community. They are free to use. For now, we will use these three extensions. The first one is HTML CSS support. Just click on the search button, write HTML CSS support. The first option, click on that and install that extension. Similarly, you have to install few more. You have to install JavaScript and TypeScript nightly. And you have to install live server in the same way. I'll tell you the use of live server in the next video when we will be writing our first Hello World program. Let me end this video by giving you a shortcut. Let's create a new file here. Click here, create a new file. Just close it. Create a new file. We will name it as new.html. So it's new.html here. One thing you have to keep in mind, while saving a file, make sure to save that file with .html extension. Here we are about to start writing our first program. So just write exclamation mark and press enter. It will do this. See, it will write the basic HTML code which you will need in almost every program from now on. So you don't have to write this code every time. Just do it this way and start writing main program. We are using VS Code Studio as our text editor to write the script here. We have already discussed the benefits as well as the features of VS Code in the previous video. So as I have already mentioned, you must have a web browser with JavaScript enabled in it. So if you are using Google Chrome, it's quite easy to enable JavaScript. Let me take you through it. Open Google Chrome, go to settings and just write JavaScript in the search option. Go to site settings and scroll down, you will find here JavaScript. allow it if it's not allowed. In my case, it's already allowed, so I'm good to go. Once you have downloaded the editor and you are done with the environment setup and all, you can start writing the program. So let's go to VS Code. We will open a new file here and save it with a name. Let's open a new file and we will save it with name first.html. Make sure to save your file with .html extension, as it will make it easy for the computer to understand that this particular file is an HTML file. So in the last video, we installed an extension named Live Server. Let me tell you how to use it and what are the benefits of using Live Server. So let's write a basic HTML program, or just press the exclamation key and press enter. Here we are with the basic HTML program. We have not done anything yet, just edit it a little bit. We will add a heading tag, and inside the heading tag we will write a heading. Let's suppose we are writing hello. So now right click on your desktop and click on open with Live Server. What this will do, it will open your program in the browser. See, it's the basic thing. So let me tell you what its benefits are. It will open your program in the browser, and whatever changes you are making in the programs will be directly shown in the browser the moment you save them. See, just use Google Chrome or whatever browser you are using, and in the VS Code side by side. We'll be using it side by side now. Let's suppose we'll change something here. Let's add a word here, hello world. And the moment we save it, it will be reflected in your browser as well. So that's the benefit of using Live Server. We will be using it during our whole code. So now we are done with that. Let's start with the program. So here we are with our basic HTML code, which has only tags in it. It will print nothing if I remove this heading tag. Let me remove it, and the moment I save it, it will print nothing. So guys, let me give you a brief introduction to these tags. These HTML tags are used to render HTML files properties so that the browser can differentiate between simple text and HTML tags. You can use as many tags according to your requirements. In our first program, we will write a single line statement over the browser. For that, we will need the script tag. Don't worry if you don't know much about script tag. Let me tell you briefly about this tag's functionality. It is used to embed a client-side script language. Remember guys, script tag is used to embed JavaScript with HTML. This is where HTML and JavaScript comes together. It may contain the scripting statements or point towards the external script through the src attribute. We will see the src attribute as well. We'll use the script tag inside the body tag, or we can use it wherever we want to use it. Like, it's not necessary to use it inside the body tag only. We can use it anywhere in a program. So let's start with this. First, let's start the script tag. We are done with it. Now the script tag, we have to type an attribute. The attribute is, the type is, it's a text file. We are done with our script tag. To write on the web page, we use a very basic command, the document.write. It is a JavaScript method using which you can print anything on the browser. Let's see what document.write can do. Let's write here something, document.write, and any text you want to write inside it. Let's suppose hello world, welcome to Simply Code. So guys, we are done with this. We have written a text over here, hello world, welcome to Simply Code. Let's see what will happen when we save it. Press Ctrl+S, and the moment you save it here, it will be reflected on your browser. Here you can see in our browser, it's written over here, hello world, welcome to Simply Code. We can define JavaScript in an external file as well. Let's see how we can do this. How this script tag will point towards an external JavaScript file. Here what you have to do, you have written script, just before type, use an attribute src and give it the source of the file. But till now we don't have any JavaScript file, so let's create a file first. Name it as script.js. Remember, you have to save it with .js extension. We are done with it and we are good to go. So here we will write document.write and any text you want to write here. Hello world, welcome to Simply Learn. We will save it. The moment we will save it here, there's something wrong, I guess. Okay, we have not given the source code of that JavaScript. So here we will have to give the name of that file. It was script.js. Moment we will save it. See, the text is changed here. Initially it was hello world, welcome to Simply Code, but now it is hello world, welcome to simpllearn. This document.write is not interpreted by the browser. That's because this script tag is now pointing towards an external JavaScript file. Anything you will write inside this script tag will not be considered now. So we are done with this script tag here. We now have an idea of how to embed JavaScript with HTML. And now let's see some of the features of document.write. So let's suppose you have written this text here. Let's erase it and see what else it can do. Let's give it a task to add two numbers. Let's suppose we have given here 9 plus 3. Let's see if it works. See, it will give you the output directly here. Document.write 9 plus 3, it will give you the output as 12. Similarly, you will do any mathematical task, any calculation you want to do. Let's suppose 7 multiplied by 8. You can see here 12, 56, 12. Let's give it another one. 9 multiply 5 minus, let's suppose 3, and save it. See, 9 into 5 is 45, and if you minus 3 from 45 you will get 42. Here is the answer for as 42. 56 is for 7 into 8, 7 multiplied by 8, and 12 is for 9 plus 3. So with that we are done with how to embed with JavaScript with HTML. Let's move on to another concept in JavaScript, that is console.log. Console.log is a function in JavaScript that works the same as document.write, but it will not print anything in the browser. Let's give it a try. Let's clear this and suppose we write here console.log and give it a command. Save it and see, there is nothing printed on the browser. Let's write something in the body tag. We'll use a heading tag and write something here. Let's go again and go to body tag. We'll use a heading tag here as well and write something here. Let's suppose we write simply code. Save it. See, this is printed on the browser. To open your browser's console, go to browser, right click here and go to inspect element, or you can use Ctrl plus Shift plus I, which I normally do. Here you can see the console option. See, it has many options like elements, consoles, sources, network, and many more. But for now, let's focus on console. Here you can see the text printed here. So what's the point of doing this? Whenever we write a code, we usually have many variables and functions and a lot of these kinds of things. We don't always know what to expect as the output. Maybe we expect a particular result, but we might get something else. One way of debugging our code is that we can pass a value to this function here only, and we can check the result of that value out of the code. Let's add two numbers here. So if you don't understand it, basically what we are doing for now, we are writing a small piece of code, like the program is not that big, but later on when we are good with JavaScript and we'll use JavaScript as a primary language, the size of the program will go longer and longer. So not every time you are supposed to check the output of your code by doing that only. So if you are using any variables or you are using any functions, you can check the output here only if you have to use that variable in that way or you have to change something. So you will get it here only. That's the use of console.log. Let's add two numbers. Remove it. A is equal to 5 and let B's value is 8, suppose. Okay, we are done with these two numbers, and what we'll do, we will write console.log. We have given it the command to add A and B. Let's see if it works here. See, the value of A plus B is 13. You can see it here in console. The value is 13. You can see it here. So here we can see that the output is 13. You can do any complex calculation here in the console. It will give you the correct answer. You can see here script.js colon 4. The number after the column is the line in script.js. Here in our file, we can see that the console.log command is in line number 4. So here it is written that it is line number 4 here. So if you click on this, you can see the script.js open in a very small window and you can edit it from here as well. So this is not a random line number. To prove this, let's go on to a program and let's move this to another line. See, now the console.log is in line 11. Save it, and here you can see this also changed to 11. So let's make this more complex. Add another variable c. We'll add another variable here. Let's suppose we add c here. We'll give it a more complex equation. Let's c equals to the moment we save it, it will give it the answer. Oh no, we are done with the equation. Let's change it here also. The value of c is, let's see if it works or not. Press Ctrl plus S, it's saved, and the value of c is 7. Let's see if this value is correct or not. The value of a was 5. 5 into 3 is 15. 15 plus 8 is 23. 23 plus 4 is 27. 27 plus a minus 25. Value of a is 5 minus 25 is minus 20. 27 minus 20. The value of c is 7. Say it's correct. Check it yourself if you can do something more interesting with this console.log, or you can do something more interesting with document.write. So console log allows us to debug our code, and we can use it if we are not sure about the output in a lengthy program. Variables are named storage that a program can manipulate. As the name suggests, a variable is a value that can change according to conditions. Variables refers to those memory blocks inside the computer where we can store information. Let's suppose you want to store any value inside your computer. So variable will represent the location of that value. In simple terms, variables are cups with stuff inside them, and you can use that stuff later again and again according to the way you want to. Before the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript we can say, which is the updated version of JavaScript, variables were declared using a single keyword only, which is where. We'll try to declare a few variables here. We'll see how where keyword works. So let's comment this thing first. So let's declare a few variables. Let's suppose where a equals to 15. We will declare where b, and the value of b will be 6. We will declare where c, and the value of c would be a plus b. So here we have defined three variables a, b and c. A is a variable with value 15 stored inside it, and so is b. The value of b is 6. But c is a variable that will contain the value of a plus b. Let's try to print this on browser. Document.write, and we will print the value of c. Save it, and here you can see the value of c is 21. That's the correct answer. So similarly you can also print a and b as well. Let's print a and b as well here. What we will do, we'll copy this line, we'll paste it for a, and we'll update this here as well so it won't create any confusion. So here you can see the value of c is 21, the value of a is 15, and the value of b is 6. It shows the value of all the three variables we declared. But with the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript in 2015, two more ways were introduced to declare a variable. These are let and const. We shall discuss these two terms in the later part of this session. Let me show you how to declare a variable. There are a few things you have to keep in mind while declaring a variable name. Here we have seen we use three variables a, b and c. That was an easy task to do, but giving a variable any name, like something other than a single alphabet. So you have to keep a few things in mind while naming them. Start them with a letter, underscore or a dollar sign. You can't use any sign except underscore or dollar. So if you are giving a variable name, you can't use any other sign except the underscore or the dollar sign. You can use these two signs only. You can't use any other sign. You can't use a number in the starting. Apart from that, let's suppose you want to give it a name as 9BE. You can't do that in JavaScript. JavaScript won't allow you this. If you try to save it, it will throw you an error, invalid or unexpected token. So you can't do this in JavaScript. There is no limit for the length of the variable name. But you can't use reserved keywords in a variable name. Like let's try to create a variable with name as class. Class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. We'll save it and see here it throws an error, unexpected token class. But you can use a class with capital C. Let's save it and here it will work fine. Why it works? Because JavaScript variables are case sensitive. If we try to create a variable with same name, let's see, we try to create a variable with var girl and the another variable will be var girl with capital G this time. JavaScript will treat these two variables differently. These two are different variables for JavaScript, as JavaScript is case sensitive when it comes to variables. Let's declare a few more variables. Let's remove it. We'll declare a few more variables. Let's comment this part as well. We'll declare a few more variables. Suppose we declare a variable with keyword var and we'll name this variable as bike name. Var bike name and press enter. If we leave this variable without assigning it any value, the by default value will be undefined. Let's try to print the value of this variable. Right, we will try to print the value of bike name. Save it. Here you can see the value it shows is undefined. So the by default value of a variable, if you do not assign it any value, will be undefined. Let's try to give it a value. Let's suppose we try to give bike name. We use equals to operator to assign it a value. To assign, let's suppose we'll assign it Yamaha. Semicolon and press Ctrl plus S to save this, and here you can see the output as Yamaha. You can also assign a value to the variable during declaration, as we have done in the previous examples. Here we have assigned the variable's value at the time of declaration only. Let's move on to let and const. So we will discuss let and const, but first we will compare let with var. Let is also used to declare a variable just like var is used, but there is a limitation to use let. Let is not accessible outside the block in which it is declared. So we will use let here only. Let bike name equals, and we will change this value as well. We'll change it to hero, let's say. Save it, and here you can see the output as hero. But if we try to put this code inside a block, let's suppose we put this code inside this block, a pair of curly braces, and we will again try to access document.write. We'll try to access bike name again from here. From outside the block we try to access this. Save it, and here you can see bike name is not defined. It is an error in line 18. So what's happening here? Basically you can't access a let variable outside the scope. You can't access it from here, but it will work with var. If we try to replace let with var and save it, here you can see it says hero and hero, because first it will interpret this method and then it will interpret this as well in case of var. Due to its limited scope, let variables are used when there is limited use only. Like in for loop or in while loop, we will learn these loop in future. Let will not allow you to redeclare any variable. Let's understand this with an example. Here's the code as well. We have declared var bike name and we'll remove this. And first we'll try to do this with var. Let's suppose var bike name equals to TVS. Ctrl plus S. It says hero and TVS. So the variable name, the bike name is same in both cases. Here and here as well. These are same, but with var keyword you can do that. Let will not allow you to do this. If we use let here in place of var, we'll write let here as well, and we will change the value as well. We will give it as Kawasaki and let's suppose Suzuki here. Save it. See, bike name has already been declared. So that's what let won't allow you to do. You can repeat the same let variable in different scope. It won't create any problem, but it will not allow you to redeclare any declared variable. So let's move on to const. We use const when there are values we don't want to change or that will never change basically. So the keyword const is little misleading, as it defines a constant reference to a value, not the constant value. We can't change the primitive value, but we can change the properties of constant objects. Let's write another piece of code for const keyword. So let's declare a variable const x is equal to 5, comma y is equal to 7. Let's say const So here what we have done, we declared a variable x and a variable y with value as 5 and 7. We declared this time with const keyword, and a variable z which is x plus y. We printed z on the browser and it shows the value as 12, which is x plus y. 7 plus 5 is equal to 12. Now what we will do, const will let you do this, but if you try to update the value of x, let's suppose we try to update the value of x as x equals to x plus 10. We'll print x this time. Document.write x. Let's save this. It will throw an error, assignment to a constant variable in line 24. So here you want to update the value of x. You can't do this with const keyword. You can do this with let and where as well, but you can't do this with const. Also, const won't allow you to redeclare any variable, just like let. So if you try to use const x again is equal to 10, save it. So here it says identifier x has already been declared. This thing you can do with const. The scope of const is the same as let. It can be used within the block where it is declared. Data types is an essential concept in every programming language. To work on any variable, you should know its type. It refers to the kind of data which is being stored inside a variable. The type of variable is holding basically. Every programming language has its own set of data types which is unique in its own way. We discussed earlier that JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language because we don't need to specify any data type in JavaScript. After all the variables in JavaScript are loosely packed, or we can say JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. We shall discuss these properties later in this video. For now, let me tell you about different data types present in JavaScript. So JavaScript data types are divided into two categories: primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Primitive data types are stored in stack, whereas non-primitive data types, they are stored in heap. I don't want you to go deep in these two terms as if you are new to programming, so we'll leave it. Just keep one thing in mind, that primitive data types are base data types, whereas non-primitive data types are objects, or we can say they are derived. Primitive data types, they are further divided into 5 categories. They are divided as numbers, strings, boolean, undefined and null. Non-primitive data types or complex data types, we can say, on the other hand, they are divided into two parts: arrays and objects. We'll have separate videos on these topics. For now, let's discuss primitive data types. To understand primitive data types much better, let's declare a few variables here. Let's say we declare var x and give it the value as 16. We'll declare var y and we'll give it value hello world. We'll declare one more. Let's say var flag and the value will be true. Here we can talk about those properties of JavaScript which I mentioned earlier. JavaScript variables are loosely packed and JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. These 2 points refer to the same thing. Here you can see we have defined 3 variables: x, we have defined variable x, we have defined variable y, and flag as well. The values for all 3 variables is different from one another. See, variable x is holding a value that is 16, variable y is holding a value hello world, which is a string. So 16 is a number, hello world is a string, and variable flag is holding a value that refers to a boolean value. In place of true, we can also write false here. So what's happening here? Here you can see there is no data type. If you are coming from a C++ background or a Java background, this will be a little bit weird for you guys, because in C++ and Java, we used to do it like we'll define an integer. Let me show you. So how we will define an integer in C++ or Java, what we'll say, we'll use int x equals to 5 or something like that. We already had a data type. For string as well, we have char in C++, but here in JavaScript, we have no data type. We are only using the where keyword. That's what we call as loosely typed. This line means that you don't have to define the data type of the variable. What happens in JavaScript is whatever the type of value you will pass to the variable, the data type will change accordingly. So you don't need to worry about if you are passing a number or if you are passing a string. Just relax. Just when you pass the value to the variable, it will be determined automatically. So these are the three basic primitive data types present in JavaScript, which are number, boolean value and string. So let's move on to the next one, which is undefined. We'll define a variable p and we'll leave it as it is. So this variable p has an undefined data type. It means that any variable which is already declared but has no value inside it, it has an undefined data type. I'll tell you a basic operator, the type of operator. We'll go through the operators in later videos, but just try to understand the basic need and use it with me. For now, this operator will help you know the type of value a variable is holding. See, let's use it here. We have declared a variable p. We'll check the type of p. So to use this operator, you have to use it with document.write now. So we'll do document.write and we'll use two brackets, and inside it we'll write type of, and whatever, like if you want to know the type of variable x, let's suppose, we'll write here x semicolon, save it, and you can see here it says number. This means that this variable has a value which is a number. Similarly, we will check for all the variables present here. We'll check for every variable. We'll check for y, we'll check for flag, and we'll check for p as well. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times, and let's change the value here from x to y in this line, and from x to flag here, and here we'll change it to p. So we have done it. We'll save it and see. Here it says number first. Variable y, it says it's a string, because you know hello world is a string. It's a sequence of character. For variable flag, it says boolean, so it's defined as true or false. And for variable p, it's written here undefined. With this, we are left with only one primitive data type, the null data type. There's a difference between a null value and an undefined value. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means the absence of any value. Suppose you are using null as the value for any variable. The type of operator will return this variable as an object. But if you're not giving any value to this variable, you are leaving it after declaration, the type of operator will return undefined. Here's an example for this. See, we'll declare one more variable here. We'll declare var num. Let's name this variable num, and we will give it the value as null. We'll use document.write type of, and we will check with the help of type of operator that what type of value the variable num is holding. So let's give here num. We are good to go. Press Ctrl plus S and see. Here it says it's an object. So a null value will always be shown as an object. We'll talk about the complex types or composite types in further videos. We'll have separate videos for each of these types. Don't worry about it. In any programming language, an operator is a symbol that makes the computer understand that it needs to do some specific task. Like if we want to perform an addition between two numbers, let's say we want to perform addition between 4 and 5. So guys, if you see the plus sign here, this is known as the operator, and the two terms which are 4 and 5, these two numbers, these are known as the operands. We have different operators for different purposes. Like we have plus for addition, we have minus for subtraction, we have star or asterisk we can say for multiplication, and many more other operators as well. So there are many more operators present in almost every programming language which is present out there. Like operators are present in Java, they are present in C++, in C, almost every programming language out there has the concept of operators. It's essential for you to know how and where to use any operator despite of the language you are working on. One needs to understand which operators are available, right? So in this particular video, I'll take you through the basic types of operator present in JavaScript. I'll let you know the types and we'll learn about how to use them, and of course I'll take you through the different categories of operators present in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, there are basically 8 categories into which operators are divided, which are: we have arithmetic operators, we have assignment, we have string, we have conditional, we have logical, bitwise, comparison, and type of operator. We'll discuss the first 3 types in this video. That is, we'll discuss the arithmetic operators, we'll discuss the assignment and the string operators. Rest we'll talk about in the following video. First up here is the arithmetic operator. Hope you all are aware of the term arithmetic, right? Few operators you can see on your screen: the plus operator, minus, asterisk, division, we have modulus, we have increment, we have decrement. So these are the basic arithmetic operator. We'll see each of these operator with an example. So let's move on to the programming part first. So guys, I want to mention one more thing here. I want all of you to make a separate file for each topic we'll be covering from now on. Like for operators, you'll create a separate file. We'll create a separate one for control statements and other topics we'll cover in future from today. So I want you to create a separate file because, you know, in future if you want to access these topics, it will be easy for you to access those files. Instead, if you are using a single file for all the topics, it will be quite confusing. So let's start with the arithmetic operators first. Let's take 2 variables. We are in the JavaScript file. Let's take 2 variables. Let's say var x equals to 6, and we'll take another variable. Let's say var y equals to 4. Now we'll perform some arithmetic operations on these 2 variables. We have already seen the arithmetic operators present, like we have plus, minus, we have increment, decrement, we have multiplication, division. So we'll go through all of these, right? So let's start with it. Here we are done with our basic 3 operators, which is addition, subtraction, and multiplication. I have commented the division because I have something to tell you about the division. So let's check the output here first. Let's save it and see. The output is addition 10, subtraction 2, and multiplication 24. For addition, it added the 2 numbers, it's 6 plus 4. Similarly, for subtraction and multiplication, it is 6 minus 4 and it's 6 multiplied by 4. For division, I have left division because I hope you guys know the difference between division and the modulus operator. Let's try to use the modulus operator along with the division. So what we'll do, we'll comment these 3 and let's remove it from here, and what we'll do, we'll paste this here and we'll use the modulus here. So now let's check the output, what it says for division and modulus. See, we have divided 6 by 4. Division, it says it's 1.5. 6 divided by 4, that is 1.5. It will show the quotient here. For modulus, it's saying 2 because in modulus it gives you the remainder, and in division it gives you the quotient as the answer. So keep this thing in mind, guys. Keep this in mind always. Take a note of it. So we are done with division and modulus. Next up we have the increment and the decrement operators. Let me show them to you real quick. So what we'll do, we'll declare another variable. Let's say where z equals to 5, and we'll use the increment operator here. We'll use again document.write, and here let's say we write increment. How to use increment operator? For increment operator, you have to use plus whatever variable you have used. So we'll use plus z, and similarly we'll copy this, paste it here, and here we'll use minus for decrement, and change here as well. So let's see what happens. Let me give some space in between them so that you won't get confused. Let's save it and check the output here. Increment is, it says 6, and decrement it says 5. So you can see here the functioning of decrement and increment operator. The increment operator will increase the value of z by 1, and the decrement operator will do the opposite of this. It will decrease the value by 1. So we are done with the arithmetic operators. Next up we have the assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign values to different JavaScript variables. Let's see the types first and then we'll see how to use them. So we have these assignment operators here. We have equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, and we have multiplied equals to, we have divide equals to, modulus equals to, and a few more. So let's see each of them with example. Maybe not each of them, but we'll try to cover almost every single operator out there which is present in your screen. So let's move on and see. Let's move on to the programming part. So here we are, guys. Let's declare a few variables. Let's say we are declaring a variable a and we are giving it the value as 10, suppose. And we'll declare another one, let's say var b, and give it the value 5. So for assignment operators, what assignment operator means? We have used here the equal to sign, right? We have used a equals to 10. This means whatever value present on the right side of the operator, like here it is 10, it will be assigned to the variable a. I hope you guys are getting this. Keep this in mind. So we have the value 10 and we are assigning this value to the variable a. It says, let's try to check the output of a. Let's try to print a on the screen. Okay, document. See, here you can see that the value of a, it says 10, and similarly the value of b is 5. So let's do one more thing. We'll assign the value of a to b. How to do this? Let's change the value here only. Let's suppose we are using the value of var a as 13. Okay, and the value of var b will be providing as, let's say, a. So now let's try to print the value of b. Here we will change, we'll print the value of b only. Let's save it and see the output. See, it says the value of b is 13 because we have assigned b the value present at variable a, which is 13. That's why it is showing the value of b as 13. This is what assignment operator is. Let's try other assignment operators as well. Let's take another variable. So let's say var a1 equals to, let's say, 51. So the next operator we will be using is, let's update the value of a1 first. So how to do this? Let's say a1 equals to, no, it's a1 plus equals to 9. And we'll print the value. Let's check the output now. See, it says the value of a1 is 60. Here we have given that a1 plus equals to 9. See, a1 plus equals to 9 is the same as, if you don't want to write here a1 plus equals to 9, you can also write it as a1 equals to a1 plus 9. Both of these lines are same. Both these statements means the same. They are performing the same task. So a1 equals to a1 plus 9 is same as a1 plus equals to 9. That's what I want you to understand with assignment operators. Similarly, if you want to perform a1 minus equals to, you can do it as well. So let's say a1 minus is equal to 5, and we'll copy this line from here, paste it here again, and save it now. Let's see the output here, what it says. Some of you guys may get confused that here it shows the value of, then after that one more statement, this statement is also performed and the value updated to 69. It's 51 plus 9 plus 9, and the value we have here is 69. Now what happens if we are using the minus equals to operator? What it will do, it will decrease the value of a1 by 5. It means that a1 equals to a1 minus 5. The value of a1 is 69 and it will subtract 5 from 69. So here it says the value of a1 is 64. Hope you guys are getting this. So we have so many operators, we have so many of them. Like, let's try a few more. So we have multiply equals to, we have division equals to, we have modulus equals to. So I'll write these and then we'll see the output. So we are done with it. Let's check the output here for A3, A4 and A5. You can see for A3 we have used multiply equals to, for A4 we have used divide equals to, and for A5 we have used modulus equals to. Let's check the output here. Save it and see. It says the value of A3 50. Here we have taken A3 as 5. It's 10 into 5 because A3 equals to A3 into 5. So it's 10 into 5. It shows the value as 50. Similarly, here it says the value of A4 is 3.75 because we have used here 4. So instead of 4, let's try to use 3 and save it. See, here you can see it divides it and gives you the quotient, and the value of A4 divided by 3 is 5. So similarly, for A5, it shows the value of A5 is 6 because we have used the modulus operator here, and 20 divided by 7, we have 6 as remainder. So I hope you guys are pretty clear with assignment operators now. Next up, we have string operators. The plus operator, which we used as the arithmetic operators earlier, right? It also operates as a string operator. So we can use it to concatenate two strings. That means we can add two strings as well. In JavaScript, it is possible with the help of string operator. Similarly, we have plus equals to operator for strings as well. Like we have plus equal to for assignment, it has the same functioning for string as well. Let's take the example for these two operators. Let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see we have two variables, where str1 and where str2. The value of where str1 is hello and the value of where str2 is world. So what we'll do, we will add str1 and str2. So let's check the output here, save it and see. Here you can see the output as hello world. But there is no space between hello and world. Keep this point in mind, guys. So if you are adding two strings just like this, there will be no space between the two strings. So if you want to add any space between these two, what you have to do, you have to mention it here separately. And this is the syntax if you want to add space between your strings. So now let's save it now and see. Here you can see there is a space between hello and world. So this is the use of plus operator in strings. So the next one we have plus equals to. Let's take another string. Let's take it as where str3 and we'll give it the value as welcome. So what we'll do, we'll use the plus equal to operator here. Str3 plus equals to, let's say, to simply code. And what we'll do, we'll print the value of str3 here. So save it now. So here you can see the value of str3. If we remove this line, let's see what happens now. And we'll give it a space here. Save it now. See, here you can see it says hello world. For the first str1 plus str2, it says hello world. For str3, it says welcome to simply code. See, here the space is already given, so it will show this in the output. But between welcome and to, if you want to add space, you have to do the same what you have done for str1 and str2. So let's do it here as well. Plus sign, yes. Save it now and see, here you can see it says welcome to simply code with proper space. Now we will cover the rest of the operators. Now we are left with 5 more. These are the first 3 operators. Now we are left with conditional operators, logical operators, we have bitwise operator, and we have comparison, and finally we have the type of operator. So these are the 5 operators we are going to cover today. Before we start with the operators, let us first discuss associativity. Talking about associativity, it refers to the direction in which the entire expression is evaluated. For example, if you have any expression, let's say you have a plus b. So the direction in which this expression will be evaluated, either it will be from left to right or from right to left. So this is known as associativity. Let's understand it with the help of an example. So here you can see I have taken three variables. I have taken variable A and I have assigned it value as 12. I have taken variable B and the value assigned to B is 8. And finally I have a variable result which stores the value of A plus B. Lastly, what I'm doing is I'm printing out the result variable inside the h1 tag. Here you can see I have used the h1 tags and I have used the plus operator to concatenate the strings, right? I have concatenated these two strings along with the result, along with the answer of result. So the plus operator here is doing two different tasks, right? Here you can see it is performing the addition of two numbers, right? And here you can see it is used to concatenate two strings. So now let's talk about associativity, because I guess you guys are clear with string operator till now. We have discussed them in the previous video, right? So let's talk about associativity now. So certain operators have right to left associativity and certain operators have left to right associativity. So when I say right to left associativity, in this case the value present at the right side of the operator. See, if you are using any operator, for example here we have used the assignment operator, right? We have discussed the assignment operator earlier. So here you can see the value present at the right hand side of the operator will be assigned to the variable which is present at the left hand side of the operator. So it's going this way, like first the computer will check for the value present at the right. It's going from right towards the left. This is what we are known as right to left associativity, and assignment operators like equals to, this have right to left associativity. Let's add here one more variable. Let's say we are adding a variable C, and we are giving it the value as 5. And what we'll do, we'll update result as well. Let me first show you the output of this particular program. See, the output will be value of result is 20 and hi there. Hi there is concatenated with the string value of result is, and 20 is the actual answer. The 20 is the value of result. So let's add one more variable here. Let's say we are adding a variable C and the value of C will be 5. What we'll do now, we will update result as well. Here you can see I have done A plus B plus C. So save it, and here you can see the value updated to 25. The value of result is updated, right? So the plus operator has associativity from left to right. Till now we have talked about right to left as for assignment operators, but for plus operators the associativity is from left to right. It means it will first perform A plus B, and then the value of C will be added to that of A plus B. First it will perform 12 plus 8, and then finally it will add 5 to that value. So it will be 20 plus 5, and that's why the output here is 25. We know that JavaScript is a loosely typed programming language, right? Which means that we don't have to specify data types every time. Like if we are using any data type, we don't need to specify it every time. Like let's do one thing, let's add a string here. So what we'll do, we'll add a string. Let's suppose I'm adding hello. So practically the answer would be hello plus 25 or hello 25. It should be the answer. But let's check the output now. Save it. And here you can see the output is hello 1285. What happened here is the associativity of the plus operator is from left to right. We know this. So it will start from the left and it will see that, okay, the first thing to add is a string. So it will assume that everything ahead of this will be a string. That's why we have the output as hello 12, 8 and 5. So 12, 8 and 5 all are acting as string here. Let me clear this one for you with a little bit of modification. Now what we'll do, we'll remove this string from here and we'll add it somewhere else. Let's say we are adding it here. So let's add one more variable to make it more clear. Let's say we are using variable D and the value will be 10. And what we'll do, we'll perform A plus B before the string and then we'll perform C plus D. Right? So here you can see when you save it, it says 20 hello 510. So when it reached out the first variable, it finds out that the first variable is a number. So it added the first two numbers, right? It added 12 and 8. The answer is 20. Then it came across this string hello, and then finally it assumed that everything ahead of this will be a string. So that's the output. 20 is the addition of a plus b, and then the string hello, and finally we have the value of c and d as string. So we have the value 5 and 10, not 15, right? I hope you guys get this. So let's move on to conditional operators. The conditional operators assign a value to a variable based on a certain condition. Like it contains a condition, and you know, for every condition, like there exists only two possibilities. Either it can be true or it can be false. There is nothing else you can do with a conditional operator. So it works the same as if-else statements, which we'll cover in further videos. The only difference between if-else and conditional operators that it takes less time, or we can say its usage is pretty easy. So here is the syntax for conditional operators. So it seems pretty straightforward, right? So here you can see we have a variable name, we have a condition. Depending upon the condition, we have two values. Here's the example as well. See, you can see we have a variable voter. Next up we have a condition. If age is less than 18, so it will check for the condition that if the value of age is actually less than 18, let's suppose the value of age is 15. So it will check if 15 is less than 18, it's true. Then it will print too young. Or if the value of age is greater than 18, then it will print false, or you can say it will print old enough here. So let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 30. What we'll do, in variable y, I have given it a condition. So it will check for x, which is 30, if 30 is greater than or equals to 50. So if it's true, if 30 is actually greater than 50, then it will print true, else it will print false. So we'll check the output once. Let's save it and see. Here you can see the output as false. So if we update the value of x here, let's suppose we are updating the value of x, let's suppose it's 60. Save it now and see the output has changed to true because 60 is greater than 50, right? Also, if you want to write a message here only, you can do it. Write it here as, so we'll copy it from here, we'll copy document.write and we'll paste it here. Let's remove this document.write, and what we'll do, we'll use this bracket here. And if any message you want to write, like you want to write value of, so, and now what we'll do, we'll save it. See, it says value of true. So, or you can write any other message here as well. You can write value of x is greater than, or you can write whatever. So if you want to update it like value is, and here we will update true with greater, and here we will use smaller. Save it now. See, here it says value is greater, value of x is greater than y. So that's all for conditional operators. Also one more thing, conditional operators has three different parts, right? And that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Three different parts, as in it has a condition, like here it has a condition and it has two values, right? It has true or false. So that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Next up, we have the logical operators. So logical operators are used to determine the logic between two variables or values, we can say. We use logical operators to check whether multiple conditions are true or false. Here on your screen you can see the three different types of logical operators present in JavaScript along with their syntax and example. So the AND or NOT are the three operators present in JavaScript. The AND operator, here you can see it is holding two values, right? It has x less than 10 and y greater than 1. So the AND operator will return true only if both the conditions are true. Like x has to be less than 10 and y has to be greater than 1. So here you can see we have taken x equals to 7 and y equals to 4. So both the conditions are satisfying here. So that's why the output of the AND operator will be true. For OR operator, the case is a bit different. So if any one of these two conditions, like we have two conditions, if any one of these two is true, then the output will be true. And if both are false, then only the output will be false. The NOT operator, on the other hand, will check if x is equals to y. If the value x is holding is equals to that of y, if the value is not equal, then it will return true. I hope you are getting this. That's a little bit confusing, but if the value x and y holding, if they are not equal, then it will return true. If they are equal, then it will return false, right? We'll understand the programming concept of logical operators in further videos when we learn about control statements. We primarily use logical operators with the if statement, through which we'll come across in the following video. In the next video, we will go through the control statements. So we'll understand the programming part of logical operator there only. Next up, we have the comparison operators. So comparison operators are similar to logical operators in some way. They are also used to check for true and false. As the name suggests, we use comparison operator to compare two values, or we can say to compare two variables using different operators. So here you can see on your screen, these are the different types of comparison operators present in JavaScript. We have equals to, we have not equals to, we have equal value and data type, we have greater than, less than, and we have a few more. So I hope you guys must remember from the previous video that a single equals to operator is an assignment operator. So if we are using a single equals to, then it will be considered as an assignment operator. For comparison, we have to use double equal to. Keep this thing in mind. Whenever you are using any operator in JavaScript, or especially the equals to operator. So if you want to compare two values, you have to use double equals to, because single equals to is used to assign values. This is an assignment operator. So let's move on to the programming part now. So guys, here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 10. This code seems a little bit longer to you, but that's a simple piece of code. Like I've used almost every comparison operator we came across in the previous slide. I've used each one of them, and I've used the document.write after every comparison operator to put some spaces in between so that you guys don't confuse between them. So let's check the output now. See, as you can see, I have used the double equals to, the triple equals to, I have used x not equals to it. So let's check the output, save it and see. Here it says false, false, true, 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 false, true, false. So for x equals to 8, it compared the value 10 with 8, and 10 and 8 are not equals to. So the output will be false. As similar for 10, and we have used the triple equals to operator, which means equal value and data type. So both 10 and 8 have equal data type. They both have the same data type, that is number, but the values are different. So it will print false. For x not equals to 8, it says 10 is not equals to 8. Yeah, 10 is not equals to 8 actually. So it will print true. Similarly for x not equals to 8, it will check that both the values are not equal, but the data types are equal, right? So it will print true for this as well. For x greater than 8, yeah, 10 is greater than 8, so it will print true. Similarly it will check for x smaller than 8, and it will check for x greater than equals to 8, and also for x less than equals to 8. So by now you have understood how comparison operators work. So comparison operators are the easiest to use in programming. And that's all for comparison operators. Let's move on to the next one we have. The next type of operator we have is the type of operator. You guys have an idea about the type of operators, right? As we have discussed it earlier. In case you haven't watched the previous videos, let me give you a brief introduction about this type of operator. So the type of operator is used to provide you with the type of whatever value you put to the right of it. Like if you are using any data type and you want to know about the data type of a particular variable, let's say, so you can use the type of operator. It will tell you the actual data type of any variable. So in JavaScript, as we have discussed earlier in the video where we have particularly discussed about the data types. So there are 5 different types of primitive data types, right? We have the numbers, we have strings, we have boolean, we have null and undefined. So let's try to use type of operator. So here you can see I have used 4 different variables, which are I have used variable x, variable y, and variable flag and variable p. So the values are different. The x is holding 17, y is holding hey there, and flag has the value as false. And I have defined p, but I have not assigned it any value till now. So what I'll do, I have used the type of operator to find out the type of every variable. Like here I have used it for x, for y, for flag and for p. Let's check the output now. Save it and see. It says number, string, boolean and undefined. See, here we have given x the value as 17. So 17 is a number, then it says it is a number. For hey there it says it is a string. For false it says it is a boolean value. Like in boolean value we have only 2 values, like false and true. So for variable p it says undefined. You know, there is a difference between undefined and null data types. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means there is absence of value, that there is no value at all. So suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, right? The type of operator will return object. But if you are not giving any value to any variable, like you are using the variable as it is, like here we have not given it any value. So if you are doing this, the type of operator will return undefined. So let's take an example of null as well. Let's declare another variable, let's say var abc, and we'll give it the value as null. So and finally what we'll do, we'll use type of operator. Save it and see. Here it says the type of variable abc is an object. So remember this thing, guys. And now we are done with almost 7 operators we had, and we are left with 1 operator only. So let's move on to our last operator, which is the bitwise operator. This operator doesn't have that much of practical usage in the real world. They are not definitely useless, but this is something like we are not going to use on a daily basis. So in computers, if you know, the numbers are stored in binary format. Bitwise operators work on 32-bit numbers. And we have decimal numbers, like we understand decimal numbers. Computer works on binary numbers, right? So when bitwise operators are used, any operand present in the operation is first converted to a binary number and then converted back to a JavaScript number. So here you can see on your screen, we have 4 different bitwise operators. We have the AND operator, we have OR, we have NOT, and we have XOR, or we can say exclusive OR. The result and the answers are also here. It's pretty simple. See, we have used the AND operator before as well while we were in logical operators, but the syntax was different, and here you can see we have a single ampersand sign to use bitwise AND operator. So here you can see how the decimal number first changes to a binary number. Suppose we have x as 5. Here you can see x is first changed to a binary number. This is the binary equivalent of 5, and 1 is also changed to a binary number, and finally the result, whatever result we get, it is changed to a decimal number. So that's how bitwise operators work. Let's take an example of bitwise operators. So here you can see I have taken 2 variables. I have taken variable x, and the value of variable x is 5, and another variable is y, and the value of y is 1. And then I have used all the 4 bitwise operators, like I have used x and y, I have used x or y, I have used not x, and I have used the XOR operator between x and y. So let's check the output now. Here you can see if we talk about the output, see here it says 1, 5, minus 6 and 4. So for x and y, see the value of x is 0, 1, 0, 1, and for AND operators it will return 1 if both the values are 1. If any one of the two values are 0, then it will return 0. So what it will return here, it will return 0 for 0, 0. For 1, 0 it will also return 0. Similarly for 0, 0 it will also return 0, and for 1, 1 it will return 1, which is the binary equivalent of 1. So the answer here is 1. For x or y, it will return 1 if any one of the two values are 1. See, if both are 0, it will return 0. If any one of the two values is 1, it will return 1. It will return 0 again, and finally it has two ones, so it will return 1. And 0, 1, 0, 1 is the binary equivalent of 5. That's why the output here is 5. For NOT operator, it works a little bit different. It gives you the output which is same as minus x minus 1. So minus x minus 1 will be, see, minus x minus 1 will be minus 5 minus 1, which is minus 6. So this is a bit different here. The NOT operator here is a bit different. For XOR operator, or we can say exclusive OR, it will return 4. Why it will return 4? It will return 1 when any one of the two values is 1. If both are 1, then also it will return false. It will return 1 only in one condition. If any one of the two values is 1, then only it will return 1. That's why the output here will be 0, 1, 0, 0. That's why it's written as 4, which is the binary equivalent of 0, 1, 0, 0. The term control statement is pretty self-explanatory and straightforward, right? We came across JavaScript statements in previous videos. JavaScript statements are the instructions that tells the browser to perform specific actions. Control statements are also instructions, and they govern the flow of control in a program. So let's take a look at control statements with the help of an example. Let's suppose we have a piece of code that has n number of statements. Here, let's say we have this code, and so the conventional workflow will be, it will first execute the first statement, then second, then third, and so on till statement n, right? So this is the basic flow, right? From statement 1 till statement n, and it will execute each statement in between. However, in real world, the scenario is different. Like, we don't write the code in same manner every time. For example, let's suppose you are in line 5 and you want to print this line 10 times. So what should you do? You can write this line 10 times, or you can copy paste it, right? Okay, let's forget about 10 times. Let's suppose you have to use this code, or we can say, let's suppose you have to print this statement 100 times. Doing this, like copy pasting it for 100 times or writing this statement for 100 times, that's useless and unnecessary, right? So that's where control statements comes into picture. We'll discuss them in a while. Let's assume another situation. This time you want to make a choice based on certain conditions. You can use conditional operators, but then it has limitations, right? To tackle this problem, we have control statements in JavaScript. So these are the very basic reasons why we need control statements for performing a certain activity. Like if we want to perform a certain activity n number of times, or if you want to make a certain decision making kind of scenarios in your program, that's where we need control statements in JavaScript. In JavaScript, we have two different types of control statements depending upon what action we are performing. So we have the conditional control statements and we have the iterative, or we can say looping control statements. Talking about conditional statements, as the name suggests, we use conditional statements when we have to make decisions based on conditions. When we have two choices, or when we can say when we have two different conditions and we want to make choices accordingly. So that's where we use conditional statements. We have two different types of conditional statements, the if-else statements and the switch case. Talking about the iterative statements, as the name suggests, if you want to perform any action more than once or maybe n number of times, Instead of writing them again and again, we use loops. So loops are basically statements. We use loops to perform any activity n number of times with specific conditions. So in JavaScript, we have 4 different type of loops. We have for loop, while loop, do while loop, and foreign loop. So the for loop, while loop, and do while loop, you might have heard about them earlier because they are also present in other programming languages. But this foreign loop, this is a new type of loop present in JavaScript. We use foreign loop with objects. We'll go through objects in upcoming videos, and of course we'll be looking at each of these control statements in detail. We'll have a particular video for each of these topics. Now let me introduce to you the break and the continue statement. They are not the types of control statements, but they do assist in other control statements. The break is used to exit a switch statement or loop. Like when used in a loop, it breaks the loop and continues executing the code after it. And on the other hand, the continue statement breaks a single iteration. When used in a loop, when we use continue statement in a loop, it breaks a single iteration, and it breaks the iteration only if the specified condition occurs, and then it will continue with the next iteration in the loop. So the if-else conditional statement is used whenever we work with condition. It can be either a single condition or maybe more than one condition, or multiple conditions we can work with. So let's try to write a basic program with a single condition. So then we'll move on to multiple conditions using the else if statement. So we'll create a new file today. So I hope you guys know the importance of creating a separate file for every topic. You know, it will be easy for you to work to find out that separate file later if you want to revise that topic. So here is the program where we have taken a variable x and the value of x is 10. So what we are doing in this program is we are checking if the value the variable x is holding, that is the value 10, and if the value is less than 10 or if the value is greater than 10. So we have only two conditions. Either the value can be less than 10 or the value can be greater than 10 or equals to 10 as well. So here in this program, what we'll do, we'll update this value as 8. So the variable x is holding the value 8. So to check the output, let's save it, and here you can see it says the value of x is less than 10. Of course the value 8 is always less than 10, right? So for 8, that's fine, it will say the value is less than 10. And similarly, if we do the same for, let's say, 11, save it now and see, it says the value of x is greater than 10. So that's quite simple, right? But what if we are giving the value as 10? We know 10 is equals to 10. So save it now and see. Here you can see it says the value of x is greater than 10. This is happening because what we did, as we told the interpreter to check the value if the value of x is less than 10. We didn't mention that what to do if the value is equals to 10. So it will check for only x is less than 10, not for equals to 10 or greater than 10. So here what it is doing, it is checking if the value is less than 10. So that it says, okay, let's print this statement if the value is less than 10. Or if the value is not less than 10, or if the value is equals to or greater than 10, it will print the value of x is greater than 10. To avoid this type of misunderstanding, we use an else if statement. So the concept of else if statement is the same as if statement. What we are doing, we are using multiple conditions, right? We are giving it more than one condition. So how to use else if? It's quite easy, and the syntax is also similar to the if statement. The only difference is that it contains an else before if. So it's an else if. So what we are doing is we are giving it a condition that else if x equals to 10. So now what it will do, it will check for two conditions, that if the value x is holding is less than 10 or equals to 10. And what we'll do, we'll update it as. So let's check the output now. Save and see. Here it says the value of x is equals to 10, right? So I hope you guys are getting this. The execution flow for this program will be like, it will check for the first condition if x is less than 10. If yes, it will print the value of x is less than 10. If no, it will move on to the following condition. Like under the else if statement, it finds a condition that if x is equals to 10, it will check for it. If yes, if x is equals to 10, then it will print the value of x is equals to 10. Or if not, then otherwise it will move to else statement and print the value of x is greater than 10. We don't need to specify any particular condition for this, because we have already specified the two conditions, that if x is less than 10 or if x is equals to 10. Now we'll take a look at some basic programs. Other than this one, we'll take a look at a few more basic programs. So here's the another program. What we are doing here is we are taking a variable x and the value of x is 5. So what we are doing is we are checking if the number is an even number or an odd number. The thing you have to keep in mind is the logic to find whether a number is even or an odd number. So to check whether a number is even, what we do, we'll divide that number with 2, right? What basically we want is we want the remainder as 0 when we use the modulus operator. So what we'll do, here we have written x mod 2 equals to 0. So if the remainder is 0, then the number will be an even number because it is divisible by 2. Else it will be an odd number. So that's quite simple, right? Let's save it and check the output. For 5 it says odd number. Yeah, 5 is of course an odd number, right? So that's for even and odd number. So here we are with another program. Here it says we have a variable y and the value of y is, let's say, 8. And what we are doing here is we are checking if a number is positive or negative or 0. So we have 3 different conditions. Either number can be positive or it can be a negative number. Any number greater than 0 is a positive number, right? And any number less than 0 is a negative number. And the third one is a number 0. It's neither positive nor negative. So let's check for the number 8, save it and see. Here you can see it is a positive number. Let's see for -2. Save it now. It says a negative number. For 0 it will say 0. So these two programs are quite simple, guys, right? The conditions are pretty simple. We use modulus operator, we used greater than or less than sign, and that's quite easy to use, right? So let's move on to the next program, which is a bit tricky than these two. So what we'll do in our next program is we'll check if a number is positive or negative, and at the same time we'll check for even and odd also. If we are giving any number as input, like let's suppose we are using 5, we'll check if the number is positive or negative and odd or even. So we'll do this simultaneously. Let's move on to this program. So there are two ways to check whether a number is positive or negative and odd or even. So the two methods, we'll discuss them one by one. The first one here is to use nested if, and the another one is when we use logical operators along with the if else if statement. So this one here you can see right in front of your screen is the nested if method. So here you can see we have used the if statement. We have given one more condition inside another if statement. So first it will check whether a number is positive or not. For x greater than 0, it will check if the number x is greater than 0. Then if yes, if it will find it that yes, this number is greater than 0, then it will move on to the nested if and it will check for odd or even. For odd number and even number, it will check if it finds that the number is even, it will print that the number is positive and even. If the number is not even, it will print the number is positive and odd. So here you can see the difference. What the interpreter is doing is it will check for the number as positive, and if the number is positive, then it will move on to the nested if and check for the even or odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print positive and even, otherwise it will print positive and odd. Then it will move on to the next condition, which is for negative number. If x is less than 0, then it will again move to the nested if and it will check for even and odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print negative and even, otherwise it will print negative and odd. And the last condition is for the number 0. Let's try to find out the output of this. and what we'll do, we'll update the value of x as 8. So save it now. Here it says the positive and even. So 8 is a positive number and even as well. Let's update the value of x as minus 5. Save it now. It says negative and odd number. Minus 5 is a negative odd number, right? So that's how it will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So we are doing both the things simultaneously in a program. We have an alternate method as well. Here you can see on your screen we have written a program, and here we have taken a variable x. The functioning of both the programs is same. Both of these programs will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So here you can see I have taken a variable x. Let's say the value of x is 7. It will check for x greater than 0 and x mod 2 is equals to 0. So we have 4 different conditions, right? A number is greater than 0, that means a number is positive and even. A number is positive and odd. A number is negative and even. A number is negative and odd. And the final one is a number is 0. Okay, we have 5 conditions and we have to specify these 4 conditions here. So here you can see we are using the logical AND operator. This means it will print this statement. Let's suppose for this statement, it will print this only if both the conditions are true, right? If the value x is holding is both greater than 0 and an even number. So if you try to find out the output now, save it and see, here it says number is positive and odd. So the number 7 is greater than 0, but the number 7 is not an even number. That's why this line is not there on the browser. It will print this line because the number is positive and odd, right? The switch case is another conditional control statement, just like the if-else control statement. There's a difference between the usage of if-else and switch case statement. Now both if-else and switch case works with conditions, and we have to choose when to use switch case over if-else. Switch case is generally preferred over the if-else when there is n number of test cases present, or we can say when we are working with a lot of conditions. Let's say we are working on a program and you ask the user for an input between 50 and 100, a numeric input basically. And in the output, we have to print the textual form of that number. Suppose if the user enters 75, right? The output will be like this. So what we are doing, we are taking a number from the user as an input and we are printing the textual form of that number, right? So we can use the if else, or we can say else if control statement, but the program will be so lengthy and not so clean. Also, switch case is much more efficient than if else when it comes to execution time. Like if we have n number of conditions, then using switch case is a better option. We'll get to know why in a bit. So let's move on to the programming part, and today we'll write a program where we have to find the month in a year by accepting its number. So we have 12 months in a year. For example, if we enter 4, then the output will be April. And if we enter 8, then the output will be August, because August is the 8th month of the year, right? So I hope you guys are clear with the question. Of course, we can do this program with the help of if-else statement, but we discussed earlier that using if-else in such cases is not efficient, right? We can use switch case in this scenario. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and you can give any value to this variable from 1 to 12. You can provide it with any initial value. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and the value we are providing it 1 as the hardcore initial value. For simplicity, again we are not taking the input from the user or from the browser. To do so, we have to first go through the DOM manipulations, and we'll go through it in later videos. So let's start with the switch case now. The syntax for switch case is quite simple. Just write down switch and pass the variable month. So we have to check in this round bracket for the variable month, because you know any value you are providing to month, the switch will check the program accordingly. So for now we have taken the value as 1 for month. We can take any value, like we can take 3, we can take 11, 12 or any value other than 1 to 12 as well. So whatever value you are providing to the variable, you can provide the variable to the switch statement, right? So next up we have an open and a curly braces. For the body of the switch case, we have to test for 12 different conditions inside this, starting from 1 to 12, right? So the syntax goes like this. You have to write case and then the value month variable might hold, like 1, 2, 3 and so on, followed by a colon, right? So we have to write the value 1 and a colon, not a semicolon but a colon. Keep this thing in mind, guys. And below that we are going to write what we want when the value is 1, like what the output we want when the value is 1. So we have to write document dot write and whatever you want as the output. Like for 1, the first month is January, so we are writing here January and a semicolon. So if the value of the month is 1, you will get the output as January. Save it, and here you can see the output is January. Let me increase the font size for this as well. So here you can see the output is January, right? Next, we'll use a break statement. If you guys remember, we discussed the break statement in the control statements video, right? The break statement is not actually a type of control statement, but it assists other control statements, or we can say it helps us manage the control statements, right? What this statement does is, once we are done with our output, we get our output, right? Once we are done with case 1, we get our output as January. This break statement helps us to come out of the switch case. So to understand this much better, let's write here one more case. So let's say we are writing here one more case as case 2, and the output will be document dot write. The second month is February, right? And February here we can write. So we'll include one break here, like we'll come in the first case and include a break statement. So here's how you can write a break statement, how you can include a break statement in your code. So let's check the output now. So for now it says January. So if we don't include this break statement here, when the interpreter will execute this code and it will see that the case is 1, right? So it will print January, but it will print other statements as well. So for example, if we remove this break statement and save it now, see, you can see here the output as January and February. January and February both are getting printed on the output. So we need a break statement to break it here. See, the value is 1, and if we include break statement here, the moment the interpreter finds the answer, the correct answer as January, it will come out of the switch case. So I hope you guys are getting this. Similarly, we'll write all the cases for all the months. Let me show you all the cases. So here you can see on your screen that we have 12 different cases from 1 to 12, one for each month, depending on the value the variable month is holding, right? The output will be June if the value is 6, and if we say 10, the output will be October, and so on and so forth. Now the question here is, what if we try to write a random value for the variable month? By random value, we mean that if we try to write any value other than these 12 values from 1 to 12, if we leave these values, then if we try to write another value, like if we write here 13, so what will be the output now? Let's save it and see. There's no output, and there might be no error for this as well. So if you try to check for an error, go to inspect and check out. See, there's no error, right? So in that case, we have one more case, like we have default case. So let me show you how to include default in your program. What you have to do is write here default with a colon and write document dot write, and let's suppose we are writing here wrong input. What is happening is, let's try to run this program first. Press Ctrl plus S, and now you can see it says wrong input for value 13. So what is happening is the switch case will first check these 12 cases, and any value other than 1 to 12 will get the output as wrong input. It works the same as the else statement, right? In else statement, we don't need to specify any particular condition. Any condition other than the if condition or else if condition will fall inside the else statement. It's not necessary to add default in your program. It's just if you want to give the user a prompt that he has entered a wrong value. So you must include this default case in your program every time while using switch case, because it's quite useful, you know. Okay, so this is the complete program to find out the month by accepting its number. If you try 6 and save it now, it will say June. If you try 10, save it, it will say October. If we try 12, save it, it will say December. So I hope this is clear to you guys. Next up, let's discuss about switch case in detail, because the switch case in JavaScript works differently from other languages. Like switch case is also present in C++ and Java, but in JavaScript it is a bit different. So in JavaScript, switch case can accept numbers, it can accept strings and boolean values as well. Now let's have a look at how the switch case works with string values. So here is an example of string values. You can see the value variable month is holding is June, right? And you can use this string in case as well. So here you have to give the case as a string value, right? Because we are using switch case statement with strings. So the first case here is when the value will be June, the output should be 6th month. And when the value is July, the output will be 7th month. So let's check it out if this is working or not. Let's save this program and see. For June, it says 6th month. And similarly, we can check it for July as well. Let's check for July. Save it and see, it says 7th month. You can include the default case as well if you want to. It will be similar, like there's no difference for default case. Let me show you how. We'll write here wrong input. And save it, and now let's try to change the value here. Let's say we are using May. Save it and see, it says wrong input. What if we use a numerical value here? Let's try to use 2. Save it now, it says wrong input for 2 as well. It will give you the output when the value is either June or July. So any other value you try to use here, it will give the output as wrong input. In the same way, it works for boolean values as well. Let me show you how it works for boolean values. So what you have to do, instead of 2, you have to give here a boolean value. Let's suppose you are writing here true. And for true, you have to change the case as well. For true, you have to change the output as, let's say for true, the output will be 1. Okay, and similarly for false, the output should be 0. And the output should be wrong input for any other case, right? So save it now and see, here for true, it says 1. The output you can see here is 1. And if you try to do the same for false, like let's write here false, and now try to check the output. See, here it says 0. You can see the output is correct, right? The typical definition of function states that to work in a proper or in a particular way. Similarly, functions in JavaScript are a block of code that is used to perform a specific task. In this particular video, we will go through the syntax and usage of functions. So a function has a particular name and we can reuse that block of code again and again in an entire program. For example, let's suppose that we have to add 2 numbers in a program. That's a basic program, right? Sum of 2 numbers. So let's write the code first. So we are going to take a variable x and the value of x will be 10. Then again we are going to take a variable y and the value of y will be 5. Lastly, we are going to take a variable total and the value of total will be x plus y. So the last thing we are going to do is we are going to print this on a browser. So here we are done with our program. We are done with adding two numbers. So let's save it and check the output. See, the output here says 15. So what is happening is the value of x plus y, which is 10 plus 5, is stored in the variable total, and we are displaying total on a browser. So that's a very basic program, right? Now consider a scenario where we have to do this addition for n number of times at different intervals. So we have to perform the same task of addition at different intervals. So in that case, what we can do is we can copy paste this same code repeatedly, but the length of the program will increase because of that, right? And it doesn't make any sense to copy paste the same code again and again. So this is where functions come into play. With the help of functions, we can create a separate function to do this particular task, and we can call that function again and again. I'll take you through it. So basically a function has three parts. We'll go through each of them. A function has function declaration, then it has function definition, and then finally it has function calling. So we'll perform this same program of adding two numbers. We'll add two numbers, but this time we'll use the concept of functions. So we'll use this whole code. We are going to use it inside the function. So let's move on and see how the function looks like, how the syntax of function looks like. So we use the keyword function, and then we have the function name. So let's suppose here we are naming the function as sum. Then we have the opening and closing round brackets, which denotes that this is a function. This is the way to write a function. Next up, we have a pair of curly braces for the body of the function. So this is the basic syntax of how a function looks like. The naming convention for functions is the same as we had for variables in JavaScript. If you guys remember, we have already discussed this naming convention of variables. So this is the basic structure of a function. So now we'll cut this whole code and we'll paste it here inside the function, right? So we are done with it. We are done with our functions. First part, first we declared a function with name sum, then we are done with the definition of function. Now what if we try to run this program? Let's save this program and see, it is not printing anything on screen. But if you try to check out for any errors, it won't show any errors. See, there is no error in this program. This is happening because we haven't called the function yet, right? So to call the function, we have to write a single word. Just write sum with opening and closing round brackets and save it now. Now you can see the output here is 15. So this is known as function calling. The program already knows that there is a function by the name sum. It will go and check for the same if the function is there or not. If the program finds it, it will execute the function. Next up, a function can also have parameters. What do I mean by parameters is, we don't have to declare these variables, variable x and variable y here. Instead of declaring them here, we can pass these values to the function. Let's say we are passing x and y here, or we can pass a and b, any variable you want to pass, you can pass it here. Now we can remove these variable x and variable y. We have to write here where, because we still need the variable total. And next up, we have to pass the value for these variables when we call the function. So we have to pass the values here. Let's say we are passing the values as 4 and 3. So let's try to run this program now and see if it works. Let's save it and see. You can see here the output as 7. We can also pass strings over here. So instead of 4, if we try to pass any string, let's say we are passing welcome to, and instead of 3, we'll pass simply code, right? Now let's save this program and see the output. It says welcome to simply code. We don't have to worry about the data type we'll use here because JavaScript is a loosely typed language, right? So the function will automatically adapt to the data type according to the value we will pass during the function call. Here in this code, variable x holds the value welcome to, and the variable y is having simply code allocated to them dynamically. So this is what is known as parameter passing in functions. Let's move on and discuss the return types in functions. So a function can also return a value. Right now we can see that a function is doing the printing task. What if we remove this document.write from here and we'll paste it somewhere else on the program outside the function? So we'll paste it here, right? Now the function will perform addition only. It won't print anything. It will just perform the addition. Let's save this and see there's nothing. So if we try to check for error, it says total is not defined because total is defined inside the function. This is because of the concept of local and global variable. We'll discuss this concept in upcoming video. So here you can see it says total is not defined, right? So now what we have to do is we have to write here return total. So now the function will return the value of total outside. What this return statement does is, whenever we call the function, as you can see here, we are calling the function from outside and we are passing the parameters as welcome to and simply code, right? So these parameters will go as x and y, and we are getting the concatenation of welcome to simply code, right? So when this return statement comes into function, the value of this total variable will be given out of the function. So there has to be a particular variable to hold the value returned by the function. We'll use a variable here. Let's say we are using the variable output. And in the RHS, we are calling the function. So we have an equals to between the LHS and RHS. That's because when we are calling the function, it will return a value. And the assignment is done from right to left in the case of an assignment operator. If you guys remember, we came across this, that whenever we are using an assignment operator, the assignment will be done from right towards the left. So whatever value the function will return upon calling will be assigned to the variable output. In this program, we are passing welcome to and simply code, right? So let's change these two values now. We'll change them to a numerical value. Let's say we are using here 35, and instead of simply code, we'll use here 15. And we are going to print here output on the browser because the variable output is holding the value returned by the function, right? So let's save it now and see the output is 50. Okay guys, so this was the syntax demonstration of functions in JavaScript with a quick small program. We already know that JavaScript is a loosely typed scripting language, right? That means we don't need to specify the data types every time. So a variable is basically a container that can store data values. Those values can be changed whenever needed. In this particular video, we are going to discuss the scope of variables in JavaScript. So what does this scope mean in variables? So scope refers to the life of a variable in a program. There are basically two types of variables present in JavaScript: local variables and global variables. Depending upon where we are creating a variable may have two different types of scope. So let's have a look at these two different types of variables with the help of examples. Let's say we are creating a variable here. Let's say we are creating a variable where a, and the value of a will be 5. So we have created a variable here, and let's print the value of this variable in the browser. So what we'll do, we'll print this value in the browser. So let's print the value of this variable on the browser. So here we have printed the value of variable a. So here you can see the value is 5. So we can print the value of this variable anytime and anywhere in our program, right? So if we try to copy this line from here and we'll paste it somewhere else in a program, let's say we are pasting it here. So if we try to save it now, see, here you can see that we have two values of a because we have printed a twice here, right? Once we have used this a here, then we have used this a here. So here you can see we have two values of a, 5 and 5. So this variable a is a global variable, which means its life is available throughout the entire program or the entire script, we can say. And when we declare a variable inside a function, that variable is known as a local variable for that function. So let's try to do it as well. We already know what functions are as we saw in the previous video, right? So what we'll do, we'll make a function here. Let's say we are creating a function my function, opening and closing round bracket and the body of the function, right? So let's declare a variable here. Let's say we are using a variable where x, and the value of x will be 10, right? Let's try to print this value. So we have created a function here. Now we are left with the function call only. So let's call the function here. What we'll do, we'll call my function, right? Save it. And now here you can see the output is 10, 5 and 5. So if we comment these three lines, if we remove these three lines and we'll save it now. So here you can see we have the output as 10 only. So this variable x, which is declared inside a function. So why it is a local variable? Because if we try to access this variable from outside the function, it is not possible. So let's cut this line from here and let's try to paste it here. So now what we are doing is we are trying to access this variable from outside the function. Let's save it now. Let's save this program now and see there is no output in the browser because a local variable can be accessed only in that function. We can't access it from outside of the function. So this is happening because as soon as the function is executed, the variable gets destroyed, means there is no variable present in the memory now. The same thing applies to the memory. Whenever we run a JavaScript program, the whole browser is present in the RAM, or we can say in the memory. So these local variables are created only till the function is executing. Once the function is done running, the same function wipes out of the memory. Whereas the case is different for global variables. So global variables are available throughout the script. They have a global lifetime, which means that they will exist throughout the program's running. Or we can say until the tab is open. The next exciting thing about global variables is that we can access global variables from inside the function. So what we'll do, let's cut this line from here and we'll paste it here. So now what we'll do, we'll declare a variable here. Let's say we are declaring a variable where y, and the value of y will be 15. So copy this line and paste it again. Now what we'll do, we'll try to access y from inside the function. So let's save the program and see the output here is 10 and 15. 10 is the value of x and x is a local variable for function my function because we have declared x inside the function. Whereas variable y is a global variable. We have declared it outside the function and we tried to access it from inside of the function, right? So we tried to access y here and we can see the value of y is 15, which is printed on the browser. This is what global variables are. One more exciting thing I want to mention at the end of this video is if we declare any variable in JavaScript without using the where keyword. So if we try to declare a variable here, let's say we are declaring var1. Okay, we have not used any where keyword. So what we are doing is we are declaring a variable and the value of var1 is 15. So we don't need the where keyword separately when we are declaring a variable. However, some of the newer versions of web browser have some sort of issue if we try to declare a variable inside this function without using the where keyword. So let's try to access this variable. Let's declare it inside the function. Okay, what we'll do is we'll declare this variable inside the function and we'll comment this line, and what we'll do is we'll try to access it from outside the function, right? What we'll do is we'll write here var1. Save this and see. If you don't understand it, let me change the value of var1. Let's change this value to 20. Save it now and see the output here is 10 and 20. So var1 is a variable which is declared without using the where keyword, right? So we can access this variable from outside the function as well. Any variable which is declared without using where keyword is a global variable. Keep this thing in mind, guys. We came across the different types of data types present in JavaScript in the previous video, where we came across the types of primitive data types in JavaScript. We discussed number, string, and we had boolean, null and undefined, right? So these are the 5 types of primitive data types present in JavaScript. We know that strings in any programming language are used to store and manipulate textual value. A string contains a sequence of characters written inside double quotes. So let's declare a basic string here. Let's say we have a variable and we have a variable as var x, and the value of x will be a basic string. Let's say we have hi there as the value. Okay. Next thing, we'll print this on a browser. Document.write and we'll print x on a browser. So this here is a string that holds a textual value, right? Suppose we try to find the type of the variable x. So I hope you guys are aware of that. If you're not, then please go through the previous video on data types in JavaScript. Let's print this value on browser first. So here you can see it says hi there. So this is a string, and let's try to determine the type of variable x, and we'll see if it returns a string or something else. We'll do it with the help of type of operator, right? I hope you guys remember that. So let's try to use type of operator here, and here we'll use type of x. So let's save it and see. Here you can see we have a string as the type of variable x. So strings are helpful for holding data that can be represented in textual form. So let's move on to our first topic for today, and that is escape sequence in JavaScript. So if you guys ever noticed that in the previous few videos, we use a lot of HTML tags in JavaScript, right? For example, we use the heading tag so often. Like when we are using the document.write to print anything on the browser, we use heading tag quite a lot, right? So the thing to notice here is that these tags behaves as HTML tags, right? We use them inside the double inverted commas just like strings, but they still act like HTML tags. So let's understand this with the help of an example. What we'll do is we'll remove this code. We'll print a simple statement in a HTML tag we are going to use. Let's say we are using the break tag. I hope you all are aware of the break tag. So the next sentence will be so here in this example we tried to print a sentence and we are using the br tag, right? So let's print it on the browser. So we are using the break tag in between the sentences. We have hi there and we have welcome to simplecode. So we use this break tag in a string, right? So the output what we were expecting was hi there and the br should be written in string, but there's a difference in the output, right? The br tag is actually functioning as an HTML tag. So here the break tag works the same as it did for HTML. So with this we can conclude that if we try to infuse any HTML tag inside the JavaScript statement, it will act as that tag only. So let's move on and we'll look at some other types of escape characters present in JavaScript. So let's say we want to print this line. Okay, we'll edit this one only. So what we will do is we'll remove this break tag, and suppose we want to print this on a screen. So we want this on a screen and we want the welcome to be inside the double inverted comma in output as well. So if we try to run this program now, there will be nothing in the browser. Let's try to check if it gets any error. So here it says uncaught syntax error. It says missing after the argument list. So how to print this on the browser? We want to highlight the word welcome. So if we try to run this program as it is, it's not working, right? To do this type of task, we have the \escape character. To print the double quotes inside a string, we use a single backslash with a double inverted comma. The syntax is we have to use this backslash before the double inverted comma. So now if we try to print this on browser, here you can see it says hi there and welcome is written within double inverted commas, right? So that's how you can print this on a screen. Next up, if we want to use a single inverted comma, we have to use a single backslash with a single inverted comma. So just like we did here with the double inverted comma, similarly we can do it for single inverted comma as well. What we'll do is we'll copy this document.write and we'll print it here. So here what we will print is, we'll print here it's alright. Okay, so we are using here a backslash with a single inverted comma. Now we'll write a S. The output will be it's alright. So we have to use them because we need them in a program at times, right? So to avoid any confusion, one must know how to use this sequence character in JavaScript. Let's save this and see. If we try to comment this line, let me comment this to make it more easier for you to understand. Let's save it now and see. It says it's alright. You can't print it's in similar way without using the backslash escape character. Lastly, if we want to put a backslash in our string, if we want to put a backslash, we want to show it in the browser. So the syntax for that will go like, we have the document.write, right? So here we will write the character and we'll use two backslashes is called backslash. So let's try to print this. So here one thing you can note is only a single backslash is printed on the browser. The first one is used as a backslash escape character and the second one which we have used will be printed on the browser. We have a few more escape sequence present in JavaScript like the backslash and or we can say new line. We don't use them quite often. I'll let you know if we use them in future. So for now it's enough for escape sequences present in JavaScript. We discussed data type in previous videos, right? So data types in JavaScript are of two kinds. We discussed the primitive data types and the other type is non-primitive or we can say complex or composite data types, right? So an array comes under the category of composite data types or non-primitive we can say. So the basic definition of array states that an array is a collection of elements stored in contiguous memory locations. So array is a list of similar type of elements, or in JavaScript array acts a bit different from other programming languages. We can discuss it later. So let's understand the concept of arrays with the help of an example. We'll move to the programming part directly. Let's consider a scenario where we have a collection of similar types of variables. Suppose we have a list of cars. Let's create a small list here for a few different car companies. Let's say we have a variable where car1 and the value of car1 will be, let's say, Honda. Okay, and then we have another variable, let's say car2, and the value of car2 will be Kia. And finally we have a variable, let's say, where car3 and the value of car3 will be, let's say, Ford. So here we have taken three different car manufacturers. We have Honda, we have Kia and we have Ford, and we have three different variables, right? So if we want to print all three of them, what we have to do is we have to use the document.write method, right? So we have to use that document.write again and again. So we can do it for this small piece of code, right? Let's print the value of all three variables here. Let's say we are using document.write and we will print the value of all three variables. So here we have printed the value of all three variables, right? We have car1, the value was Honda, we have Honda here, we have Kia and we have Ford as well. So this task is a bit simple for this small piece of code, right? Now imagine if we have 100 values here instead of just 3 values, or maybe we can say we have 1000 values in a list. We can't follow the same procedure in that case, right? That's where arrays come into play. What we can do is we can use a single variable and we can store as many values as we want inside a single variable. By doing this, we don't have to access each and every variable separately while printing them. The data types of those values present inside the array does not matter at all. So we can save either numbers or strings or a value with any data type. We'll discuss it in a moment. Let's try to define an array here first. So the syntax for array goes like this. We have to take a variable, let's say we'll declare an array here. Let's say we are taking a variable where car, and these opening and closing square brackets represent the array. It means that it is an array if we are using them in a variable. Inside this, we can use double quotes with the value we want to insert. It will go like this. Let's suppose we have three values here, right? We'll use these three values only. We'll use Honda, Kia and Ford. So to insert these three values, we have to follow this syntax. So let's say we have the first manufacturer as Honda. The next one we have is Kia. And the last one we have is Ford, right? So we have all the three values here present inside a single variable. So we have a single variable where car, and we have all the three values. We have Honda, we have Kia and we have Ford. So we can insert as many values as we want. Like if we have a list of 100 car manufacturers, we can insert them in this array. Now let's print the output of this array. So the output will go like, we will copy document.write from here, paste it here, and the output will go like this. So we don't need this piece of code right now. So we'll comment this so that we can understand the difference between these two codes. And now let's save this program and see. Here you can see we have all the three elements of the array. We have Honda, we have Kia and we have Ford as well. So an array is a non-primitive data type or composite data type with one single name and can hold multiple values. Here the array name is car and it stores three similar values, right? Here we have three string values. We have Honda, Kia and Ford. So this array can store any number of values we want to store in that array. So what if we want to print a single value from these three values we have? We have Honda, Kia and Ford, right? So if we want to print Kia, let's suppose. So it's easy to print this on a browser. All we need to know is the index number of that value. So the index number in the case of arrays starts from 0 and goes further. So we have three values here as we can see. So the index value for these variables will be, so for Honda the index value will be 0, and for Kia the index value will be 1, and for Ford the index value will be 2. So the index value starts from 0 and goes on further. So one thing to keep in mind guys, whatever number of values an array is holding, the last index value will always be 1 less than the number of values. So as here you can see we have three values, right? So the index number of the last value will be 1 less than 3. It means the index number will be 2 because the index number starts from 0. Let's try to access the element present at index 1. So we have Kia here, right? All we have to do is we have to put square brackets here in the document.write. Here we have to put square brackets and we have to write the index value inside of these square brackets. So if we write here 1 and if we save this program now, so here you can see we have Kia only. It will print the element present at index number 1. So here in this particular case it is Kia. We can also loop through this array using the index values. Let's say we want to print each element on a separate line every time, right? So we can use the loop here. I hope you guys are aware of the for loop by now. We'll write here. So we have declared an array. So we will use the for loop here and we will print here for. We'll take a variable I and the value of I will be, initial value will be 0. And then we'll give the condition. The condition will be I less than 3 because we know there are three values only and it will go till 2 only because it's going for the index value. And the final condition will be I plus plus. So here we'll use the curly braces because this is the syntax for loop, and the I value will iterate through the array and print all the values present at indexes till the index 2. So the same thing goes for 100 elements as well. We can use the for loop to access all the 100 elements in separate lines. So guys, if we save this and here you can see, okay, it is printing Kia, Kia and Kia because we have particularly mentioned here cars present at index 1. So we have to remove 1 here and we'll save it now. So the document.write syntax will be changed a bit. We will write here I, and if we save it now, so we have all the three values here. You can see guys, the I value here will iterate through the array and print all the values present at indexes till the index 2. So the same thing goes for 100 elements as well. We can use the for loop to access all the 100 elements present in the array. We can use the same iteration concept for doing so. So guys, there's another way to represent an array in JavaScript. It goes like this. We have a, let's say we have a variable. This time we'll take the variable as fruits. So the syntax will be like new. We have to use the new keyword, and then we will use new array, and we have to give a space here, and the elements we want to store inside the array. So we'll use a apple, then we have, let's say, banana, and finally we have, let's say, mango. Okay, and we can access the elements of these array with the help of a for loop. We can use the similar for loop here. So if we copy this for loop from here and we'll paste it here, instead of cars we'll use a fruits, right? And we'll give the value as I, because we want to iterate the variable I through each index. So we have once again the index value as 0 for apple, 1 for banana, and 2 for mango. Let's comment this program as well so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Let's save this program now and see, we have the list of all the elements present at array fruits. So we have apple, we have banana, and we have mango printed on a browser. So this way of array representation or declaration is less recommended, because the other way which we discussed earlier, like when we discussed the car manufacturers, so that way is a bit easier to use. So I'll recommend that way only, because this way is a bit tricky as well. So let's move on to our next topic of discussion. So if you know guys, arrays in JavaScript work differently when compared to other programming languages like Java and C++. So arrays in JavaScript have dynamic nature, which means we can add or remove elements from an array at runtime. Just like we saw the string methods in the previous video, for arrays also we have a few methods, like if we want to add elements into an array, or if we want to delete an element from an array, we have the push and pop methods available to do such tasks. To add an element into an array, we use the push method, and the syntax for pushing elements into an array goes like, so we'll remove this piece of code and we'll use the first one only, the car manufacturer one. So if we want to push something inside the array, right, we'll write here the variable name dot, we use the push method, and we'll push whatever value we want to push. Let's say we are adding another car manufacturer. Let's say we are adding Nissan. We have to change the value here as well, because what will happen, we have used the condition I less than 3. So it will check for indexes till index 2 only. It won't check for index 3. So if we write here I less than 4, it will check for Nissan now. Let's save this and see, a new value is pushed into the array, which is Nissan. So let's move on and discuss the pop method. So the pop method in array removes the last present element from the array. If we use this pop method here, it will remove Nissan in this case. So now you can see we have 4 car manufacturers present in a array. So if we use the pop option now, if we use car.pop and let's run this program and see, it says undefined. This is happening because, as you can see, we have pushed the value Nissan into our array. So an address in the memory location was reserved for that particular element. Now if we pop out that particular element, so if we try to use cars.pop once again, let's save it now and see, it removed the element Ford as well. So let's try to push one more value in this particular scenario. Let's say we are pushing a value as Hyundai, and now Let's run this. So you can see here it have inserted Hyundai in place of Ford because we have used the pop method to put Ford out of our array. So I hope you guys understood this. So these are the different methods for arrays in JavaScript which are already predefined to do some specific task. Like this sort method, if we write here car dot, so here are all the methods, here are all the array methods present in JavaScript. So if we use this sort method, what it will do, it will sort the array in ascending order. The array.length property, so just like we had the length property in strings, so we have the property in arrays as well. The array.length property is used to find the length of the array. So if we use it in the for loop in place of this I less than 4, so here you can see we have used I less than 4. Now if we write here array.length, so if we write here car.length, so now we don't have to change this value again and again. So if we are inserting any value or if we are removing any value from this for loop, so if we are removing any value from this array, so we don't have to write here 3 or we don't have to change it to 4 every time we insert an element. We don't have to change that value basically. What will happen? It will check for the length of the array. So the length here is, let's say we have the length here 3, right? So it will check for the length and it will be 1 less than the length of the array. So if we run this program now, it will work fine. I hope you guys understood the concept of array methods present in JavaScript. The other main difference array has in JavaScript, which makes it different from C++ or Java, is we can add elements with other data types in JavaScript. We try to use the push method to insert a numeric value here in this cars array. So we will push another value. Let's say we are pushing car.push and this time we will push a numeric value. Let's say we are pushing here 20. So let's save it. And here you can see the value 20 is inserted inside the array car. So we can use any data type inside an array in JavaScript. Objects are the most powerful and the most used data types in JavaScript. So far, we have seen that we can use a single variable to store a value. The value can be a string or a number or any other type of variable. After that, we have seen arrays in which we can store multiple values, like we can store lists in arrays. So let's take a scenario here and let's say we have a piece of code. We are taking a variable, let's say where car manufacturer, and the value of this car manufacturer will be Audi, a string, right? Next up we have another variable. Let's say we have a variable car model and the value of this will be, let's say car from Audi is Q7. Then we have another variable, let's say where price of this car, and the price will be, let's say 50,000 US dollars. Alright, next up we have a function. Let's say we are using a function that is all-wheel drive. So we are having a function all-wheel drive, the opening and closing curly braces for the body of the function, and inside this all-wheel drive function we are using document.write, and here what we will write, we'll write, let's suppose this car comes with quattro all-wheel drive. Quattro, I hope you guys are aware of this word quattro. It means that four-wheel drive. Next up we will call this all-wheel drive function here. So here's the data about a particular car from a particular brand Audi, right? So the car model is Q7 and the price of this car is 50,000 US dollars. So these are the three different things we are storing for a car of a particular brand. Next up we have a function which states the capability of the car. The function here is the all-wheel drive, which means that this car comes with four-wheel drive instead of general front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. So this function is the behavior of the car, right? It shows that the car is four-wheel drive. Things are pretty sorted here, right? We have the data about the car and a function associated with it. So let's save this and we can see the output here. The car comes with quattro all-wheel drive. So this is a basic piece of code, right? We have been through functions, we know how to use functions, we know how to call them, so that's quite easy for now, right? The problem occurs when we have a list of cars. Let's say that we have to maintain 100 different cars with all the data of car manufacturer, we have car model, price, and then we have different behaviors for different cars. Not all cars have the all-wheel drive property. So what we will do in such a case, where we have to use the same property again and again for 100 different cars or 100 different entities, we can copy paste this same piece of code repeatedly, and we have to change the value every time we copy paste it. So we have to change the variable name, the car manufacturer, the car model, and the price as well. Imagine we are doing this for a list of cars. Then it goes on and on. So this is the most inefficient way of tackling this problem, right? This is where the concept of objects come into play. These objects help us to bundle all these properties and attributes about one particular entity. If we talk about this particular example of a car, we can put all these properties and many other properties like car weight, we have car color, and so on together under one name and make it an object. Let's move on to the syntax for objects in JavaScript. We'll do it for this same program. We'll use objects. Now let's go ahead and have a look at the syntax for objects. So before we start, there are few ways in which we can create objects in JavaScript. We are going to discuss two different ways of doing so. The first one is the literal way, also known as the literal object way. So the syntax for literal object way goes like this. Let's say we are declaring a variable var car and curly braces. So these curly braces represent that this car variable is actually an object. Inside this, we will define all the car's properties, that is whatever data we want to store about the car, like car manufacturer, car model, and price in this particular scenario. So let's use them here. So we have car manufacturer, and the car manufacturer is Audi, right? Next up we have car model. Car model is Q7. Finally we have the price, which is $50,000. So you can identify the difference here inside the object, right? When we declare a variable, we usually use the equals to sign for assignment, but here in objects we use the colon, and we are using commas here because we have some more properties. So these three are the properties. For this object car, we have three properties associated with it. We can also add this all-wheel drive function inside the object, and when we use this function inside the object, it will be called a method. Whenever we use a function inside a class or an object, so it is known as a method. Keep this thing in mind, guys. So that syntax is also a bit different when it comes to methods inside an object. The syntax for that will be, we have to write here all-wheel drive, and we'll use the colon. Then it is a function, so we'll write here function with opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. So what we want to write here is, we want this function to return the value, right? We want this function to return this value. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. So we want this function to return this value. So we'll write here return instead of document.write. Now this function will return this string that this car comes with a quattro all-wheel drive. So if you want to change this string a little bit, you can change, because we have already used this string in the previous program we did. So let's suppose we'll write here four-wheel drive. Now this will be easier for you to understand this. So this is what an object looks like. Our object is entirely ready. What we did here is we bundled all these things and coupled them. We bundled all these things. We bundled all the three variables. We bundled this function. We bundled all of them together inside a single variable. And now this particular variable car is an object. Now if we want to access these properties of the object, like car manufacturer, car model, etc., whatever properties we have here, so what we have to do is we have to use document.write. So it is quite simple. So after this object, we'll write here document dot write. And to access this object, what we have to do is we have to use the object name with the dot operator and the property name. So if we want to, let's suppose we'll use here car dot, and the property name will be car underscore manufacturer. So here is the syntax. The syntax is quite easy. You can see here we have used the car object with the dot operator, and then we have the property name, whatever property we want to access. So let's save this program now and see. Here it says Audi. By using this dot operator, we can access any property of the car. Not just a property, we can access the method as well. So if we want to access the method, like if we want to access this all-wheel drive function, we can do it simply by writing here car dot, and we'll write here, instead of this we'll write here all-wheel drive, and we are good to go. So if we save this now, so here you can see it says this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So it is quite easy to access these properties of an object. So we can do it by using this. Now suppose we call this function normally with the document.write inside the function in place of return. So if we write here document.write, it's normal, like how we normally call a function. So if we write here document.write inside this function, and we can call this function by the normal method. Like if you are calling this function from outside, what we'll do, we'll write here car dot and the function name. So if we save this now, here you can see the string is printed on the browser. This car comes with 4-wheel drive, and you can see here we didn't use any h1 tag or h2 tag, so you can spot the difference, right? So that's how you can call a method of an object from outside. This is the normal way. So now you guys might be wondering, what if we want to add more cars into this? We can copy paste it again to do so and change the value of properties again. It is the same thing we can do with the variables. So this is where the following way of creating objects come into the picture, in which we use something different known as object constructor. That's a bit different from other object-oriented programming languages. So don't worry if you don't know about it. Also, in the newer versions, JavaScript supports the concept of classes and objects. So what we used to say earlier is JavaScript is an object-oriented scripting language because it does not support the concept of classes and objects fully. But now the scenario has changed. JavaScript do support the concept of classes and objects, but we'll keep it a bit simple. So let's comment this code as well, and we'll use this code for reference. So we'll comment this, that's why we are not removing it, but we can remove this piece of code. So let's remove it, and let's move on to use a second way of creating an object. Now we will create multiple objects using a single template, which is known as a constructor function. Let's have a look at the syntax for this method. So we'll write the function keyword, and we have named this function as cars, and in parentheses we will provide the properties as parameters. So these are the properties. We have car manufacturer, we have car model, and we have car price. So these are the properties which we used in the previous code as well. So here we have also used these properties, so we'll keep it that way only. Now inside a function, these parameters are known as arguments. So if we talk about the naming convention, so these parameters are known as arguments. So let's move on to the body of the function, and inside the body we will use this keyword here. This keyword refers to the object it belongs to. So here in this program, this will refer to the object basically. So what we are doing here is, whenever we are creating any object using this constructor function, we will pass specific values like the car manufacturer, car model, and the price, all of these values. So all these values will be present at the RHS. So let me write this first. Let's say we are using this dot and the property name car manufacturer. We'll write here car manufacturer. So all these values will be present at the RHS, and the actual property of the object will be this dot car manufacturer. So this is the actual property of this method. You will understand it much better when we create the object. For now, let's mention here the other two properties and method as well. So let's use the other two properties, which were this dot car model, and we'll write here car model. The last one was this dot price. We'll write here price. Let's add the method here as well inside the constructor function. We'll use this keyword again to add the method. The syntax will go like this. We'll use this dot all-wheel drive, and this is a function. So we'll write here function with the opening and closing round brackets, and then we have the body of the function. Inside the body of this function we will write whatever we have written in the previous program. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Right, so this is a complete constructor function. Now using this constructor function we can create multiple objects of this car type. So this constructor function works like a template, or like the classes work in other languages like C++ and Java. So let's create an object here. So we'll create a variable here. Let's say we are creating a variable C1. Now we'll use the new keyword and along with the constructor function. So we'll use here cars and we'll pass the values for all the three properties. So here you can say we have the car manufacturer as Audi, and next up we have the model as Q7 and the price as 50,000. Okay, so we have created a variable, we have passed the values for the properties, and now if we want to access this function, if we want to access this all-wheel drive function, we can access this as well. We have to write here c1 dot all-wheel drive, and this is how you can call a function. If we save this program, see here it says this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So if you change anything here, let's suppose we are using here h2 tag. If we save this program now, see you can see the change here. So we are calling this function here and this will be printed on the browser. So this string will be printed on the browser. Let's create another variable here. Let's say we are using var c2, and the syntax will be same for this as well. We'll write here new cars and we'll pass the values here. So let's say we are using BMW, and next up we have the model as X7, and the price of this car is, let's say, 40,000. Okay, 40,000 USD. So if we want to access any particular property of any object, like if we want to access the car model or if we want to access the car manufacturer, so we can do it the same way as we did previously, as we did in the literal object way. So to do so, we have to write here document.write, and it was quite simple. So we have to write here the object name dot and whatever we want to print. Let's say we are printing here car model. So if we save this now, you can see here X7 is printed on the browser because X7 is the value of object C2. And let's suppose if we want to print here car manufacturer, save it, and see here you can see we have BMW as the output on a browser. Similarly, we can access the price as well. Let's save it now and see here it says 40,000. So this is how we can create multiple objects in JavaScript. We'll continue with the previous program we made. So today we will use the literal object way because this method of creating objects is a bit easier than the other one we discussed, which was the constructor function method. So here we created the car object, which has three properties: car manufacturer, car model, and the price of the car. We have a method here as all-wheel drive. When we use this method here, we use this method with the dot operator and we call that function, we call that method with the help of the object. So the output was this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So this was something we did in the previous video. If we talk about objects in JavaScript, a lot of things we know about in JavaScript are basically objects, like the Boolean values, numbers, strings, and a few more. So many of these things can be objects if we define them with the new keyword. Basically, any of the data type other than the null and undefined can be converted to objects, or they have their equivalent object forms if we define them with the new keyword. So we have a few predefined objects as well. We have the math object, the date object, and the regular expression are also considered objects in JavaScript. A lot of things are objects in JavaScript. We'll use objects in DOM manipulation, which we will go through in further videos. So that's why it is pretty essential to understand the whole concept of objects, right? So next up, let's look at how we can use different data types as objects in JavaScript. So the syntax for using the basic data types as objects in JavaScript goes like this. We'll declare a variable first. We have a variable str1, and next up we'll write here the new keyword and the data type. So string is our data type which we will be using as objects for now. So this is the complete syntax of how to use a data type as an object in JavaScript. If we'll write here str1 and we'll use the dot operator, so here we can see we have the object methods as well, right? So I hope you guys are aware of the methods present in JavaScript. Like we had the string and array methods, right? We have methods for object as well, like the index of method. We have seen the use of index of method when we went through the string methods in JavaScript. So similarly, we have the font color and the length property for object as well. So length here is the property, and other which we can see are the methods for objects in JavaScript. So here this str1 becomes the object by default when we use the new keyword with the string while declaring. So there are few ways to determine if a variable is an object or a primary data type. So the easiest way to do so is to use the type of operator. So let's use it here and check the type of variable str1. We'll write here document.write and we'll print the type of this variable. So we'll use the type of operator and the type of variable str1. So let me put it inside the h1 tag. So here we have written our type of operator. So let's print this value on the browser. If we save it, see here you can see it says object. If we write a string here in place of this new string, so if we write here any string, let's suppose we are using a string here. Let's say we are using hello. Okay, let's save it now, and here you can see the type of this variable str1 changed from object to string. So this is the difference between a primitive data type. It was a string earlier, but when we use it with the new keyword along with the string, and this is the basic syntax of how to define a primitive data type as an object. So if we save it now, here you can see it is converted to object. Similarly, we can use the other basic data types as well, and the other predefined objects we talked about, like the date object and the math object, we'll go through each of them in separate videos. So moving on, let's go back to our car object. After we declared the whole object, we defined all the three properties and the method also. Somewhere in the program, we realized that we had missed a particular property, and we realized it after we have written 150 lines of code after this car object. So here you can say we have written here 150 line of code. So I'm not writing 150 lines, but let's do it this way. So we realized it after 150 lines. In JavaScript, we can add a particular property to an object outside the definition also. We can add a property to an object anywhere in a program. The syntax for that goes like this. We'll write the object name with the property name along with the dot operator. So we'll write here one more property. Let's say we are using car color, and the value of this property will be, let's say, black, right? What this line will do is it will add one more property inside this existing car object. So initially we had three properties. Now this line will add one more property to this car object. We are using the same name, that is the object's name having three properties over here. We are using the same object name here. You can see here the object name is car, and here we have also used the car object name. Now we have added one more property to this object car. We can check it. Let's print it out on the browser. So what we will do, we'll write here document dot write. So here you can see we have used the document.write method to print this car color on our browser. So we have used here car.carColor. Let's save this program now and see. Here you can see the output is black. So this is the property of the object car now. And if we comment this line, let's say if we are commenting this line, let's save this now and see. Here you can see it says undefined. We can add more properties similarly. Like if we want to add another property here, we can go like car dot and the property name, whatever property we want to add. Let's say we want to add fuel type. So it can be a petrol car or a diesel car or an electric car. It doesn't matter. So we can add properties as well. In fact, we can add methods as well. So the syntax to add method goes like, we can add a method here. We'll see it will go like car dot. Let's say we are adding a new function. Let's say we are adding the function new fun equals to, and here we will write function. So the body of the function. Now whatever we want to write inside the function, let's say this function return function successfully added. So if we try to call this function from outside, we can do it. So let's try to check out the output for this function. Let's say we want to access this particular function. So save it now, and here you can see it says function successfully added. So the new method we added is the new fun, and we added this method to our pre-existing object, which was the car object. So I hope you guys are aware of how to add a new property or a new method to an existing object by now. What if we want to delete a particular object? So it's pretty easy to do so in JavaScript. We can use the delete keyword, object name and the property name after the dot operator. Let's suppose we want to delete car model here. We want to delete this particular property of the object car. So what we'll do, we'll delete this car model. So the syntax for it is quite simple. So we'll remove this for now and we'll delete a property. Let's say we are using the delete keyword with the object name dot method name or the property name. So we'll delete here car model, right? Let's save it now. So this particular line will delete the car model attribute of this car object. Let's check it out and we will print here the car model. So we'll write here car underscore model and save it now. So here you can see it says undefined, and if we try to comment this line, and now if we try to save this program, so here you can see the car model is Q7. So this is how we can delete a particular property or a particular method from an object. One more thing before we wrap up this video is, as we all know, JavaScript is a loosely typed language, right? So we can change the data type of these properties on the fly. Now we will change the data type of this property. We had the price property, right? So we'll change the data type of this particular property now. We know that the value of the price property is a number. Let's change this number to a string data type. What we have to do is we have to write, so we have to write here car dot price and update the value here. Let's say we are using 70,000 and we have to put here semicolon. It's the same thing we do to update the value of a particular variable, right? So if we try to print the value of price now, we'll get the output as 70,000. Let's try to print it on the browser. So we'll cut it from here, we'll paste it here and we will print car price. Save it now. See, here you can see it says 70,000. If we want to check the type of this property, what we can do is we can use the type of operator. So we'll use the type of operator. So this is the syntax of how we can use the type of operator. Let's save this now and see, here it says string. Earlier it was a number, but now it is a string. So all these things can be done dynamically in a program wherever we want to do them. So that's the benefit of having objects in JavaScript. In JavaScript, we can use constructor in two different ways. We will be discussing both of them. The first one we will discuss is the object constructor method, and the other way of doing so is by using the constructor function. We have already discussed the constructor function in the previous video wherein we took the example of a car. But we'll go through it once again so that there will be no confusion between all the methods of creating an object in JavaScript. So let's move ahead and we'll go through the object constructor method now. So the syntax for creating an empty object using the object constructor method goes like this. We'll write the var keyword followed by the object name. Then we have the equals to sign, and the equals to sign is followed by the new keyword and object with a capital O. So this is the syntax of creating an empty object by using the object constructor method. So you guys have to remember this syntax and it will remain the same every time we use the object constructor method. So this object here, so this object is the constructor. What this will do is it will create an instance for this object and assign it to the object name. So whatever object we are creating here, it will assign it to this object through which we can write and access other properties of the object. So let's move on and we'll create an object first. Let's say we are creating the same program we did in the previous tutorial wherein we printed the area and the perimeter of a rectangle. So we'll use the same program so that there will be no confusion. Let's move ahead and create an empty object now. So the syntax will be like, we'll write the object name as, let's say, rect2, and then we have the new keyword along with the object and opening and closing round brackets. So this is our empty object. So this statement is the same as, like if you remember in the last video when we created an object using the object literal method. So we created it like, we wrote var keyword along with the object name, and then we have a pair of curly braces. So both these statements are same. What we did is we created an empty object in both the cases. So after creating an empty object, the next thing we'll do is we'll add properties and behaviors to that object. So let's move on and we'll add two properties which are length and the width of a rectangle, and then we'll add methods as well. So how to add properties to an object? We'll write here the object name dot property name. So the object name here is rect2 and the property name will be length equals to the value of length will be, let's say, 5, and the second property we have is the width, and we'll write here rect2 dot width and the value for this will be, let's say, 10. So we are done with the properties here. Next up we'll add the methods as well. So let's add the two methods as well in this object. Our two methods are the getArea and the getPerimeter method. The syntax for adding methods to an object goes like this. We are adding a method getArea, right? So we'll write here the object name dot method name. So let's say our method name is getArea followed by an equals to sign, and we'll write here function and then the body of the method. So this getArea method will return the area of a rectangle, right? So we'll use this keyword again as we did in the last video. By now I hope you guys are aware of this keyword. So we'll write here return this dot length into this dot width. So this method will return the area of a rectangle. Next up we have another method which is, we'll write here rect2 dot get perimeter for printing the perimeter of a rectangle. So we'll again write here function and then we have the body of the function. So this method will return the perimeter. So the perimeter of rectangle goes like 2 into length plus 2 into width. So here we are done with the object. Next up we'll print these values on the browser. So we'll use the same code for printing which we used in the previous video. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. So what we have to change here is we have to change the name of our object. So we'll write here rect2 in place of rect1 and we are good to go. Let's save this. So here you can see we have made a mistake here. So you can see that it is not printing the parameter of a rectangle, right? So the mistake here is we forgot to mention the this keyword here. So we'll write here this dot length and this dot width. So let's save this now and see, we have the length, width, area and parameter of the rectangle. So the area is 10 into 5, which is 50, and the parameter is 2 into 10 plus 2 into 5. So 20 plus 10 equals to 30. So we have the parameter here as well. And if you guys remember, we had the same output in the previous video as well. So the difference between the object constructor method and the object literal method is almost negligible, right? The main difference is at the initial part of the code. So the main difference lies here. The syntax is bit different. In the object literal method, we used curly braces, and in the object constructor method we use the parenthesis. Of course there are some more minor differences, but the code looks almost the same in the end. So the advantage of the literal object method over the object constructor method is it is easy to use syntax wise. Also it executes faster than this method because we define all the properties and methods at a single place while defining the object, right? So this is the difference between the object literal method and the object constructor method. So we'll comment this program now and let's move ahead and discuss another way of creating an object, which is the constructor function method. This way of creating an object is a bit different from the other two ways which we discussed till now. It is used when we work with multiple instances of an object. It works like we have a template and we can access that template using multiple objects. So if we want to make more than one object and we don't want to write the code again and again for each object, we can use this method when we have more than one object. If you guys remember, like in the previous video where we took the example of a car, we created an object car and then we created multiple instances wherein we use those instances for different car manufacturers. Let's take a look at this method first and then we'll discuss the advantages of using this method as well. So as the name suggests, the method starts with function and then we'll write the name of the function. Let's say we have rect, and then inside the opening and closing round brackets we'll pass the properties as parameters. So let's take a look. We'll write here length comma width. So we have these two properties only, and then we have the body of the function. So inside the function's body we'll write the properties and we'll use this keyword here. What we'll do is we'll use this dot property name equals to property name. So we'll write here this dot length equals to length. So this is the syntax for adding any property to a function. What we just did is whenever we are going to create an object using this constructor function method, we'll pass certain values. We'll pass the length and the width, right? So all these values will be present at the RHS. So all these values will be present here, and this dot length will be the actual property of the object. So let's move ahead and add the second property as well. We'll write here this dot width equals to width. So we had two methods as well, right? Let's add them here inside the constructor function. We'll use this keyword again. We'll write here this dot get area and we'll write here function with opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. So this method will again return the area of a rectangle. So we'll write here return length into width. So there's a difference in these two methods. So here we use the this keyword here, and in the previous method we used the this keyword inside the method, right? So there's a difference in these two methods. So now what we'll do, we'll add another method. So the next method is this dot get parameter, and the syntax will be the same. We'll write here function, then the body of the function. So we'll write return 2 into length plus 2 into width. So here we are done with the constructor function. Now all we have to do is we have to create an object and we'll pass the parameters as well. So let's say we are creating an object here. For that we have to write here where and the object name. So let's say the object name is R1, and after the equals to we have to write the new keyword and the name of the function. So we'll write here rect3 and we'll pass the parameters. So let's say the parameters are 5 and 10 because we used these parameters in other two videos as well. So we'll write here 5 and 10. Let's suppose we want to print the area and parameter. So here we are done with the printing part. So what we are printing is we are printing the area of the rectangle and the perimeter of the rectangle. So we have called these two methods using the object name. So we have written here r1.getArea and r1.getPerimeter. Similarly, if we want to print the length and width, we can do that as well. What we have to do is we have to write document.write, and let's say we are printing them simply. We'll write here r1.length, and then we'll copy this. We'll write here width. So here we are done with the total process, and now we'll save this program and see we have the values here. The value of length is 5 because we have passed the parameter as 5, and then we have the value of width which is 10, and this is also because of the parameter. Then we have the area of rectangle which is 10 into 5, so it is 50, and then we have the perimeter as 30. So the advantage of using this method is we can create more objects. If we want to add one more object here, let's say we are using where r2 and we want to print, let's say the parameters are different here. Let's say we are giving as 4 and 10, or let's say we are giving in 4 and 8. So what we have to do is we have to copy all this and we have to change the value here, as instead of r1 we'll use r2. Here again we'll use r2, and then we have to update the value of r2 here, and we are good to go now. So let's save this program and see we have the values for other object as well. So here we have 4 as length, and then we have 8 as width, and the area is 8 into 4 which is 32, and the parameter is 2 into 8 which is 16, and 2 into 4 which is 8. So 16 plus 8 is 24. Till now we came across several different ways of creating an object in JavaScript, right? We can create an object using the object literal method, or we can do it with the help of the constructor function. So by now, I hope you guys are aware of how to create an object and how to add properties and methods to an object. Like, we can create methods that perform several specific tasks. If we talk about a method in particular, if you guys remember in the previous video, we created a program for the area and the parameter of a rectangle. So in that program, we created a method getArea, which returns the area of the rectangle, right? So we had to call that method, and we can sit back and relax because we know that it will print the area of the rectangle, right? So let's move ahead, and today we will discuss a completely new topic, which is prototypes in JavaScript. So for this video, we are going to use console for printing. That's because it will be easy for you guys to understand the concept of prototypes if we use the console instead of using our normal document.write method. So let me do one thing, guys. We'll print a statement on the console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print, let's say, welcome to SimplyCode. So let's save this, and if we open console here in our browser, we have to go to inspect and then we have to go to console, and here you can see we have welcome to SimplyCode written over here. So in the last video, we talked about creating an object with the help of object literal method, right? So let's suppose we are creating an object here with the help of same object literal method. So what we have to do, we have to create an empty object first. So let's say our object name is ABC, and we'll use the curly braces here. So what we have to do is we have to pass the properties here. So let's suppose our properties are name, and the value of name, let's say, Kaushal, followed by a comma, and then we have, let's say, subject. Value of subject will be, let's say, JavaScript, and then finally we have the address. So let's say the value of address is Bangalore, right? This is a basic object we made, right? If we write here console.log abc, so if we want to print this object on the console, so what we'll do here, we'll write console.log and then we'll use abc. So let's save this now, and here you can see on the console that we have our object here. So we have our object with all the three properties. We have address as Bangalore, we have name as Kaushal, and subject as JavaScript. So if you guys look here carefully, you will notice that we have one more entity here, that is we have underscore underscore proto. So what is this underscore underscore proto? So alright, we mentioned all the other three properties in our object, but we didn't do anything for this underscore underscore proto. So let's discuss this now. Let's take a scenario wherein someone told us to create a website. Like let's suppose we have to make a travel website through which people can book their travel destinations. Now, do we have to start creating the website from scratch? No, that's because we have some of the necessary conditions already fulfilled. Like we have Chrome, we already have Bootstrap for styling and all, and we can use Bootstrap to design a website, right? So we have certain things already present and we have to work over them to create our website. Similarly, prototype refers to the destination from where we started to create an object. Like we have methods for arrays, we have objects and strings as well. So all these methods are being inherited from somewhere. So whenever we create an object using the object literal method, then it will start creating the object from the object.prototype. So if we click here on the underscore underscore proto, we have access to a list of methods already present within the object.prototype. So, and all of them are predefined. We can use any of them. We didn't define them. They are already present. We defined only these three properties. Like we defined address, name and subject only. In simple words, all JavaScript objects inherits properties and methods from a prototype. Date objects inherit from date.prototype. And similarly, when we use array objects, they inherit from array.prototype. So the object.prototype is on the top of the prototype inheritance chain. So date objects, array objects and person objects, all these objects inherit their properties from object.prototype. So moving on now, let's create another object. So we talked about the object literal method. So here we don't have too much to do. So let's move ahead and we'll create another object. This time we'll create it with the help of a constructor function. So let's create a function here first. Let's say we have a function named as function xyz. So then we have the parameters as name, and then we'll take all these three properties. We'll take name, subject and let's say address. So then we have the body of the function inside which we'll use this keyword. We'll write here this dot name equals to name. Similarly, this dot address equals to address. And finally we have this dot subject equals to subject. So we'll create an instance now. Let's say we are creating an object. Let's say our object name is where x1, and we'll write here new, and then we'll write xyz and we'll pass the values. So let's say the name is Kaushal and we have subject as, let's change the subject, we'll write here Java, and we finally have the address. Let's say the address is Earth. Okay, so the values are different from the previous example we took. What we'll do now, we'll write here console.log and we'll print x1 now. So we are done creating our object, and here we have a constructor function named xyz, and then we have few properties which are the same as we used in the previous example. So then we have an object named x1 which holds the values for all three properties, and lastly we printed the object on the console. So let's save it now, and we can see here in console we have the object with all the properties. There's almost no difference here from the object literal method, right? But when we click here on the proto, here we can encounter the difference now. You can see here we have one more entity here named as the constructor. So this constructor here has its own prototype. So this constructor here has its own prototype. If we use a constructor in a program, it always has its own prototype. This might seem a bit difficult to you guys, but don't worry, it will be apparent to you guys once we move on to the usage and modifications of prototype. So here we are with the two examples. In the first one, we created an object with the help of object literal method. There we saw that it has only a single prototype. That is the object prototype. Later, when we moved on to the constructor function method, we realized that there are two different prototypes present. One is the prototype which is available every time. That is the object.prototype, and the other one is the constructor's own prototype. It might sound a little hard to you guys, but prototype is nothing but it refers to the point from where it all started, from where we have inherited all the properties. So we can make changes to the prototype of our own object. Like if we want to add something to our prototype, we can do it. We have a method for that in JavaScript. We'll do it later in this video. We can't make changes to the object prototype. Remember this thing, guys. I'll suggest you not to edit the object.prototype because it's not a good practice to make changes in that. If we want to edit any prototype, then we have to make sure that we are making changes in our own prototype that we made with the help of constructors. The prototype made by us is also inherited from the object.prototype. If we want to make another prototype here, we can do it. Like if we are going to add utility functions to our program, but at the same time, we don't want to do anything with the properties of our constructor function, we can make another prototype for that. We can create a prototype for separate method. So if we want to add a method in this constructor function, we can do it. We can add it separately with the help of prototypes. So for that, we have to follow a syntax, a particular syntax. We can do it this way, like we have to write here xyz dot prototype, and then we have to write the method name. Let's say we are writing here get name. Fine. We'll write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So let's suppose this method returns the name. So we'll write here return this dot name. So if we try to run this program now, we can see there's no difference from the previous one. But if we check the prototypes now, so here you can see we have another prototype named as get name. So this is how we can edit the prototype of our object. Now if we try to access this get name method with the help of x1 object, so we can do it. So let's try to do it on console. We'll write here x1 dot get name, and see, here we have the output as caution. Similarly, let's create one more prototype here to remove any sort of confusion. So what we'll do, we'll create another prototype. So let's say we are creating a prototype for address now. So what we'll do, we'll write here xyz dot prototype dot get address. So it will be a method. So we'll write here function. We don't have to pass any parameters here. So let's suppose it returns the value of address. So we'll write here this dot address, and we are good to go. So let's save it now. And if we go to underscore proto, we can see we have one more prototype here named as get address. So what we have to do now is we'll make another object. Let's say we are copying this from here. We'll paste it here. So let's change the values. Let's say we write here Mars, and then we have, let's change the subject basically because we are looking for the subject. So let's change this value as well. Let's say we have here simply code, and we'll change the name of the object. Let's say we have x2 now. Save it, and if we write here x2 dot, let's say get name. So here you can see the output as simply code. Similarly, if we write here instead of get name, we write here get address. So here you can see the output as Mars because the value we passed while creating the object is Mars here. So we can access this value directly using the prototype method. So if we use the object constructor function, if you guys remember, we cannot add a new property to an existing object. For example, if we try to add a property here, let's say if we try to add a property to this existing function, what we can write here is xyz dot grades. Let's say the grade is A. So if we save this now, here you can see there's nothing changed here. So we don't have any change in the prototypes, or we don't have any changes in the properties as well. So we simply can't add a property to an existing function like this, but we have a method for this also. So to add a new property to a constructor, we must add it to the constructor function, or we can use the prototype property here as well. So the JavaScript prototype property allows us to add new properties to a object constructor. Just like we added the methods to our constructor function previously, similarly we can add properties as well. So we have to write here, so we'll remove this line. We have to write here xyz dot prototype, and then we have to write the property name here. Let's say we are writing here grades, and then we'll pass the value. Let's say the grade is A. So if we save this now, and if we go back here and if we check the underscore proto, so here you can see we have a property here named as grades, and the value is A. So if we try to print x1 dot grade in our console, so the output will be A. So let's try to do it here. We'll write here x2 dot grades, and here you can see the value is A here. So we can add a property to an existing constructor function with the help of prototype methods. So this is the basic usage of prototypes in JavaScript. We can use prototypes to add a property or a method to an already existing constructor function. So guys, inheritance is an essential concept in any object-oriented programming language. Inheritance refers to the procedure through which one class or one constructor inherits the properties and methods of another constructor. In simple terms, let's suppose we have a constructor named as vehicle, and we know we have different types of vehicles present, like we have cars and we have bikes as well. So all these types share a few things in common, right? And now if we want to create a constructor, let's say we want to create a constructor bike, and we want it to have a few of the same properties and methods as of the vehicles constructor. So in that case, we are left with two options. Either we can copy the properties from vehicle constructor and paste them inside the bike constructor, or we can simply use inheritance to inherit those properties from the vehicle constructor to the bike constructor. In this case, the vehicle class will be known as a base class, and the bike constructor or class will be known as the derived constructor, because we derived a few properties from the vehicle constructor, right? Don't worry guys, I know the concept of classes might be new for you, and the concept of inheritance might seem a bit different from other languages. Like if you are coming from a C++ background, you may notice that there we use classes for the concept of inheritance. But in JavaScript, before the introduction of ES6, that is ECMAScript 6, the concept of inheritance was based on constructors and prototypes. So with the introduction of ECMAScript 6, the idea of classes was also introduced in JavaScript, and the usage of inheritance was also changed. We will discuss classes and inheritance in the next video. Today we are going to discuss the traditional way of using prototypes for inheritance. So don't be stressed guys if you are not clear with the syntax of inheritance by the end of this video. In the next video you will understand the concept and syntax of inheritance without any confusion. So we'll now talk about a few things. So let's start with the programming part. So guys, whenever we create an object with a method, like we can create an object with the help of object literal method, or we can do the same with the help of constructor function method as well, right? Then we have a prototype every time. You might have noticed it. We have been through it in the past few videos. So every time we create an object, we notice that it has a prototype. Now what we will do here is we'll create a prototype. So the syntax will be like, so we'll write here const. We are using const in place of variable. I hope you guys are aware of const, var and let keywords. So today we are using here const. So let's say the prototype name is employee. We'll write here equals to, and then we have the body of the prototype. Let's do one thing. Now we'll use a method. Let's say the method name is post of the employee, and we'll write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So let's say this function returns a string. So we'll write here return, and let's say the function returns a software developer. And then we have another function named as change name, and we'll write here function, will pass a parameter, and then we have the body of this method. So we'll write here this dot name is equal to name, and we are good to go, right? So what we did here is we created a prototype of the name employee, and it has two functions. One is the employee's post, and the other one is to change the name. So let's save this program and check it in the console if it has any errors. So let's save it now, and we'll go here and check on the console. So here you can see everything is fine. So till now we created a prototype. Now let's create an object as well. So what we'll do, we'll create an object here. We'll write here, let's say var, and let's say the object name is even. So we'll create an object with the help of object.create method. Okay, so we have to write here dot. So we have to pass the prototype name. So we'll write here employee, and then what we'll do, we'll print this on a console. So we'll write here console.log, and we'll write here even, let's say. So we created an object even with the help of object.create method. Let's save it and check it on the console. If we see here, we don't have anything else other than a single prototype, right? We have a single prototype here. We have no method mentioned. So if we open it, we have the two methods, of course. We have post and we have change name. But if we write here, let's say we are writing here even.name, and the value of name will be, let's say, Kaushal. And then we'll assign a role as well. Let's say these are the two new properties. We'll write here even.role, and let's say the role of Kaushal is writer. Fine. And if we save it and check it again on the console, now what we did is we changed the name and role, right? So these are the two properties. We have both name as Kaushal and role as writer. Now let's see if we can use the methods here as well. So we'll write here, let's say we are using the method even.changeName. What we'll do here is we'll change the name from Kaushal to something else. Let's say we are going to change the name as Ram. So if we save this now, so here you can see the name is changed to Ram. Initially the name was Kaushal, and when we use the change name method, now you can see here the name is changed to Ram. So this means that the methods we defined inside the prototype are working, right? Now let's say we want to create another object here. We created an object even till now. We assigned some properties to it, and we changed the name and printed it on the console. Now let me tell you guys an alternate way to do so. So what we'll do is we'll copy this line from here, because the syntax of that method also looks a bit same. So the syntax will remain the same till here. So we'll paste it here. What we'll do next is we'll pass a few arguments here. So let's pass the arguments first, then I'll explain it to you guys. So what we are going to do is we are going to use curly braces for arguments, and we are going to write here, let's say name, and the value of name will be, we are going to write here value, and we'll pass the value as, let's say, Kaushal 2, right? So we'll use a comma here, then we'll use role, and we'll pass the value of role as well. So let's say the value of role is programmer now, right? Put a comma here. Now I know the syntax is a bit complicated, but this is the reason why classes were introduced in ES6. So this is the reason we'll be using classes in future, but going through this syntax will make the next one easier for you guys. So we have created an object here with the object.create method, and we passed few arguments here. So we have name, and the value of name we want it to be Kaushal 2, and the value of role we want it to be programmer. So if we copy this from here, or let's say if we copy these two lines from here, if we cut these two lines from here and we'll paste it here, So if you see here, we have two objects of the same name. We have where even, and here also we have where even. Now both these syntaxes are doing the same thing, that is creating an object of the same name. Suppose if we comment this first object, let's say we are commenting this one, and we'll also comment this line. If we save this now and if we see on our console, so here you can see we have the name as Kaushal2 and role as programmer. So these two syntaxes are doing exactly the same thing. The only thing to notice here is if we use this line with this syntax, if we use even.changeName, and if we save this now, you can see it is not working in this case, right? So if we want to do it, we have to write some more code. So what we have to do is we have to write here writable, and we have to pass the value as true. So what we are doing is we are allowing this method to change the name from Kaushal2 to Ram. So if we save it now, here you can see the name is Ram now. Earlier it was Kaushal2, and now this is working totally fine, right? So both the syntaxes are doing the same things as we can see here. The reason behind going through this is we need the syntax of creating objects later in this video. So I hope you guys understood it. Now moving ahead, let's take a look at prototypal inheritance. So what we are going to do is we are going to comment this code. So we are going to comment all this and we are going to write a new one for prototypal inheritance. Let's say we have a constructor function. So let's create a constructor function first. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here, let's say we are going to create the same function. We'll take the same example of employee, right? So we'll write here function employee and we'll pass the properties here. Let's say we are writing here name, and the another one is ID, and the last property is salary of the employee, right? So next up we have the body of the constructor. So we'll write inside here this dot name is equal to name, then we have this dot id equals to id, then we have this dot salary equals to salary, right? So we know this already, right? We'll now add a method to the prototype of the employee. So we'll write here, we'll write outside this constructor, we'll write here employee dot prototype dot post. Let's say the name of the method is post. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So let's say this returns the post of the employee. What we'll do is we'll write here return, and it will return the name plus post of the employee, right? So we'll write here this dot name plus bit of space, and then again we'll write here is a content creator, let's say, right? So we are done with the method here. As you can see, what we did here is we created a constructor employee and added a function that returns this string upon calling. So we haven't done anything extra till now. Let's create an object now. So we'll write here, let's say we are creating an object where Kaushal, and what we'll do is we'll write here new underscore employee, and we'll pass the values here. So let's say the values are Kaushal and the ID is 4, let's say this is the ID 3432 or whatever it is, and the salary let's say is 10,000. Okay, so the next thing is we'll write here console.log, and we'll print the value of Kaushal on a console. So let's save it now, and here you can see we have all the properties here. We have ID as 3432, name as Kaushal, and salary as 10,000. Here if you see inside proto, you can see here we have a method here, name as post, and we have constructor as employee, and then we have object as well. Now if we call the prototype post with this object, so what we have to do is we have to write here in console, we'll write here Kaushal dot post, and here you can see we have the output as Kaushal is a content creator. Till now it's fine, right? We did small things which we learned in the previous few videos. So let's suppose we have another employee named Arun, and let's assume he's also a content creator, but he's a master in JavaScript as well. So we want to mention it here along with all these properties. We have name, ID and salary, which we will inherit from this employee constructor, and apart from that we'll add another property which is the subject, or which is the language property. So we have to create a new constructor here for it. So what we'll do is we'll write here function, and then we'll write the name of this constructor. So let's say the name is function programmer. So we'll write here name, we'll pass all the properties. We'll write here name, ID, salary, and finally we have the language, right? Then we have the body of the constructor. The first three properties will remain the same, right? Only subject or language, we have added language here, so only language will be added. Now we'll inherit these properties from employee. Before the concept of class was introduced, inheritance was based on prototypes only. So we'll see the concept of classes in the upcoming video. So here what we are going to do is we are going to call this employee constructor. So we'll write here employee dot call, and we'll pass the properties which we want to inherit. So we'll write here first this, and first we have to write the this keyword, and then we have to write other properties. So we'll write here name, ID, salary. What we did is we called the function employee and asked it to provide all the three mentioned properties to the function programmer. We'll set the value of language by ourselves. We'll write here this dot language equals to language. Now if we create an object for the constructor programmer, what it will do is it will take all the properties from the employee and language will be added to those properties. Let's do it first. So we'll create an object here. We'll write here where, let's say the object name is Arun, and we'll write here new programmer, and we'll pass the values. Let's say the name is Arun, ID is 4321, and salary is, let's say, 12,000, and finally we have to add the subject here as well, or we can say language. So let's say the language is JavaScript. Next thing we are going to do is we are going to print this on console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print Arun. Right, let's save it and see here we have all the properties available with the provided values. We have name as Arun, we have ID as 4321, salary as 12,000, and language is JavaScript. So this is how we can inherit the properties in the derived constructor from the base constructor. The base constructor is the employee and the derived is a programmer. So coming back to the console, we can see here we have all the four properties, right? Three of them are inherited and the last one was assigned by us. But I don't know if you guys noticed here that we have the properties only of the constructor. So we don't have any method here, right? So if we see here, we don't have any method of constructor employee, because here you can see we have a method as post, and if we see here we don't have any method. So if we write here, let's say if we write here in our console, we are writing here, let's say Arun dot post, and we'll run it. So here you can see it says Arun dot post is not a function, right? This is because the prototype post is not assigned to the constructor programmer. For that we have to write some extra code. We have to write here, so we have to write here programmer dot prototype equals to object dot create, and we have to mention the employee prototype. So we'll write here employee dot prototype, right? So save it now, and here you can see now if we go to underscore underscore proto, we have post as a method here. So if we write here Arun dot post now, so here you can see it says Arun is a content creator. So we have to provide the prototypes manually as well. Let me show you guys one more thing now. See here, it is not showing the constructor. If we click here on the proto, so we don't have any constructor here named as programmer. So we have to set the constructor as well we have to set it manually, and to set the constructor manually, we have to write here after this line, we have to write here programmer dot prototype dot constructor equals to programmer. If we save this program now, and if we go back to our console and if we check here you can see we have a constructor named as programmer now. So you guys might be thinking that we have to work a lot for all this inheritance, right? The fact is we actually had to do it before ES6 was introduced. Now if we want to do the same with the help of classes, the syntax will be so easy. We'll go through it in the next video. So that's all for this video, guys. See you in the next one, where we will go through classes and inheritance in JavaScript. Let's move on and take a look at classes in JavaScript. A class is nothing but a template used for creating objects in JavaScript. Just like the constructor function, we can also use classes for creating objects in JavaScript. We can include properties and behaviors in a class. Creating a class is a pretty easy job to do. The syntax is somewhat the same as that of a constructor function. So let's move on to the programming part. If you guys are coming from any other object-oriented programming language, like we have C++, Java, PHP, and many more object-oriented programming language, right? So you may have an idea about classes. The syntax for classes in JavaScript is also not so different from other languages. Don't worry if you are going through classes for the first time. We'll have a look at classes. So let's move on to the syntax. And to declare a class, we use the class keyword followed by the name of the class and the body of the class. So we'll write here class. So this is the keyword we use for the declaration of a class. Then we have the name of the class. So let's say we have the name as student here. And then we use curly braces for the body of the class. So this is an empty class named as student. We know that this student has a name, age, roll number, and many more properties, right? So the next thing we are going to do is we can define the properties here only. In fact, the syntax for defining properties is also the same as we had in the constructor function. So let's define the properties first. So let's say we have three properties here: name, age, and roll number. So we'll write here this dot name is equals to name, and then we have this dot age is equals to age, and the last property is this dot roll number. So let's say we are writing here roll, so equals to roll. So we have all the three properties of student. We have name, age, and roll number. So we have to create a constructor here, which will be executed while we create an object, or we can say an instance of this class. So the syntax for creating a constructor will go like, we have to write here constructor, and we have to pass all these three arguments here. We have to pass name, then we have age, and then we have a roll number. So all these three arguments we have to pass here, and also these properties will be kept inside the body of this constructor. So this is the basic syntax of how we are going to create a class in JavaScript. So we have all the three properties here. We have name, we have age, and we have roll number. If you guys notice here, the syntax for the constructor function looks a bit similar to the syntax of the constructor function method, which we came across in the previous few videos, right? So what we are doing is we created a class first with the name student. Then we defined all the properties of this class inside the constructor. So by now things are going easy, right? That's because the syntax for classes is relatively easy to use compared to other methods. Also, we don't have to write code manually for different things. We will understand it much better while working on inheritance. So let's move on, and we will add some methods to this class now. The syntax for adding a method is super simple, guys. We don't have to write here a function name followed by a colon and then we have the function keyword. No, we'll just write here the function name and parenthesis. So to add a method here, we'll write here, let's say we are adding a method organization. So let's say we have a method org. Okay, so we have to write org and a pair of round brackets. That's all. This is the syntax for defining a method in classes. So let's say we want this function to return a string along with the name of the student. So let's say we are writing a return, and let's say we want it to return I am dot name from simplecode. Okay. So let's say we are passing a value here as Kaushal, and we want this function to return I am Kaushal from simplecode. So similarly, we'll add another function here, which is for the date of birth of student. So let's see, we'll write here dob, and then we have the body of the function. So we want this function to return the date of birth of a student, right? So let's say we are in the year 2020. What we want to do is, we have the age of student, let's say the age is 21, and what we are going to do next is we are going to subtract the age from current year. So 2020 minus this dot age will return the date of birth of student, right? So we'll write here return, let's say we want it to return a string as well. Let's say the date of birth of this dot name is 2020 minus this dot age. Fine. So here we are done with our string. So we want it to return the date of birth of Kaushal is, let's say, 1999. If we are providing the value as 21, then it will return 1999, right? Let's move ahead and create an object first. So let's say we have an object named as Kaushal, and what we are going to do is we are going to write here new, and we are going to call the class. So we'll write here student, and then we'll pass the values here. So let's say the name is Kaushal, the age is 21, and we have roll number as 45. So we have all the three properties here, right? Next up, we are going to print this on a console. So we'll write here console.log, and we'll print Kaushal. So let's say if it's working or not. Save it, and here you can see on our console we have a student class. We have all the three values. We have age as 21, name as Kaushal, and roll number as 45. If we go inside this underscore underscore proto, we can see here we have both the methods here. We have org and dob. So let's try to call these methods first. So what we are going to do is we are going to write on our console kaushal.dob. So here you can see we have the output as the date of birth of Kaushal is 1999. Similarly, if we try to call function kaushal.org, so you can see here we have the output as I am Kaushal from simplecode, right? So here you can see both the methods are working fine. We have both the outputs here. The first one says the date of birth of Kaushal is 1999, and the next one gives us the organization name. So moving ahead, let me guys tell you about another concept in classes. We'll now discuss static functions in classes. We have to use the static keyword to define a static method followed by the method name. So if we want to define a static method, what we have to do is we have to use the static keyword. So the static keyword is always followed by the name of the method. So let's say we are creating a method here, let's say for adding two numbers. So we'll write here the method name is add, and then we have the body of this method. So what we want to do is we want to add two numbers, right? So we have to pass here two parameters as well. We'll write here a comma b, and then we want it to return the sum, right? So we'll write here return a plus b. This looks fine, right? Notice here guys, we don't have to use anything from the class or the object. Like in the previous two methods, we used the name and the age property, right? So here we used this dot name, and then we used this dot age as well. But here this method is not related to object at any cost. The best part about the static method is we can use static methods without creating the instances of a class. So if we want to access this particular method here, we can do it with the help of class name followed by the dot operator and the method name. So let's try to access this method once. What we are going to do is we are going to write console.log, and we are going to access this method with the class name. So we'll write here student dot add and we'll pass the values here. So let's say we are passing 10 and 45. Fine. So let's see if it works or not. So save it, and here you can see we have the output as 55. So this is how we can create or use static methods in classes. Let's move on now, and we will discuss inheritance with the help of classes in JavaScript. By now we are clear with the meaning of inheritance, right guys? We discussed in the last video that inheritance is the procedure through which one class inherits the properties and methods of another class. So today we are going to see how we can implement inheritance with classes in JavaScript. Although the concept will remain the same, we will create another class here and will inherit the properties of this existing class with some more properties of the derived class. I hope you guys know the difference between base class and derived class. So the class we are going to create now will be the derived class. So let's move ahead and create a class. Let's say we are creating a class here. So let's say for creating a class we have to write class. Let's say the class name is student2. And if we want to inherit the properties of the above class, which is student1, we have to use a particular syntax. So we have to write the extends keyword here. So this is a keyword. Extends is a keyword which is used for inheritance, and then we will write the name of the class which we want to inherit. So we'll write here student, and then we have the body of the class. Here we have a class student1 that inherits the properties of class student. Next up, we'll create a constructor function here and we'll pass all the properties we want to be there for the class student1. So we'll pass the constructor function similarly like we did in the previous class. So we'll write here constructor and we'll pass all the properties we want to be there for class student1. So we have the first three properties are name, which we are going to inherit from the above class. Then we have age, and then we have roll number, right? So let's add two more properties here. Let's say the two properties are language, and then we have section as well. Fine. So then we have the body of the constructor. So you can see here we have 5 properties. 3 of these 5 are inherited from class student, and the rest 2 are those properties that we want to add for class student1 exclusively. The syntax for inheritance in classes is not a tough one though. Still we have to keep a few things in mind. Mainly the next statement we are going to write here is an important one. It goes like we use the super keyword and then we'll pass all the properties which we want to inherit from the class. In this particular case, we want to inherit these 3 properties here, right? So we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Remember one thing guys, we'll write only those properties which we want to inherit from other class. Actually this super keyword we used here refers to the parent class. We use it to call the parent class's constructor, or we can also call particular properties and methods with the help of super keyword. Next up, we'll define the 2 new properties, the language and the section now. So the syntax will remain the same. We'll write here this dot language is equals to language, and then we'll write this dot section is equal to section. We are good to go now. We'll create an object for this class as well, which is student1. So let's say we are creating an object again. Let's say the name of this object is, let's remove it first. So let's say we are creating an object for this class now. Let's say the name of this object is Arun, and we are going to write here new. Then we have the class name which is student1, and then we'll pass the values here. So let's say the name is Arun, then we have the age is 35, and then we have roll number as 3 or 2. And then we have the language. So let's say the language is JavaScript. And then we finally have the section as well. So let's say the section is A. Fine. So we have all the 5 values here. We have Arun, 35, 2, JavaScript and A. Right. So let's print this on our console. we'll write here console.log and we'll print Arun. Let's save it now, and here you can see we have a student one with all the properties and values. We have age is 35, language JavaScript, name is Arun, roll number is 2, and section is A. If we click here on __ proto, you can see here we have a constructor student one. Along with that, we have all the methods of the previous class, of the base class. We have org, we have dob as well, right? So this is how inheritance work in JavaScript. The key benefit of using inheritance with classes is that if we remember from the previous video, if we want to access any base class method, then traditionally we had to manually provide the constructor, right? But in classes, we don't have to do any such thing. Once we are done with inheriting the properties and all, we can directly access the methods as well. Let's try to do it here on a console. So we'll write here Arun dot, let's suppose we are using org. So we'll write here arun.org, and here you can see we have the output as I am Arun from simplecode. Next up, let's use the other method as well. So we'll write here Arun and then we'll use dob. So here you can see we have the date of birth of Arun is 1985 because we have provided the value as 35. So 2020 minus 35 is 1985. Here we have the output as expected. Now let's see if we can access the static method or not by using the derived class. So we'll try to access the static method with the help of student1. So let's try to do it. We'll write here console.log and then we'll write here student1.add and we'll pass the values. Let's say the values are 65 and 8, right? So we want the output as 73 now. So let's see if it's working or not. So we'll save it, and here you can see we have the output as 73. So this is a basic example of how inheritance works with classes in JavaScript. Hope you guys got it. We have been using the document.getElementById method for the past few videos, right? We know it is used to access an HTML element with the help of an ID which is uniquely provided to each element. So we used that method with text boxes, then with radio buttons, and then with select boxes as well. So today we are going to use a method that is somewhat similar to document.getElementById method. So we'll be using the document.getElementsByTagName method in JavaScript. As the name suggests, this method is used to access a bunch of similar elements with the same tag. So we have tag name in our method, right? So we can access a bunch of tags with similar name. Like if we have a few div tags present in our program and we want to change each div tag's style, we can do it with the help of this method. So we'll look at the syntax first and then we'll move on to the difference between ID and tag name method. So let's move on to the programming part directly. What we'll do is we'll create a few div tags first and then we'll change the style of these div tags with specific styling properties. We are not going to use CSS for that, but in JavaScript we have other styling properties as well. So we'll be using those styling properties. So let's create the div tags first. We'll write here div and then let's say we are writing it, this is section 1. So we'll copy this line and we'll create 4 similar div tags, right? We have section 1, 2, 3 and 4. Save it, and you can see over here we have 4 different sections present. Now this is a very basic example and here we have different sections present, right? Next up, we'll try to access these div tags with the help of tag name method. So let's add a button over here and then we'll move on to the JavaScript part. So we'll write here, let's use the br tag and we'll write here input tag. Again we'll write a input type is equals to button and we'll use the onClick method as well. So we'll write here onClick and let's say our function name is fun2. And then we have the value of this button as, let's say, submit. Close the input tag and save it. So here you can see we have a button over here, submit button, and you can see here nothing is happening on clicking on this submit button. So next up what we are going to do is we are going to add functionality to this submit button. For that we have to move to our JavaScript file and we have to create a function over there. So we'll write here in the JavaScript file, we'll write here function fun2, and then we have the body of this function, right? So the syntax is a bit similar to that of the document.getElementById method. What we'll do here is we'll take a variable x and then we'll write here document.getElementsByTagName, and then we'll write inside the brackets the name of tag we want to access, right? So here we have added 4 different div tags. So in this case we'll write here div, and we can similarly access any of the tags present in a HTML document. We can access paragraph tags, we can access anchor tags, and any tag we want to basically. So save it, and here now we have a variable x that holds an HTML collection of all the div tags present inside the HTML file. This means that we have an array of references of all the div tags here inside this variable x. So if we try to make changes in a single array element, just like we did in the select box example, wherein we use the array index to access a particular element present at a particular array index, right? So we can do the same here. We'll write here x and then we'll write the index number. So this particular statement will access the element present at number 1, or this particular syntax will access the first div tag of HTML document, because we know arrays start from 0 and at 0 the first element will be present. So this div tag will be present at number 0. And then we are going to use the style property. So we know that x here is not a variable only. Actually x here acts as an object, and we know that different objects have certain properties in JavaScript. So style is one of those properties. And next up we'll write here, let's say font family. So what we are doing is we are doing the CSS part with properties present in JavaScript. So let's say we are changing our font to Courier New. Fine. So this is a font name and we can use any font name over here. So save it. What will happen now is on clicking the submit button, the font of this particular section, the font of div 1 will change to Courier New. So let's try if it's happening or not. On clicking the submit button, you can see over here the change between this line and other 3 div tags. Clearly the font is changed. The new font is Courier New, and what we did here is we changed the font family of this particular div tag. So similarly we can make more styling changes to other div tags as well. So let's do it here, and we'll make changes to each of the div tags we have in a HTML file. So let's say here we are using the color property and we want to change the font color to blue. Fine. Then we'll do the same for element present at number 3. For that we'll write here x and the index number will be 2. So then again we'll use the style property, and then let's say we are writing here font style. Fine. And the font style we want it to be italic. And then finally we have one more property. Let's say for the so let's say for the last div tag we are using the background color. Fine. And we'll write here the color name is red. So we are good to go now. Save it, and we have 4 different properties over here. For section 4 we are changing the background color. So 3 will be the index number of the last array variable. So save it, and on pressing the submit button you can see the change over here. So for section 1 the font is changed to Courier New. For section 2 the font color is blue. Let me zoom it out a bit to show you guys. You can see over here the color is blue, and then we have italic text in section 3, and finally for section 4 we have the background color as 4, right? So you can see how we are accessing any particular element of the array. Now why we are using these properties separately for each array element. So if we try to make changes on each element of the array, we simply can't do it in JavaScript at once. So if we try to write here, so let's comment this out first. What we'll do is we'll write here x.style.font family. So basically what we want to do is we want to change the font family for all the div tags present, right? Because we know the variable x is holding an array of all the div tags present in a HTML file, right? So we'll save it, and you can see over here, if we are clicking on this submit button, you can see nothing is happening. So if we go to our console, and you can see it over here that we have an error here. So it says it cannot set property font family of undefined. So this is the problem with this get elements by tag name method. To overcome this problem, we have a solution as well. So the solution for this problem is we have to use the for loop here. So how this for loop works, so we'll write here for, and then we'll take a local variable I, and the initial value will be 0. Then we'll write here I less than x dot length, because we want to traverse the whole array, right? And then we'll write here the condition I plus plus. So we are good to go. Then we have this body of for loop, and inside here we'll write x, and the index number will be I, because it will keep on changing and we are in a loop. So we'll write here dot style, and then let's say the style we want to do is font weight, and what we want to do is we want to make our font bolder. Fine. So comment this line as well, save it now, and you can see over here everything is clean. Now what will happen is, on pressing the submit button, the font will change, the font weight will change basically. So let me zoom this, and if we click on this submit button, you can see the font is more bolder, right? So if we are using another property here, let's say the font we are using here background color, and we want the background color to be yellow. Fine. So save it, and on clicking the submit button, you can see the background color for all the div tags for all the 4 section is changed to yellow. Fine. So this is how we can access all the elements of an array at once. Now what we did is we started a loop and traversed every element in the array and applied the same property to each element. So this is how we can do it with the help of tag name method in JavaScript. Now what if we have hundreds of similar elements like div tag present in our website, and all of them are present at different locations? So let's try to do it, and what we'll do is we'll insert certain different elements in between these div tags. Fine. So we'll include a form, and then we'll include some radio buttons, and anything we want to do, we can do it. So we'll add some more elements in between these div tags. So here you can see we have inserted 2-3 more elements in between these div tags. So save it, and you can see after each section we have something else. Here we have a form with 2 different text boxes. We have name and age, and then we have a submit button as well. Then after that we have section 2. So this is our section 2. Then after section 2 we have radio button, and the value is A. Then we have another radio button B, and in between we have all the div tags present. So basically what we want to do is we want to change the style for each of the div tags, right? So we will change the background color here. So let's say we'll write here red, and what will happen is, on clicking the submit button, on clicking this submit button, what will happen is the background color of each div tag, so the background color for section 1, 2, 3 and 4 will change to red. So let's try to do it, and let's see if it's working or not. So we'll click on this submit button, and you can see it over here. We have all the div tags with background color as red. So this is working totally fine. One more thing we'll discuss before wrapping up this video is the uniqueness of ID attribute for each element. So we are saying this for a long time that the ID for each element should be unique. Why so? Although we saw in the past videos that we can use the same ID for 2 different elements when we did the same for accessing a CSS styling property using the ID attribute. But if we try to do the same thing with JavaScript, we'll get an error. For example, if we try to access the value of any particular element with the ID attribute, but we have two elements in a HTML file with the same ID. So it will throw an error in that case basically. And this is the reason why we use the tag name method in JavaScript, so that if we want to access multiple elements of the same name, we can do it with this method. Because it's not possible to use the ID method separately for each element present in the HTML document, right? Because we have certain same HTML tags present within an HTML document, like we have the div tags here. Similarly, a website is long enough to have multiple similar elements present within it. So that's why we use the document.getElements by tag name method in JavaScript. So guys, in the past few videos, we used two different methods of accessing an element from an HTML file using JavaScript properties. So we know the difference between the ID method and the tag name method, right? Today we will use another method to access a particular element in JavaScript. That is the class name method, or we can say the getElements by class name method in JavaScript. So before discussing the class name method in JavaScript, let's look at why accessing an element is important in JavaScript. So we know that the document object model is used to change, add or delete HTML elements. We saw earlier that we could change HTML elements or the CSS style of any element in the document with the help of JavaScript properties. So to make specific changes to those elements, we need to access them using particular methods. So we discussed two such methods before, the ID method and the tag name method, right? So let's move ahead and look at the class name method of accessing an element in JavaScript. As the name suggests, the main attribute in this method will be the class name. So we know the difference between the class and the ID attribute used in HTML. We know that ID has to be unique for each element, but we know that many elements in an HTML document can have the same class, right? So we used class to access specific CSS properties in the previous videos, and that is the only benefit of using classes in JavaScript. So we can say that a single class can be used by many elements within an HTML document. So let's dig a bit deeper into this concept. So let's say we have 5 elements present on our website and we want to make changes in 3 of these elements, right? So let's write the code here and it will be easier for you guys to understand. So we'll write here in the HTML file, we'll add 5 different elements. So let's say we are writing here div, and then inside this div we'll write this is section 1. We'll copy this, we'll paste it here. So we'll use 2 div elements and 2 paragraph elements, right? So here in this p tag we'll write this is section 3, and then we'll copy this line, paste it again, copy this one as well and paste it here. So we have section 1, section 2, 3, 4 and 5. So out of these 5 different elements, we have 3 div tags and we have 2 paragraph tags. So we'll discuss why we have taken 2 paragraph tags in between the div tags. So we are done with it. Here you can see we have 5 elements present in a HTML document. 3 of them are the div tags. Section 1, 2 and 5 are div tags, and 2 tags in between are the paragraph tags. So now let's suppose we want to change the style of 3 of these elements. Let's say 1, 4 and 5. So we can do it in 2 ways, right? Either we can use the ID method or we can use the class method. However, we can use the tag name method as well, but we have to use 2 different variables for that, right? That will be a lengthy process. Why 2 different variables? Because we have 2 different tags present here, right? We have to create separate variable for the div tag and separate one for the paragraph tag. So that will be a lengthy process. So we'll consider ID method and the class name method for here. So considering the ID method, the document.getElement by ID method, we have to provide unique ID to each element. So we have to provide unique ID to this div tag, then we have to provide to each and every element here, right? So because we need to access 3 of these elements. So at least we have to provide the ID to those 3 elements which we want to access. right? So in such cases, we can use the class name method where we want to access more than one element, but not all the elements in an HTML file. So we'll use the class attribute in each element we want to access. So let's say we want to access section 1, 2 and 5. So we'll write a class. Let's say the class name is CLS1. We'll copy this, paste it here, and we are accessing 1, 2 and 4 because 1, 2 and 5 are the div tags, so we can access these with the help of tag name method as well. So we'll access 1, 2 and 4. Fine. So we have used the class attribute here. Next up, we'll create a button and then we'll add functionality to a HTML document. So let's create a button here. We'll again use input, type is equals to button, and then we have on click, and on clicking it will call func1, and then we have the value as submit. Fine. So save it, and here you can see in the browser we have 5 sections over here. We have section 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Then we have a submit button which will call the function on clicking. So we haven't added functionality till now. So let's move ahead to our JavaScript file and we'll add functionality to a HTML document. So inside this JavaScript file, we'll write here function, and then we have the function name as func1. Then we have the body of this function. So the syntax remains a bit same. So we'll take a variable first and then we'll use the document method to take references of all the elements from a HTML file. So we'll write here where x is equals to document dot get elements by class name, right? And then we'll write the class name here. So the class name is CLS1. Till now what we did was we took the references of all the required elements and stored them inside a variable named x in the form of an HTML collection. So now we can make changes to these elements, and what we'll do is we'll again use the style property to make styling changes in those 3 sections. So we have these 3 sections present inside an array and we can access any one or all the 3 elements, right? So we'll write here x and then we'll provide the index number. So let's say we want to access section 1, that is the first div tag. So we'll provide the index number as 0. Then we'll write dot style, and this style is a property dot. Then let's say we want to change the font style. So we'll write here font style. Font style will be italic. Save it. So this piece of code will change the font style of the element present at index 0. Save it, and on clicking the submit button here on the browser, we can see the change in this section, right? So if it's not visible, so let me zoom it a bit for you. Here you can see, guys, the font at section 1 is changed to italic, right? So in this case we have all the 3 elements present in a array and we can make changes to each of these elements. So let's try to do it, and we'll use element present at index 1 now. We'll copy this line and we'll paste it here again 2 times because we want to make changes to all the elements, right? We'll write here 2 and we'll write here 1, and let's say we want to change the font color for this one, and the font color will be blue. For this we'll change the font weight, let's say, and we want to make it bolder. So we'll write here bolder. Save it, and on clicking the submit button, you can see we have all the 3 sections with some minor changes. The first one is changed and we have italic over here. For the second one we have blue color as font color, and for the third one, which is section 4, we have the font weight as bolder. So you can see the change over here. So this is how we can make change to each element separately. And we can also make changes in all the elements at once as well. So for that we have to use the for loop, just like we did for the tag name method, right? So for that we'll write here. So let's comment these 3 statements first, and then we'll write here for, and we'll take a local variable here. We'll write here where I is equals to 0. I will start from index 0 and I will go till x dot length, and then we have the condition as I plus plus. So inside the body of for loop we'll write here x, and instead of index number we'll write here I, because we want to traverse the whole array. Then we'll write here style dot, and let's say the style we want is background color. We want the background color to be, let's say, yellow. Fine. So this is how we can use the for loop. Save it, and we'll see on clicking the submit button on our browser, the background color for all the three sections, that is 1, 2 and 4, is changed to yellow. This is how we can use the document.getElements by class name method to access all the elements present in an HTML file with a particular class. Next up, let's discuss the difference between the ID method, tag name method and the class name method. So we'll discuss when to use which method. So let's start with the ID method. So the ID method is used when we want to access a single element, and we have to provide a unique ID to that element in order to access it. So the ID method is quite useful when we want to work on a single element. Apart from that, if we want to work on more than one element, we have two other methods. We can either use the class name method or the tag name method for more than one element. So the tag name method is also quite useful when we want to access elements with the same tag name. We can access all the similar tags present within an HTML document with the help of tag name method. The only problem is we can access similar types of tags only at one time. We can't access two different types of tags with this method. So this is where the class name method comes into play. We can access more than one element with this method, and the elements can be different. Just like we did here, we had div tag and paragraph tag, right? So the section 1, 2 and 5 are from div tags, and the section 4 and 3 are from the paragraph tags. So we can access two different tags with same class name with the help of class name method in JavaScript. So with this we came to the conclusion that more than one element in the HTML file can have the same class and can be accessed with the class name method. Functions in JavaScript are a block of code that is used to perform a specific task. We use functions for different purposes, right? Whether it be a button click or we want to zoom out our image by taking the mouse cursor over it, we use functions for all these tasks. In JavaScript, we can use functions as objects. At the same time, we can pass objects to functions as parameters, right? So similarly, we can also pass a function inside another function. If I take you through the programming part of this concept, the syntax will be like, we'll go to a JavaScript file, and the syntax will be like, we'll declare a function. Let's say the function is function ABC. Then here we'll pass a parameter. Let's say we are passing call as parameter for this function ABC. Next up, what we'll do is we'll call this function inside this function ABC. Now, what we did here is really simple. We created a function ABC, right? Next up, we passed a function call as a parameter to this function. And then we also called this function inside the function ABC. So this syntax is valid in JavaScript, and also this particular code here is known as the callback function in JavaScript. So if we talk about the definition of callback function, it states that a callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument, and that particular function will get executed later in the program. Now, you guys might have heard in the previous videos that JavaScript is a single threaded language, or JavaScript works over a single statement at a time, or we can say JavaScript works in a particular top to bottom order. So if we talk about the sequence in which JavaScript actually works while coding, so let's take an example for this and we'll see the sequence in which JavaScript will work. So what we'll do is we'll comment this code and we'll start writing our new code here. So let's suppose we have three functions in a single program. So let's say we have a function as function 1, and then we have two more functions. So let's say the second function is function 2, and then we have function 3 as well. Now, if we write something inside these functions, so we'll execute the program, and what will happen is all the three functions will be executed sequentially. So let's try to do it first. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body of function 1. So let's say we are using console.log, and inside this we'll print function 1 on calling this particular function. So we'll do the same for other two functions as well. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here and here as well. So for function 2 it will print function 2, and for function 3 it will print function 3. So let's save it, and before checking the output, so what we'll do is we'll call these functions as well. So let's say we are calling function 1, then function 2, and then finally function 3. Right, everything we have done till now is quite understandable, and we have three functions here, and all the three functions will get executed in the sequence in which we call them. So here in this case we have called function followed by function 2 and function 3. So let's check the output, save it, and we'll open the console in the browser. So we'll right click here, go to inspect elements, and here you can see we have a console here. So here you can see we have the output as function 1, function 2 and function 3. So we have the output in sequence. We called function 1 first, so we have the output as function 1. But if we call function 3 before function 2, so we'll cut this from here and we'll paste function 2 after function 3, save it, and here you can see we have the output as function 1, then function 3 and then function 2. So JavaScript will execute these functions in the order in which we call them. Right, now what if we use the set timeout function with function 1? So let's try to do it first. So instead of calling function 1 alone here, we'll write here set timeout. Then we have to pass two parameters here. One is the function name, so 1 is the function name here, and we'll write here the time. So time here will be in milliseconds. So 2000 milliseconds here represents 2 seconds. This means that the function will be called after 2 seconds. Right. So this set timeout function will call function 1 after a specific period of time, that is in this case 2 seconds. What will happen is JavaScript will start executing all the functions, and the system will find out that there is a timer with function 1. So in this case, the system will leave this particular function on execution and will move ahead and execute other functions. So function 1 will be executed automatically after 2 seconds. So let's check the output, save it, and you can see here we have function 3 and 2 over here, and function 1 will be executed after some time. So I hope you guys got this. Here we have used the set timeout method, and function 1 will be executed after 2 seconds. Now let's consider a scenario where we have only two functions. Let's say we have function 1 and function 2. So let's remove this function 3, and we are left with only two functions. So let's say we have function 1 and function 2 now. Now what we want is we want to execute these two functions, but we have certain conditions. So the first condition is function 1 will use the set timeout method and it will be executed after 3 seconds. And the second condition is function 2 will get executed only after function 1 executes. So till now what we have seen is if we are using these two functions and if we are using the set timeout method with function 1, what is happening is JavaScript will keep this function on execution and it will execute this function till then. So what we want is we want to execute function 2 only after the execution of function 1. This is where the concept of callback functions comes into play. So we have to ask the computer to execute function 2 only after function 1 is done. So let me write this same code in another way. We'll use the set timeout method within function 1. So what we have to do is we have to change it here to 1. We'll call function 1 from here, and inside this function 1 what we'll do is we'll write here set timeout, then we'll pass the first argument as function, and then inside the body of this function we'll write this console log. Fine. and we have to pass two parameters here, right? So the next parameter will be the time. So time here will be 3000 seconds. So here we are, and we are done with our set timeout function. Now, this is another way of using the set timeout method in JavaScript. So what we did here is we have passed the function here as an argument, and then we have the body of function 1 inside the set timeout function. What we want to do next is we want to execute function 2 once function 1 is completed. So before that, let's do one thing. Let's check if it is working fine or not. So we'll save it. And here you can see we have function 2 executed before function 1. Right, so it's working totally fine. Now what we want to do is we want function 2 to execute only after function 1 is done. Right, so let me tell you a shortcut for that, guys. It's not callback functions, but it's kind of same thing. It will do the same thing as the callback functions, but it is a different concept. So what we have to do is we have to cut this function 2 from here, and we have to call this function inside here, inside the set timeout method. So we'll paste it here, and we have to call function 2 inside the set timeout method. So save it, and now if we wait for 3 seconds, and here you can see we have both the functions, function 1 and 2 executed on time. So both the functions are executed after 3 seconds, and this is not callback functions, but this is a shortcut for that. What happened here is when function 1 is being executed, the system came to know that the function 2 is called inside the set timeout method. So what will happen is it will first execute the set timeout method, and then it will execute the function 2. So what we did just now is not callback functions, but the functioning of a callback function is also the same. This is the same thing we'll do with callback functions, but the syntax will be different. Now, by the definition of the callback function that we came across earlier, it states that a callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument. So keep your focus on this word argument, and that particular function will be executed later. That function which we passed as argument will be executed later. So here in this definition, later means once the system is done with the first function, or we can say the primary function, it is now free to perform function 2, or the secondary function, or the callback function we can say. So we have kept it on hold till now. So let's take an example of that as well. What we'll do is we'll create a function and we'll pass an argument inside this function. The value will be provided while calling the function. So let's do one thing first. Let's comment this code and we'll write a new code here. So we'll create a function. Let's say our function is function person, and we'll pass an argument here. So let's say the argument is friend. Fine. Next up, we'll work on the body of this function. What we'll do is we'll again use console.log and we'll print something. So let's say we'll write here my friend's name is, and then we'll use the plus operator with the value of friend. So we'll write here friend, and with this we are done with our function person. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here function person 2, and we don't have to pass any argument here. So inside the body of this function, we'll again use console.log and we'll write here my name is Kaushal. Fine. So next up, what we have to do is we have to call these functions, right? So we'll write here person, and inside this we have to pass the value. So let's say the value here is simply code. It's fine. Next up, we'll call person2 and we'll save this program. So on saving this program, you can see we have the output as my friend's name is simply code. So if you want me to zoom it, you can see here now. Here it says my friend's name is simply code, and the second function says my name is Kaushal. Right. So this program is working totally fine. This is a basic program wherein we created two functions. And now what we want to do is we want the function person2 will get executed after function person. So for that we have to pass function 2 as an argument in the function person. So we'll change the code. We'll pass this function person2 as an argument. So we'll write here person2. We don't have to use brackets here, so because we are passing it as an argument. Now we did it, we passed this function as an argument. The next step is to tell the function person about it, right? We have to pass another argument in the function. So we have to tell this first function that we also have another function which will get executed after this particular function. So we'll write here, we can use any name, we can use another name for that, or we can use the same name as of function person2. So we'll write here person2, and then what we have to do is we have to call this person2 function after this, right? Now we are done with this code. Now we are done with a callback function. Here in this case, this function person2 is known as the callback function. So save it now, and okay, what we have to do is we have to remove this line from here. So save it now. Here you can see we have the output totally correct. We have the output as my friend's name is simplycode and my name is Kaushal. Now we are done with almost everything. We are done with the callback functions, but you might not see any change in the output, right? To witness the change, what we have to do is we have to use the set timeout method again, because we want this function to execute only after function person. So what we have to do is we have to write here inside function person, we'll write here set timeout, and then we have to write here function, and then inside the body we'll do the same. We'll cut these two brackets from here and we'll paste them here, and inside here we have to write the time. So let's say the time is 3000. Fine. Now what we did is we use the set timeout method with function person, and inside the body it will print my friend's name is, and the friend's name is simplycode, and it will be executed after 3 seconds, right? So let's save it and we'll count for 3. 1, 2 and 3. So here is the code. You can see here the output says my friend's name is simplycode and my name is Kaushal. So this is working totally fine. So this is how the concept of callback functions in JavaScript works. The word promise seems a bit familiar. We make promises regularly, right? If I say I promise you that we'll cover everything on promises in this video. Now, this promise that I made can only have two possible outcomes. Either the promise will be fulfilled or resolved, or we can say the promise can be failed or rejected. The promise will be resolved if we'll cover everything on promises in this video. But if I left out some topic or there is any subtopic within promises which we forgot to cover in this video, that will be a failed promise, or we can say a rejected one. Now, there is another term in between these terms, that is pending. Pending is the time in which the system works on the promise. So just remember these terms as you may hear them during an interview. So let's move on. Talking about a proper definition of promises, we can say that a promise is an object which will produce value sometimes. It either gives us a value or an error with a proper reason. There is no specific definition for promises in JavaScript. You will understand the topic much better while working on the syntax. So let's move ahead and we'll go through a simple example first to understand a promise in JavaScript. As we mentioned earlier that a promise is an object. So what we have to do first is to take a variable and declare an object. So for that we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here. We'll take a variable, let's say a variable name is prom, and we'll write here new promise. So this statement here is a promise. We have an object named prom. Next up, this promise will take a callback function. We have already discussed the concept of callback functions in the previous video. So if you haven't watched that video yet, I recommend you to watch it. So a callback function is a function passed to another function as an argument. Remember, so we'll write here inside this object, we'll write here function, and now this callback function here will have two arguments, one to resolve and another for the reject. That's because we can have only two possibilities in a promise, right? Either it can be rejected or it can be resolved. So we'll write here resolve, and then after a comma we'll write here reject. Fine. Then we'll have the body of this function. So this is how a promise will look like. You can change the name of these arguments. Instead of resolve or reject, you can write here anything, but we have kept it simple for now so that it will be easy to understand. Next up, let's use a simple condition here. Let's take the example of driving a car. Fine. What we'll do is we'll take a variable drive and we'll check if the user learned how to drive a car. If yes, then the promise is fulfilled. Otherwise, the promise is rejected. So let's do it here. We'll write here where drive, and let's set the value of this drive as true for now. Let's say the user learned how to drive a car. So next up, what we'll do is we'll use the if-else conditional statement to call any one of the two functions. We can either call resolve or reject, right? So we'll write here if, and the condition will be drive. So if we left it with drive here, it will check for if drive is equals to true, right? So we'll call the function resolve if the condition holds true, and then we'll use the else statement. For else, we'll write here else, and then we'll write here reject. Fine. Any value other than true, we'll call the reject function here. So what we did here was an easy task. We know that the value for the variable drive is true. So in this case, the resolve function will be called. If we set this value of variable drive to false, then the function reject will be called. The next part of the program is to execute this promise. So this will be the longer part as we have to use two methods here. So for that, the syntax will start with the promise name and then we'll use the dot operator. So let me do it here. We'll write here prom and then we'll use the dot operator. Next up, we'll use the then keyword. So this then keyword, or it is a method actually. It is called when the method is resolved or when the promise is resolved. So we have another method for the rejection of promises that we'll discuss afterwards. So we'll write here prom dot then. Now this is a method, so we will use brackets here. When this method is called, it means that the promise is resolved. We'll use a callback function within this method. So we'll write here function and then we'll use the resolve function here. So we'll write here resolve. Fine. And then we'll have the body for resolve. So this is how the execution will look like for promises. And on filling the promise, there will be a statement printed on the console. So it will be like, we'll write here console.log and we'll write here something. So let's say we are writing here resolve and let's say the user knows how to drive. Fine. So we'll write here this. Now we are done with the part in which the promise will be fulfilled. One thing I forgot to mention here is we have to pass this resolve here. So whatever value we'll write here will be shown in console. So let's say we are writing here for true value, we'll write here yes. Fine. Now if we save this program and check for the output, we'll get the output as yes, the user knows how to drive. We can check it. So let's save it. And here you can see in the console, we have the output as yes, the user knows how to drive. Let me put a space here. So let's save it now. Now it's clearly visible. So it says yes, the user knows how to drive. So this is working fine. Now the next part will be for the condition if the promise gets rejected. So just like we had the then method for resolving the promise, similarly we have one more method for the rejection part. So for the rejection part, we have the catch method. So we have to chain this method here only after the then method. So we'll come here and we'll write dot catch and the rest of the syntax will remain same. So we'll write here function and then we'll call reject. Then we'll have the body of this reject part and we'll write here inside this console.log and we'll write here reject plus the user does not know how to drive. Fine. The catch method uses the reject function and the output will be no. The user does not know how to drive. So before that we'll have to pass an argument here. So we'll write here no and save it now. So for now it says yes, the user knows how to drive. To check for the reject method, we have to set the value of variable drive as false. So let's change the value here. Let's say we are using false here. Now save it and you can see here the output says no, the user does not know how to drive. Fine. So this is working totally fine. Now you guys might be thinking that this program we just did is so easy. We could have done it with if-else conditional statements. Then why are we using promises for this? The syntax is extended and we have to remember a lot of terms and methods for a promise, right? The good part is this was just an example to make you understand the syntax of promises in JavaScript. Next up, we'll go through an example wherein we'll discuss the dependency of promises as well. So let's move ahead, and in this example what we'll do is we'll create three separate functions. Let's suppose we want to learn promises in JavaScript. But for that we must know about the concept of functions and callback functions in JavaScript. Then only we can go through promises. So what we'll do is we'll create three functions in which the current function will depend upon the previous function. If the user knows about functions, he can go through callback functions. And if the user knows both functions and callback functions, he is good to go for promises. So let me take you through the code, guys. So here's the code. We have three functions. The first one is for functions topic. So this functions is the topic. Similarly, we have callback and promises as well. So the first function is for the functions topic. And if the user is done with functions in JavaScript, then he can move on to callback functions and then to promises. So we have three different promises for each function, right? So each function here, like the first function, returns a promise. Right. Similarly, all the three functions are returning a promise. Here we are directly resolving it. We don't need to wait for the user to learn functions completely. Otherwise, we can use here the reject function as well. For now, we are just resolving it, which means that the user learned functions in JavaScript already. The same goes for callback functions and promises as well. Next up, what we have to do is we have to execute the promise that once the user is done with functions, he can move on to callback functions and then to promises. So for that we have to execute promise like this only, but the syntax will be different. So let me show you guys. So here is the code for that as well. What we did here is we use the first function here. So functions is our first function, and on resolving we called the function callback with the result, and we did the same thing again for a callback. On resolving the callback function, it will call the promises function, and finally it will print this good to go message on the console with the previous messages returned by the resolve method. So we are basically working on the dependency of promises in JavaScript. Now let's save this program and we'll check the output on the console. So save it, and here you can see it on the console. It says good to go, and then it says learned functions, learned callback functions, good to go for promises in JavaScript. Now this same program can be done with the help of callback functions as well, but the code will be so confusing because we have to nest all these functions inside a single function, and then it will be a mess, right? The code with promises is clean. You can see here the code is clean. All we had to do here was to create functions, then return promises on call, and then we can execute those promises with their dependency. So this is how promises in JavaScript actually works. Now we have been using functions in almost every video since we came across this topic, whether it be DOM manipulation or using an event in JavaScript. Functions are everywhere, right? So this concept of arrow functions is just a change in the syntax of declaring and defining a function. So let's go through the concept of functions in JavaScript quickly so that it will be easy to change the syntax later. What we'll do is we'll create a function with multiple parameters, and then we'll create another function with no parameter at all. So we know these concepts already. So let's write the code here. So we'll go to our JavaScript file and we'll write code here. So we'll write here function, let's say the function name is func1, and then this function have two parameters, a and b. Now this function will return something, so we'll write here return. Let's say this returns a plus b. Fine. Now the code we wrote here is to find the sum of two numbers, right? We'll pass the two numbers as arguments while calling the function. So let's check on the console once if the code is working fine or not. So we'll save it, move back to the browser, go to inspect, and then we'll go to our console and we'll write here function name, and then we'll pass certain parameters, right? So let's say the parameters we are passing are 15 and 25. So the output we are expecting is 40, and the output is correct. We have the output as 40. You can see here we have the output as 40 here. So this function is working totally fine. Next up, we'll create another function first, and then we'll move to the arrow function syntax. So for the second function, we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func2, and this function will have no parameters at all, right? So let's say this function prints something on the console, right? So we'll write a console.log, and then let's say this function prints welcome to simplecode. We are done with it. So let's do one thing. We'll call this function here. We'll write here func2. Calling the function is pretty easy. We can do the same thing here as well. So let's save it and check the output. Here you can see we have the output as welcome to simplecode in our console. So this is how we were using functions till now. The simple syntax for functions, right? So let's move on to the concept of arrow functions. Now this function over here has two parameters, right? This function has parameters a and b. And what we'll do is we'll change the syntax of this function, and the new syntax will be more simple once you get used to it. So let's write the newer syntax just below the previous one. We don't need the function keyword with arrow functions. So all we have to do is we have to take a variable. So let's do it first. So let's say we have a variable where arrow1. Fine. So this is our variable. This statement is simple. We have a variable named arrow1, and this will be the function name. So arrow1 will be the function name as well, right? When we use the function keyword in traditional syntax of functions, it automatically creates a variable with the function name. Here we have to declare the variable by ourselves. Next up, we have two parameters here, a and b. As you can see here, we have a and b. We'll write the parameters within parenthesis now. So what we have to do is we have to write parameters. So let's say the parameters are a and b for this function as well. So these are the parameters. We have to write them within parenthesis. Now we'll use an arrow that actually makes this variable a function. Now this is the main concept. To create an arrow, what we have to do is we have to write equals to, and then we have to write this. So this is the arrow mark which makes this whole statement a function. And then we'll write the body of the function. So the body of function will remain same. So we'll copy the body from here and we'll paste it here. So this function here, this function arrow1 here is the same as function func1, and the output will be the same. This arrow function here has only one line here. So the advantage provided by arrow functions in this case is quite helpful. What we can do is we can make this function a one-liner. If we remove this return keyword and the curly braces here, so we can remove these curly braces as well. What we have to do is we have to make this function a one-liner, right? So there will be no difference now. So this is how the arrow function for this traditional function looks like. Now both the functions will return the sum of two numbers. The only difference is in syntax. Let's check the output for the arrow function as well. So what we'll do here is we'll save this program and we'll go to a console. So let's do one thing. We'll call func1 first, and the parameters let's say are 5 and 15, and then we'll call the arrow function with the same parameters. So we'll write here arrow 5, 15. Now we have the output as 20 in both the cases, right? So these two functions are working similarly. These two functions are same. The only difference is in the syntax. Next up, we have another simple function here, and what we want to do here is to convert this traditional function into an arrow function. Right, now we are talking about function func2. So let me comment this first function here. What we'll do is we'll comment this, and now we are good to go. So we have function func2 here. Now what we'll do is we'll create an arrow function for this function. So we'll write here, let's say we are writing here where arrow2, and then we have no parameters, so empty parenthesis, and then we have the arrow operator. So the body will remain the same. We'll copy the body from this function and we'll paste it here. Now we have used empty parenthesis here because we don't have any arguments here. Let's try to run this code. We'll call the function here only. So for this we have to write here arrow2 and we are good to go. So save it, and the output we are expecting is welcome to simplecode twice because we are calling func2 as well, right? So save it, and here you can see the output is welcome to simplecode. Let's change something here. So what we'll do is for arrow function we'll write here simpllearn. Fine. So save it now, and here you can see we have the output as welcome to simplecode and welcome to simpllearn. Let me zoom it for you if it's not visible. So here you can see the first output for func2, it says welcome to simplecode, and for arrow2 it says welcome to simpllearn. That's working fine. Now before we wrap up this video, let me tell you another benefit of using arrow functions. So we already discussed that we don't need to use the return keyword if we are writing a one-liner function. Similarly, if we have a single parameter, we don't need any parentheses. We'll create another function here. So let's say we are writing here where arrow3, and let's say it has only a single parameter as new name. Fine. Then we'll use the arrow operator, and then inside the body of this we'll write here console.log, and then we'll write here hey there plus the name provided by us in the argument. So now we are good to go. This function here will give us the output as hey there, and then whatever name we'll pass while calling the function. So let's check it. Let's call this function as well. So let's say we are writing here arrow3, and the name, let's say, will be Kaushal. Save it, and here you can see it says hey there Kaushal for arrow function 3. So this is also working fine. And I hope you guys are now clear with the arrow functions in JavaScript. It's not essential to use arrow functions everywhere, but now that we are clear with promises and callback functions, it will be good to write minimum code, and the arrow function will help you with that.
If you guys remember, when we came across callback functions in JavaScript, we used a function there that we said will call the function after 2 seconds or 3 seconds. You might have guessed that. We are talking about the setTimeout method. So this setTimeout method is actually a predefined function in JavaScript that does some task after a particular interval of time. If we say we want a function to be called after 5 seconds when the user presses a button, so we'll use this setTimeout method, and the function will be called after 5 seconds of the user pressing the button. So it will be more clear to you guys when we go through the programming part. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and we'll create a simple button first, and then on clicking that button, a pop-up will appear on the screen with a message after some time. So we'll create a button first. So for that, we'll write here in a HTML file. We'll use the button tag again. We'll write here button, and let's say the button name is click me. Fine, save it, and here we have the button on a browser. So we have created a button here. This was simple. Next up, we want this button to call a function on clicking. So what we'll do next is we'll use the onClick method within this button tag, and then we'll define the function in JavaScript file. So let's do it. We'll write here onClick, and we want this button to call a function. Let's say the function name is start. So what will happen is the function start will be called on clicking this button. So let's move on to a JavaScript file, and we'll declare some functions here.
So we'll create a function here that will print some message on a pop-up, not the start function, but a different one. So we'll write here where message, and then we'll use the syntax for arrow functions. So we'll write here alert, and inside this we'll write here welcome to simplcode. So this is our message. Save it. We have created an arrow function here just to remind you guys of the syntax for arrow functions. So this function will print this message with a pop-up. We can check it. We have to go to a console and we'll write here message and call this function. So here we have a pop-up with message welcome to simplcode. So this function is working totally fine. The real work starts now. What we'll do next is we'll define the function start with the set timeout method. For that we'll write here function start, and then inside the body of this start function we'll call the set timeout method, and we'll pass two arguments here. So the first one is the function name and the other one is the time interval. So this is how we basically use the set timeout method in JavaScript. This is the syntax. So let's check the output now, and then we'll see another syntax for the same program. So save it and we'll go to the browser, click on this button, and the pop-up will appear after 2 seconds. So here's the pop-up with the message welcome to simplcode. So this is working fine. Now this syntax here is for the understanding purpose. The following syntax we'll go through will let you know another concept of anonymous functions in JavaScript. So for the newer syntax, we'll write here, we'll comment this piece of code and we'll write here function, and the function name is start. Then inside the body of this function, we'll use the set timeout method and we'll write here function. This function is an anonymous function. Then we have the body of this function and the time. So here we have written 2000, and inside the body we'll write here alert, and let's say the message it will print is welcome back. Fine. If you see this function here, you can see that we have used the function keyword instead of passing another function. This concept here is known as anonymous functions in JavaScript. Basically, an anonymous function is a function without a name. We often use this function as arguments to other function, and this syntax will call the start function after 2 seconds. So this function here will work as the previous one. These two functions are the same. It will also print the same message after 2 seconds. It will print welcome back after 2 seconds. Save it and click on the button. You can see here we have the pop-up on the screen after 2 seconds. So this function is working fine. The syntax are different, but the working is same. Now let's go through another method. The next method is used to stop the timer in between. So we'll use the first function we created here for this purpose. We'll comment this piece of code and we'll use this syntax only. Now the next method we are going to discuss about is the clear timeout method. Let's say we want to call this function after 5 seconds, and suddenly in between we realize that we don't want to call this function. So what we want to do is we want to stop this function before it executes. So the clear timeout method comes into picture, and this clear timeout method works with a variable. So let's create another button for that first, and then we'll declare a variable as well. So let's say we want a button here, and this button will call a function on clicking. So let's say the function name will be stop and the button name will also be stop. So save it, and here you can see we have two buttons. One is the click me and the other one is stop. Next up, we'll move back to a JavaScript file, and we discussed earlier that this clear timeout method works with a variable. So what we'll do next is we'll create a variable and we'll assign the initial value to that variable as 0. Let's say the variable name is id and the initial value is 0. Now why we assign the value as 0 to this id variable? Because we want to update the value of ID variable with the value provided by this setTimeout method. So we'll assign the value of this setTimeout method to this ID variable. So we'll write here ID is equals to setTimeout, and the rest will remain the same. Now, next up, we'll define another function to stop all this from happening. So for that, we'll write here function, and the function name is stop. And then inside the body of this function, we'll use the method clear timeout. And this method takes a variable as an argument. So we'll pass ID here. And we are done with it. So this function will stop the setTimeout method before execution. Let's check it out, save it, and what we'll do is we'll press the stop button in between the 2 seconds after the function start will be called. So let's change the timing here from 2 seconds to 5 seconds. So we'll write here 5000, save it now, and we'll first check if the function start is working fine or not. So press the click me button and we have to wait for 5 seconds, and then the pop-up will appear on the screen with the message welcome to SimplyCode. So this function is working totally fine. Now the next task is to press the stop button in between those 5 seconds. Let's do it. Click on this click me button, and in between these 5 seconds click the stop button as well. So here you can see the message is not printing anymore on clicking the stop button. So this function is also working fine because we stopped the process in between before the function start executes. Right. Next up, we have another method in the timing functions, that is the setInterval method. As the name suggests, this method is used to call the function repeatedly after a specific interval of time. Like the setTimeout method, this setInterval method also takes 2 parameters. First is the name of the function and the other one is the time interval. So we'll change this program only, and instead of this setTimeout here, we'll write setInterval. Fine. So we are good to go now. The only change we did here is to use the setInterval method instead of the setTimeout method. Now what will happen is, on clicking this click me button, the function message will be called repeatedly after 5 seconds. Let's check it out first. Save it and click here on this button. So we have to wait for 5 seconds and then a pop-up will appear. So here you can see we have the pop-up here. Now after pressing OK, we'll wait for 5 seconds again and we have the pop-up again. So what's happening here is we are getting the pop-up constantly after 5 seconds, right? So this is also working fine, and on clicking the stop button, this function will also stop. So we have clicked on this stop button and we are not getting the pop-up anymore. So that's how the timing functions in JavaScript works. Async await works with promises in JavaScript. Now, async await is just a syntactical sugar wrapped around promises in JavaScript. Basically, it makes it easier to work with promises in JavaScript. We already know that using promises might be a bit tricky, or we can say more prolonged sometimes, because we have to create so many functions and promises in JavaScript. So before we move on to async await, let me take you guys through this code which has promises in it, and then we'll see how to use async await in JavaScript. So here is a code for promises in JavaScript. Here in this code we have two functions, make order and process order. The make order function returns a promise and it will resolve it if the user enters black coffee. Otherwise, it will reject it on any other type of coffee. Then we have another function here for processing the order and it will always resolve. So this function is quite simple and it will add some extra information to the order. So here is the code for extra information. It will print this on console. So let's move ahead and we'll look at how we call these functions using promises, and then we'll change the same code using async await. Let me do it guys first and then I'll explain it to you. So here's the code. Now what we did here is we called the make order function and we'll pass here black coffee as an argument to make it successful. Then we have used the dot then because we are using promises here, and then we have the order that will be returned by a promise. So which in this case is a string that says here is your coffee. This is the string. If I show you, so this is the string it will return. And then we have written here console.log order has been received. It will be printed on the console. And then we have called the process order function, and we are going to process the order that we received. And the reason we are returning this is because, so you can see here we are returning this process order function. The reason behind it is because we are using promises here. Then we have changed the event here. So we have used the dot then operator again. We are going to receive the response from the process order above. In this case, we have taken it as processed order and we have logged whatever response we will get here. The next thing we did here is to use the catch block to catch any type of error we get. For example, if the user says he wants a latte, not black coffee, then it will give an error and it will say that we serve black coffee only. So this is the code for error. So that's all, and we are calling these functions. So if we save this program, let's say we are saving it, and if we go back to our console, so here you can see the output says making request for a black coffee, and then it says order has been processed, then it says processing order, and then at last it says extra information plus here is your coffee, have a nice day. That's how we wanted it to be, right? Now if the user says he wants a latte in place of black coffee, so let's check it out, and what we'll do is we'll pass the argument here as latte instead of black coffee. So save it now. Here you can see it says making request for latte. So firstly it made a request for latte and then it returned the error. The error says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So it's working totally fine, and this is how promises actually work in JavaScript. All the different codes here are executed and it is waiting for the previous code to execute before moving on to the next one. So that's what we exactly wanted here. Now if you look at all this code here, which is obviously not too much confusing, but we have to use more dot than here, right? We have to go through a lot of nesting here, and it could be done easily with async await in JavaScript. And one more issue with promises is if we want to use the parameter inside this first dot, then so if we want to use a parameter here, what we have to do is we have to first create a variable and we have to assign something to that variable, which is not an easy task, right? But with async and await, we can do it more efficiently and we don't have to worry about all the dot thens and all. So now we'll do the same program with async and await, and we'll do it here only below this program. We'll write this piece of code with the help of async await, and we'll see how easy it is to use async and await in JavaScript. So let me comment this first, guys. Now the first thing we need to keep in mind with async and await is we need a function to use these terms. For example, let's create a simple function here first. So we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func1, and then we have the body of this function. So this is a basic function here, and we'll put all our asynchronous code inside here in this function. But we need to tell JavaScript that this function will work asynchronously. For that, we have to write a keyword here before function. So what we'll do is we'll write here async, and this is the syntax. Now JavaScript will know that this function is an asynchronous function and it will handle this function accordingly. Now inside of this function, what we'll do is we'll call our different methods here. So we'll call the make order method here, and then we'll call the process order method as well. So let's do it first. Let's call the make order method first. So we'll write here make order and we'll pass an argument here. So the argument will be, let's say, black coffee. Fine. Now we have called the function make order here. All we have to do is we have to write await in front of this function, which will make the code wait until this make order function executes. Then only the next part will be executed. So we'll write here await, and this make order function now will return the resolve section of the first promise we made. So we'll store this inside a variable. So we'll write here, let's create a variable here. We'll write where order. Fine. Because we have all this code inside of an asynchronous function, what will happen is as soon as JavaScript finds that await keyword. So as soon as JavaScript finds this await keyword, it will leave this function and start doing other works inside of this program. Remember, it will leave this whole function. It's not something like the set timeout method. It is different from that. As soon as the make order function is done executing, it will come back to this function and returns the result into this order variable. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and what we want to log here is order has been received. Now, if we look at the promises example previously and compare these two codes, so if you can see here, we are done with this part. So this is what it looks like while working with async await in JavaScript. Now we'll see that we have received the order with pretty easy syntax, right? Next up, what we have to do is we have to process this order. This means that we have to write the code for the second than we used in the promises example, right? The syntax will remain the same. For that, we'll write here where processed order is equals to await. We'll use the await keyword again, and then we'll write here process order. Fine. And then we'll pass the argument as order. So we are passing this variable as an argument to this process order function. In the next line, we'll write here console.log, and we'll copy this. This line is the same. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now we have used the variable processed order to process the order, and then we know that as soon as the processing is done, we want it to log it in here. So we are done with this, and all we need to do now is call the asynchronous function and we are good to go. So let's call this function first. For that, we'll write here func1, and now save this program. So here you can see it says process order is not defined. So okay, we have to remove this E here. Now save this, and here you can see we have the exact same output as we had in the promises example, and with this we can say the async await are working totally fine. Now the question arising in your mind may be that we didn't do anything for the catch block here, right? What if the user enters latte in place of black coffee? So let's try to do it once. So what we'll do is we'll write here latte and save it. So you can see the first function is working fine. It says making request for a latte, and then it says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So this is a error, and caught error in promises. So we have to do something about this error, right? Now the async and await in JavaScript actually has two blocks, one for resolving and the other one for error or reject. So we can say like the then and catch in promises, we have try and catch in async await. So what we have to do here is we have to put all this piece of code inside the try block. So let's do it first. What we'll do here is we'll write here try. So what we are doing is we are asking the computer to try this piece of code if this is fine or not. And then we have another block catch. Fine. So we'll write the code for rejection here inside this catch block. What we'll do is we'll write here catch and we'll pass an argument here. So we'll write here error, and then we'll log this error on a console. So we'll write here console.log error. So we have passed a parameter here, and the moment it will find any error, it will leave the try block and moves on to the catch block, and the output will be an error. So save it, and you can see it here on the console. It says sorry, we serve black coffee only. So this is how we can use async await in JavaScript. It's not necessary to use with over promises, but the syntax is relatively clean and easy to understand, right? As you can see here, all we have to keep in mind while using async await is we have to use a function and wrap up all the data inside it. So keep this thing in mind that we have to use a function always, and we have to wrap up all this data inside a single function. with the help of try and catch block. Try and catch block are pretty easy to use, right? We'll go through try and catch block in the next video as well, when we'll go through error handling. Another important thing I want to mention here before we end up this video is, guys, it may happen that you might don't use these topics quite frequently while working on the front end of a website. But if you get to answer these questions during an interview, and these topics are pretty crucial if you are learning JavaScript. Now, errors are something that we get at times while working on a program. Generally, there are different types of errors present in almost every programming language. Errors like syntax error, runtime errors, and logical errors. So syntax errors are those errors a user can't control. We have to correct the syntax for that. That's the only option with syntax errors. For example, let's say we have a function that will print something on the console on calling. So let's create a function here. We'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll create a function here. So let's say the function name is f1. Fine. And this function will print something on the console. So let's say it prints this is function 1. Fine. Now, this is a function that will print this string on the console. But let's say we forgot to put the closing bracket of this function by mistake. Or let's say the closing part was deleted and we are not aware of it. So this part was deleted or we forgot to put it there. And what we'll do is we'll call this function. We tried to call this function. Let's call it first. We'll call function 1. Save it and go to the console. So here in console, you can see that it returns an error here. It says syntax error, unexpected end of input. And the best part is we can't do anything for it, except for we can put that closing bracket in its place again. So if we put this closing bracket here again, now it will work fine. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as this is function 1. So these type of errors when occur in a program are known as syntax errors. Another type of error that occurs in a program is runtime error. Runtime errors are those errors through which the system comes across during the execution of a program. For example, let's say if we have another function here. So let's add another function here. We'll write here function f2 and the body will print something on the console again. So we'll copy this from here and instead of function 1, we'll write here function 2. Save it, and we haven't called this function yet. So let's imagine a scenario that you created a function f2 and later somewhere in the program you realize that you created a function and you need to call that function, but you are not sure of the name of that function. So let's say you called another function but the function name was wrong. So let's say instead of function 2 we called another function f4. Let's call this, let's try to do it. Save it, and here you can see our first function is working fine, but when the system reaches function f2 it encountered an error here. Although there is nothing wrong with the syntax, we are trying to call a function that does not exist. So these type of errors are known as reference error in a program. We can fix these type of error with the help of try, catch and throw block. We'll see it later. These are the different types of errors that might occur in a program. But sometimes there are situations in which we want to print an error to the user. It might be for the data entered by the user or for the data we are getting from the server. Basically, we are talking about custom errors that we create ourselves to make the flow of program more smooth. We came across the try and catch block in the previous video, wherein we used these keywords with the async await in JavaScript. So there we saw how these blocks were working to print an error when the user asks for something other than black coffee. If you haven't watched that video yet, please go through it. You can find it in this playlist. So let's do one thing here and we'll create a small prototype of the same program wherein we will have a function that will print a string on the console. So let me comment this out, guys. Now we'll create another function here. So let's say we are writing here function make order. Fine. So this is the function we created in the last video as well. So let's say inside the body of this function we'll write something on the console. We'll write here console.log and we'll write here is your black coffee, enjoy your day. Fine. Now we will go through the syntax of try and catch block first. And we'll see why we use these try and catch blocks in a program. So before we move on to the try and catch block, let me clear one thing guys. It's not only the try and catch blocks we use for these purposes. We have another block in JavaScript that is always independent of these two blocks and doesn't need any condition to run. So the inclusion of the finally block in error handling depends upon the user. You can either add it or leave it. There will be no effect on the program. So now let's move ahead and we'll go through the syntax of try and catch first, and then we'll move on to the finally block, because finally block is different from try and catch. So let's go through the try and catch first. So we'll write here try and press. So we'll write here try, and you can see this is the syntax of try and catch block. The catch contains an argument with it and it will catch the error returned by the try block. So let's write the code here and then we'll go through it. We want to run this function inside the try block, and if the function exists, the try block will execute it. Otherwise a customized error will be thrown to the user. So we'll call this function inside the try block. So we'll write here make order, and we have called this function. Now if the function exists, the try block will execute it. There will be no problem in that. We are asking the computer to try executing this line, and if this line does not exist, show the user the error we want to show, not the one set by default. So the customized error will write inside the catch block, and inside the catch block we'll write here console.log, and let's say it says sorry. So this is the error we want to show. The error says sorry, an error occurred in your program. Now let's execute this once and then we'll see it again thoroughly. So this code will not show an error. Save it and it will execute the function make order, and the output will be here's your black coffee, enjoy your day. Right. But if we execute here another function that does not even exist, like we did for the runtime errors. So if we write here, let's say another function. So let's say the other function name is process order. Fine. So this function does not exist in the entire program. Now the system will go inside the try block and it will execute the make order function first. The make order function will be executed without any problem, but the moment it will come across the function process order, it will find it out that no such function exists in the program. That's when it will move to the next block and it will throw an error to the user. So save this program and you can see here it says here is your black coffee, enjoy your day first, and then it says sorry, an error occurred in your program. So this is how you can show an error to the user, a customized error we can say. If we call this process order function outside of the try block, the scenario will change and the error will be different. So let me show you guys. What we'll do is we'll cut this process order from here and we'll call this process order function outside of the try and catch block. Now we have called this process order function here and we know this function does not exist in the program. So let's save it, and here you can see it says uncaught reference error, process order is not defined. So this is a runtime error here. Now this is the default error you get in JavaScript. This is the default way in which you can get an error in JavaScript. So there are certain things we can do with errors in JavaScript, which are, let's say if you want to print the error as well in the console. So we just have to write here console.log error. And one more thing we have to do is we have to move this process order function from here back again to its original position. So save it now, and here you can see we have a reference error. Now this statement will print the whole error in the form of text, and the user will know the type of error as well. Apart from that, we can also print only the message or the name of the error. So for that we have to write here console.log error.name for the name of error and console.log error.message for the error message. So save it And here you can see we have reference error and as the name of error, and the message is process order is not defined. So this part of the error is the message and this part is the name. Now we are left with the finally block only. We have already discussed that the finally block is independent of the two blocks and it will be executed anyway if present in a program. So the syntax for finally block goes like this. What we'll do is we'll remove these three statements from a program and we'll write here finally, and inside the finally, let's say we want to print something on the console. So let's say we'll write here this block will execute no matter what. Now this finally block will be executed anyhow. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as this block will execute no matter what. Let's do one thing. Let's take this process order function from here and we'll paste it here. Save it now, and here you can see now none of the three blocks is executing, right? So what we have to do is we have to put it back in its place. One more thing we will discuss before wrapping up this video is the throw keyword in JavaScript. With this keyword, we can throw an error anywhere in the program. The message will be customizable and the type will be uncaught error. Fine. Let's see an example of this type of error handling with the help of basic if-else statement. So let's say we have a condition here in which we have a variable. So let me comment this piece of code as well first. Now, let's say we have a condition here in which we have a variable a and the value of a is, let's say, 9. The condition we have to check here is if a is less than 10, then an error should be thrown, otherwise the system should print something, right? So let's move on to the programming part and you'll understand it. So what we'll do is we'll declare a variable a and the value of variable a will be 9. Now the if statement will have a condition that if a is less than 10, throw an error. So what we have to do is we have to write here throw new error, fine, and the message will be, let's say, this is a customizable error, fine. This is the message, and we have to mention the else statement here as well. So inside the else statement we'll write here console.log working fine, let's say. So the if else block does not matter that much in this case. The only thing I want you guys to see here is the throw keyword. Save this program here and we have the value as 9, and what we wanted to throw an error if the value is less than 10. Save it, and here you can see we have a familiar representation of this error different from the try catch block. The message is customizable and it says this is a customizable error. So this is how we can throw an error in the program wherever we want to. I hope you guys got it. Have you guys ever heard about validation or pattern matching in JavaScript? We come across these terms when we hear about passwords mostly, right? So we say that we can use the if else statement to match if the user's password matches with the one we already have. For that we write if password is equals to some sort of string or characters, and then we see if the password matches, we'll let the user enter, otherwise the entry will be denied. So we are discussing all that because regular expressions are objects used to perform pattern matching, or if we want to search for something in a string, or even if we want to replace something from a string, we can do it all with regular expressions. So we'll go through the syntax for regular expressions and some more important things about regular expressions in JavaScript. So regular expressions are present in almost every programming language. It's not limited to JavaScript only, and the concept remains the same everywhere. The syntax may differ a bit between different languages, but the logic behind them will always be the same. The name might be a little bit confusing, but the reality is entirely different. They are pretty easy to use, and if you understand the basics clearly, you'll face no problem while working on advanced topics. So let's go through the regular expressions before we move on to validations using regular expressions in JavaScript. So let's understand the concept entirely so that it will be easy for you guys in further videos. So consider a scenario where we have a string and we want to find a particular word in that string. Or we can say we are in a static website. I hope you guys are aware of the term static, where we have the search option to find some word in the entire HTML document. We have to write the word in the search box and it will return us the location of that word in the HTML file or in the website, right? What we'll do now is we'll use a word and we'll find that word in a string. We'll make some changes to that word with the help of several functions used along with regular expressions in JavaScript. So the syntax for regular expressions goes like this. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll take a variable here. So let's say the variable is var regex, and we use 2 forward slashes for it. Generally we use the double slash for comments, but it will be recognized as a regular expression in JavaScript if we write something inside these double slashes. So let's say we are writing something here. Let's say we write here hello. Now this word hello is present inside the variable regex, and this word needs to be searched in a string. So let's use a string as well. So for that we'll write here where, let's say the string name is str1. Let's say we are writing here welcome to a YouTube channel, full stop. Say hello if you are new here. Fine. So let's say this is the string we have. Now this string contains the word hello in it. All we have to keep in mind is to add the main keyword in the string for now. Moving ahead, what we want to do is we want to find this word in the string, right? We want to find this hello word in the string. So next up we'll go through certain essential functions which we use with regular expressions, and we'll see the functioning of these essential functions. The first function is the exec function. So let me write here, guys. This is the first function, exec function. Now this function returns an array if the word is present in the string. Otherwise it will return null if the word is not present in the string. The syntax is pretty straightforward. All we have to do is to use the exec function with the variable that contains the regular expression. Now in this case the word regex contains the regular expression. We have to use it with the function, and the string name will be passed as a parameter to this function. So let's write the syntax here and it will be easy for you guys. So let's comment it out and we'll write here, let's say we are taking another variable var output. We'll write here the variable name dot function name. We'll write here exec, and the string will be passed as a parameter. Fine. So this is the syntax. Now this output variable over here will have an array, and the array will return the index number of the word hello in the string. Fine. So let's print this array on the console and we'll write here console.log output. Fine. Save it and open the console. So we'll move to our browser and we'll open console here. See here we have an array, and if we click on this array we can see that we have the word hello at index 36. So if we count from here, and the counting should start from 0 because array index always starts from 0. So at index 36 we can find that hello is over here, and so it will return the index of this particular word. Now if we write here something else other than hello, let's say we are writing here 2. Save it now, and you can see here we have 2 present at index 8. So if we count from here we can see that 2 is present at index 8. So this is working totally fine. Now another scenario is if we write here 2 with a capital T. Save it now, and you can see here the output is null. Why so? Because regular expressions in JavaScript are case sensitive. Case sensitive means it differentiates between the capital letters and small letters. Fine. But the good part is we can make them in case sensitive as well. So all we have to do is we have to use a modifier. A modifier is actually used to make modifications in the search. So what we have to do is we have to write here in the beginning, we have to write a single letter, and in this case we'll write here I, because this modifier will tell the system that there will be no problem with the case sensitivity of the word now. It will work fine. And if we save this program, we can see we have the output as index 8. Now if we change this string and we'll write here something other than this, so we'll write here HELLO, but the 3 letters of this word are capital letters. So save it now, and you can see we have the output as index 36. So this is working fine. Now one last situation is if we write here more than one hello in a single string. So if we write here hello and welcome to our YouTube channel. Now there are 2 hello words present in a single string. Save it, and you can see we have the word hello at index 0. So it will return the first hello word in the string. Now if we want to get access of the second hello, and if we write here this piece of code again, what we are expecting is we are expecting it to give us the index of second hello as well, but it will not happen. Save it, and you can see it will give the index of first hello twice. You can see here we have index as 0 in both the arrays, right? So it will not work. Now the solution to this problem is modifiers again. What we have to do is we have to use another modifier here. Now we have to write here the letter G and save it. Now this is returning null because we have the string wrong here. So we have to write here hello because we have removed the in case sensitive modifier. Save it now, and you can see we have both the hello words with indexes as 0 and 46 respectively. So this global modifier tells the system that the word is now global, and if you find the word once and the user tries the exec function again, then the second time you should return the index value of the second word. So this is how it actually works. Now the following function we are going to discuss is a pretty simple one, the test function. Now this function returns either true or false, nothing else. This function checks for a particular word, that if the word exists in a string, then it will return true, otherwise false. It will not return the index value or some sort of other things. It deals with the boolean value only, that is true or false. So that's it for the function. Let's see how this function works actually. So what we'll do is we'll mention here this test function and we'll comment this piece of code so that there will be no confusion. We'll comment it out. Now we'll go through the syntax of this test function. The syntax is pretty easy. We'll use the output variable again, and we'll write here variable name dot function name, and the string name will be passed as a parameter. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this on a console. Fine. So this is the syntax for test function. Save it, and here you can see in the console that for the word hello it returns true. If we change this word here to something else, like if we write here hi instead of hello, save it, and you can see the output is changed to false because hi is not there inside a string, right? Because hi does not exist according to this string. So this is how the test function actually works. Now one more thing I want to mention here about the test function is if we write here some part of a word, not the whole word but some part. So let's say if we write here ELL, now this is the part of hello word. Now what if we save this? You can see the output here is true. That's because the test function checks for every letter, and if it finds these 3 letters in any word, it will return true in that case as well. Fine. Next up, we have another function to use with the regular expressions in JavaScript. Now the next function's name is match function. I'll write it here. First I'll comment these 2 statements, and then I'll write here the name of this function. So the name is match. Now this match function returns an array of results, otherwise null. The syntax for this function is exactly opposite from the previous functions, because we'll pass the regular expression as a parameter to this function now, and the function will be used along with the string. So it is completely opposite to the syntax we used for the previous 2 functions. So we'll write here for this, we'll use the output variable again. We'll write here where output, and instead of regex, we'll use it with the string. So we'll write here str1.match, and the variable name will be passed as a parameter. Fine. So this is how the syntax for match function looks like. It's exactly opposite to the syntax we used for previous two functions. The next line will remain the same. We'll write here console.log and we'll print output on a screen. Fine. Now we have to do one more thing here. What's that is, we have to remove this modifier from here and we have to write here hello. So save it, and you can see we have an array over here. Now what if we want to find both the words in a string? If we want to check if there's more than one word with the similar name. So what we have to do is we have to write here G, and if you save it now, you can see the output is completely changed, and now we have an array with two similar words. What if we add another hello here? So let's say we have another hello here. Save it, and you can see here the array size is increased to 3 now. Now we are left with one more method, and the method we are going to discuss now is pretty important because we'll use this method in future as well. So the last method is the replace method, which is used to replace something from a string. We can either replace the first matching word or all the matching words from a string. If we are using the global modifier, then all the words will be replaced. Otherwise the first matching word will be replaced. So the syntax for this method goes like this. What we have to do is, so let's comment it out first and we'll go through the syntax of final method. So the final method is replace method. Fine. So the syntax goes like this. We'll use the output variable again and we'll write here str1 dot replace because we want to replace something in that particular string. The first parameter will be the variable name. We'll write here regex, comma, and then we'll pass the word we want to change. So hello will be changed with, let's say in this case, hi. Fine. Now check over here that if we are using any modifier, so we are using global modifier here. Now if we print this on a console, if we write a console.log and we are writing here output, if we save it now, we'll get to know that all the hello words in the string are replaced with the word hi. Save it, and you can see over here that hi and welcome to our YouTube channel. Say hi if you are new here, and then we have a hi. You can see that all the hello words are replaced with the word hi. Now if we remove this global modifier from here and if we save it now, you can see only the first hello word is replaced. The other hello words are here and there will be no change in them because we are not using the global modifier now. In the previous video where we came across regular expressions in JavaScript, we saw different predefined functions that we use for finding a particular expression present inside a string, right? Like the predefined functions, we also have some JavaScript characters that make the searching part easy. So these characters are used within the expressions and help us in different ways. For example, let's consider a scenario where we have a regular expression and we want to find a particular word within the string. But we don't remember the whole word. Let's say we forgot the word with time. And now we remember only a part of that word. So let's do the same side by side. And what we'll do is we'll go to our JavaScript file and we'll take three variables. We'll write here let regex is equals to, then we'll write here let str1 is equals to, and then finally we'll write where output is equals to. Fine. Now here we have three variables. The variable regex will store a regular expression within it. We haven't returned the word yet. Next up we have a variable str1 to store the string and a variable output to store the output returned by a function. The function we'll use will be any one of the ones we used in the previous video. So let's do it here. The word, let's say the word will be welcome. Fine. You can take any word you want. Now moving on to the string, let's write the string as well. We'll write here welcome to our YouTube channel, and then we'll write another welcome here. Fine. We'll discuss the reason why we wrote welcome twice. Now if you guys remember from the previous video, where we have used the test function to check the availability of a word present in a string or not. We'll use the same function again. So we'll write here variable name dot function name. So the function name is test, and then we'll pass the string name as a parameter. So we'll write here str1. That's fine. And finally what we'll do is we'll print this on our console. So we'll write here console.log output. Fine. Now we already know the output for this piece of code, right? The output will be true. That's obvious because we have the word welcome present in our string, not once but twice. The output will remain true if we remove the first welcome from this string. Let's do it here. Let's save the program first and then we'll move to the console. And you can see here the output says true for the word welcome present in the string str1. That's true, right? And now if we remove this welcome word from here and if we save it, you can see the output still remains true because we have another welcome word present in the string, right? So this is how the test function actually works. We'll put the welcome word here again. We already know the functioning of this test function. The main point of discussion here is the meta characters. So meta characters are characters with special meanings, like the dot character. If we write this regular expression, like we can remove any one character from this word and put a dot in its place. Let's do it. We'll remove a random character and write dot here. So let's say we are removing L. Fine. And instead of L, we are putting a dot here. Now the dot character here will replace this character and the system will not throw any error. It will still find the word. We can also use exec function here to check the index number of the word. So what we'll do is we'll take another variable and we'll do the same. We'll write here regex dot exec and then we'll pass the string name as parameters. Fine. We'll copy this console.log from here and we'll paste it here. The variable name is op. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as true for the test function, and for the exec function it returns the index number 0 of the word in the string. Now the system automatically puts a L in place of the dot character. Similarly, if you want to do the same thing for more than one character, we have another meta character for that. It's not that we can't use this dot operator, but we can use it for a limited time. Like we can use it for a single character. But if we want to put more than one character and we don't know the number of the characters, so then we have another meta character for that. The meta character is asterisk. Now this asterisk allows us to put multiple characters within a particular expression. For example, if we write here, let's remove all this and we'll put star or asterisk in place of all the characters in between. So save it, and you can see the output returns true for test function, and for the exec function the index is 0. Now if we write here something like that, and we don't know what it is, but let's assume it. So if we save it now, you can still see the output returns true for this as well, because now we can put any number of characters in between W and E. The only thing that matters is the first and the last character of the word welcome. Now the next character we'll be looking at does not work the same way as these characters. The caret character works upon a whole string. Let's go through the syntax, and what we'll do is we'll remove this unwanted piece of code, and then we'll come here, we'll write here welcome again, and now we'll put this caret character. Now the caret character is this character. So what this character returns is, this character returns true only if the whole string starts with the word welcome. The second welcome word does not even exist for this meta character. If we save this program now, it will return true because welcome is present at the start of this string, right? So save it, and you can see the output is true. Now if we remove this welcome from here, and if we save this program now, we know that we have another welcome present in the string, but this character does not work that way, and it will return false because the string starts with 2 now, right? Save it, and here you can see the output is false for test function, and for exec function the output is null. It will not return any index number of the second welcome or some sort of thing. So this is how the caret character works in JavaScript. The next meta character does the same thing, but for the end of the string. The symbol is $, and it checks for the end part of the string. This meta character is placed at the end of a regular expression, and it checks if the string ends with characters present in the expression. The syntax goes like this. What we'll do is we'll remove this caret character and we'll put a $u. Now this statement now will check if the string ends with the word welcome or not. In this case, the last word of the string is back, right? Not welcome. So the output will be false. Save it, and you can see here the output is false and null. Suppose we write here back in place of welcome. Now what we'll do is we'll write here back in place of welcome, and if we save this program now, the output will change to true because back is the last word present in a string, right? So this character checks for the end of the string. Save it, and you can see the output is changed to true and the index number is 32. Fine, the exec function will return the index number of the word back. The last meta character we will discuss in this video is the optional meta character. The question mark symbol represents this meta character, and the functioning be like any character before this symbol is treated as optional. This means that it doesn't matter if the character is present in the string or not. For example, if we write here, let's say we'll write here welcome again because welcome has more characters than back, and we'll write here welcome as well. Fine. Now let's make some changes in this particular regex expression. So what we'll do is we'll put a question mark here, and let's say we'll put another question mark here. Fine. Now if we remove C and E from the string or any one of them, then also the function will work fine and the output will be true. Let's do it, and what we'll do is we'll make some changes in this particular string, and we are going to remove some characters from this string. So we have two welcome words here, and what we'll do is we'll remove C from this one, and we have two optional characters, right? Both C and E are optional, but for now we are removing C only. So the string looks like this. We have the word vellum. It doesn't mean anything, but for understanding purposes we have done it. So save it, and you can see the output remains true for vellum. Now what if we put any other word in place of this character? Let's say we are writing here B. Fine. The output will change. We have to put an O as well because O is not an optional character. Now the output will change. As we were discussing, if we save this program, you can see it says true for now, but it is saying true because of this welcome. Now if we remove this welcome from here and if we save it now, you can see the output is changed to null. Yes, these characters are optional, but we can't put any character in place of them. We have two options only. Either we can put C in its place or we can leave it. So there's no other option with the optional characters. So these are the few meta characters present in regular expressions, which helps in validation a lot. We came across meta characters in regex in the previous video, where we saw how to check the availability of a particular word or expression within a string. We know about functions as well. So today we will combine all these things to some extent, and we'll see how basic validation actually works in JavaScript. We'll see an example wherein we'll go through the character sets and ranges and check for some specific type of validation in this video. Now, the topic character sets and ranges itself is a pretty explanatory topic, and we can get an idea of what's coming just by going through the words. Characters in layman term refers to alphabets and numbers, right? We see a character on a daily basis and we know a lot about them. Now, if I write here A, we can say that this is a character in JavaScript. Now, we can use one single character or a group of characters at a time with regular expressions in JavaScript. We have a particular syntax for it. We'll go through the syntax first, and the syntax is like we have to use square brackets and we have to write characters in between these brackets or inside these brackets. Here we have three characters A, B and C. What we can do is we can give instructions to the system to use any one of them in a regular expression. So let's take a small example of how this actually works with regular expressions. And what we'll do is we'll do the same thing we have been doing till now. We'll search a word within a string. We'll check that if a word exists within a string or not. So we'll do it like we'll take a variable regex that will contain the regular expression. So this is the syntax for regular expression, and this is our regular expression which says def. So in actual this is not a word, but assume it as a word for now. And what we have to do is we have to include character sets with this regular expression, right? So we'll write here inside square brackets ABC. Now the next thing is we'll define the string. Let's say the string name is tr1 and the string says this string contains ADEF. So DEF, or we can say ADEF, is what matters the most for now. So anything else you can write on the string. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the test function to check if this particular regular expression is available in the string or not. So we'll write here regex.test, and inside this we'll pass the string as a parameter. Now the last thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this on our console. Fine. We are done with it. So what we are doing here is we want to search the string for a word which contains the letter DEF compulsory. But before DEF, we can have a character. That character can either be A, B or C. No other character will be taken in front of DEF because we have defined a character set as well, right? And that character set contains only three characters, A, B and C. So here you can see we have ADEF present in the string and we have A along with DEF. So what we are expecting is this test function should return true, right? So save it and check for the output in the console. So we'll go to our console. And here you can see the output says true because we have ADEF only. Now, if we write here anything else, like if we replace this A with the character R, save it, and you can see the output is false because R is not present inside this character set. Now, what if we write here something like, let's say we are writing here Kaushal DEF. Now, this will check for this letter only, for this L only. Other letters don't actually matters in this case. In the case of character sets, the only character that matters is the character right before the regular expression. So if we save it, you can see the output is changed to false. And if we write here, let's say Kaushal ADEF, save it, and you can see the output is true because it checks for this character only. Fine. Talking about ranges, let's say we want to add any character in the string between A to Z. Now we have two options to do so. First one is we can write A, B, C till Z here, like we'll write here DEF, GHI and so on and so forth till Z. But this task is a little bit lengthy, right? And we have to spend a lot of time in that process. So the alternate to this process is to define a range of characters. To define a range of characters, it's quite an easy task. All you have to do is write A hyphen Z. So this is how you can define a range of characters. Now this range will consist every character from A till Z. A and Z will also be included. Keep this thing in mind. If we write here Kaushal DEF again, so we have seen in the previous example that it returned false for this, right? Save it now and you can see the output is still true. That's because now we have a range from A till Z. If we write here 5 now it will return false because 5 does not lies in between this range, in between A to Z. So it will return true for any character between A till Z. Fine. Now let's say we want to exclude some particular characters from this range, like we don't want the user to include DEF again. No character from D, E or F. So the syntax for that is also pretty easy. We have to use the caret operator and we have to write here, but we don't want to include. So let's say in this case we don't want to include D, E, F. Fine. So if we write here D, D, E, F now and save it, you can see it will return false because we have included D, D, E, F. And if we write here A, D, E, F, save it, and you can see the output is true. Now we can't include characters D, E and F in front of this regular expression because we have defined this character set to not include these characters in the regular expression. So these are characters and ranges in regular expressions. So the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be going through a basic validation example and we'll see how actually basic validation works in JavaScript. What we'll do is we'll create a small HTML form that will take the employee ID from the user and it will check if the employee belongs to the organization or not. So let's say the employee ID of the organization has some unique characters present in it and the character remains there in each employee ID. The idea is simple. We'll take the ID from the user and we'll use the if-else control statement to check if it belongs to the organization or not. So let's move on to the HTML file and we'll create a placeholder and a button. So let's do it. We'll write here form and inside this form tag let input ID is equals to EID and placeholder is equals to employee ID and type is equals to text. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to include a button as well, and we are going to call a function on clicking. So we'll use the on click event. So we'll write here on click and let's say the function name is employee and the button name is, let's say, submit. Save it and you can see over the browser that we have a placeholder along with the button. So let me give a space here, save it now, and you can see we have a placeholder and a button. So that's all what we have to do in HTML part. Now the rest of the thing we'll be doing in the JavaScript file. So let's move to a JavaScript file and comment this piece of code first. Now what we want is we want to call a function employee on clicking the submit button. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll define a function employee and inside the body of this function the first thing we will be doing is we'll be taking the user's ID, right? So we need a variable for that. So let's say the variable is empid and we'll write here document dot get element by ID. The ID is EID dot value. Fine. Now this empid variable will hold the value entered by the user, right? So like if we write here something like D2386, so let's say this is the ID, this will be stored, the value for this ID will be stored inside this empid variable. Fine. Now we'll use the regular expression to check for some special characters. So we'll write here inside the function, we'll write here where check is equals to, inside the regular expression we'll write something. So let's say we want to start the employee ID for the development team with the alphabets D and E, and each ID will have a similar numeric code like 253 which represents the code for a particular team. Fine. So we'll write here inside the character sets we want DE to be there before a similar numeric code, right? So 253 is the numeric code and we want to include either D or E before that, right? And after 253, let's say we have a range of numbers that each employee ID has a unique 2-digit number. The ID should look like either D25311 or either E25361, something like that, right? Now, so for that what we have to do is we have to include here another range, and this range will be from 11, this range will be from 10 till 99. Fine. This looks a bit complex now, but if you try to do it by yourself, believe me guys, you'll find it out that this is an easy task but a little lengthy, we can say. Now the next part is we have to validate the ID entered. For that we have to use the if else control statement along with the test function. So we have to write here if check dot test, and inside this we'll write emp id, because emp id is the variable which is holding the value entered by the user, right? So if it's true, then it will return an alert box with the message that says valid employee ID. Fine. Else it will return a message in the pop-up which will say invalid ID. Fine. So this if else statement will check the value returned by the test function. If the value returned is true, it will return a message valid employee ID. Otherwise the else statement will run and the user will get a pop-up with the message invalid email ID. Fine. Let's check the output, and in the browser here we'll write the employee ID in the given placeholder. So let's say the employee ID is D25319. Submit it and you can see it says valid employee ID. We can do it for some more, like if we write here E25398. Submit it and you can see it still says valid employee ID. Now what if we want to include any character between this range and the unique number, right? So let's try to do it. We'll write here D253K89. Fine. So let's say this is the ID we want to enter. Submit it and you can see it says invalid employee ID. Fine. Now one more thing we want to do here is, like if we write here D253 89, in this case it will return false or invalid employee ID. Why? Because we haven't included any modifier here and it will differentiate between uppercase and lowercase character. So to overcome this problem, what we can do is we can include the in case sensitive modifier and we are clearly good to go. Now if we write here D25398 and save it, if we write here now D25398, submit it and you can see here the output says valid employee ID. So this is how we can use validation along with regular expressions. In the last video, we came across character sets and ranges. We saw how we could use them with regular expressions, and we also saw how to validate a user's input with the help of character sets and ranges along with regular expressions. Now in this video, we'll look at the shorthand character classes present within regular expressions and we'll see how they are helpful in JavaScript. If you guys remember, the regular expression we used became a bit confusing and lengthy because we have used so many ranges and character sets all in one, right? A character class can be used to overcome this particular problem, and we have several character classes present in JavaScript. So today we will go through them in this particular video. Now the syntax is not too much complicated. All we have to do is to write a single character with a backslash and we are good to go. For example, if we go to a JavaScript file and if we write here \d. Now if we write this character before any regular expression in JavaScript, it means that we have added a character class to a regular expression. This \d is a character class used for finding a digit within a string. Let's go through an example for this character class. And we'll do the same thing. We'll take a string and try to find a regular expression within that string. So what we'll do is we'll write here where regex is equals to, and here we'll write a regular expression. First we'll take up a string and use some functions to check the output. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll take another variable. Let's say the variable name is str1 and the string says user's phone number is 98765432110. Now let's say this is the string we are using for today's program. The next thing we'll do is we'll use the exec function to find the regular expression within the string. So we have already gone through this exec function in JavaScript. Today we'll use that function only. Now we'll write here where output is equals to regex.exec, and inside this we'll pass a string as a parameter. The next thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this output on a console. Now we are good to go. So we are done with it, and the next thing we want to do is to find a particular pattern along with the number present before that pattern in the string. So let's suppose if we write here inside these slashes, if we write here let's say 3 to 1. Now this statement here asks the computer to find a pattern 3 to 1 in the string. Save it and go to the console. So we'll move to our browser and we'll press Ctrl plus Shift plus I, and here you can see we have a console here, and here we have an array as well. So here you can see it says, let me zoom it out a bit. Here you can see it says 3 to 1 is present at index 28. Now the system finds out that this particular string or this particular regular expression is present here in the string at index number 28. Obviously the indexes will start from 0, and the moment it will find this 3 to 1 regular expression, it will show the index number in an array in a console. Now if we add \d here, let's say we are adding here \d in front of this expression and check the output here, save it, you'll notice that we have a number present here right before that expression, right? We have 4 3 2 1 here instead of just 3 2 1. The output here gives us the number 4. This means that this \d represents this number 4 in this string. Now what if we put an alphabet before this expression? Now let's do it. What we'll do is we'll write here A, and let's say we are adding only a single alphabet here. Let's say we are adding A before 3 to 1. Now the expected output is A321, but the moment we'll save it, you can see it says null. That's because this particular character class works for digits only. If it finds anything other than a numeric digit, it will return an error or it will return null in that case. Now if we want to find all the numbers before this pattern, then we have to add a plus operator in the regular expression. All we have to do is we have to write here plus, and we are good to go. Now it will return everything until it finds a space or any character other than a digit. Now let's suppose if we are writing here A after 987. Now this particular statement will return all the numbers till 6. The moment it will encounter A here, it will return all the numbers after A. It will stop at A and it will not go further. Now save it, and you can see it says 654321. That's because this \d works for digits only. Now if we write here nothing, like we have a number 9876543210, save it and it will return the whole number 9876543221, not 0 because we haven't included any number here. Now if we write here again \d after this as well, save it, and here you can see we have the output as 0 as well. We have the whole number here. Fine. So this is how this \d actually works in JavaScript. So this is a character class. Now the next thing is, what if we want to find a non-digit character before a particular pattern? If we write here before 3 to 1, let's say we are writing here A, and we want the system to return the non-digit character before 3 to 1. In that case, we use capital D instead of small d. Always remember guys, every shorthand character class in regex have an inverse that does precisely the opposite of that particular class. Like if we have small d here that works for digits only, we also have an inverse which is denoted by \capital D, and it does exactly opposite of this small d here. Now if we write here capital D in place of small d, what will happen is it will return the character here. It will return true for everything other than a digit. Now if we remove this small d from here and save it, Here you can see it says null because we haven't included the backslash sign here. Save it. And here you can see it says A321. It will return true for anything except for a digit. Even if we put a symbol over here, then also it will return the output as true. For example, if we write here, let's say we are including $sign here. Let's say we are including $2 sign here. Save it and it will return $2 signs. That's because we are using the plus operator here. Obviously, let's include as many signs as we can. Save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present over here on our output. So this is how capital D character class works, or we can say inverse character class of small d. This is how it works. Now the next class we'll be going through is the wordly character, denoted by the letter W, small w, and is used in place of any character that can be an alphabet, a number, or an underscore sign. We can use this character over D if we are unsure about the character present before the pattern. For example, if we write here, let's say \W BER. Now here we have used the BER pattern which is present at the end of number. Right, here BER is present at the end of number. Now this statement will return M only because we are not using any plus operator here. If we use any plus operator, then it will return the whole number because it will return everything until it encounters a space or something like that. So for now we are not using any plus operator, so we'll be writing here this only. Now here it will return M because it can take up a number, an alphabet, or an underscore sign. It will return false if it finds any space or something other than these three. These three means a number, an alphabet, or an underscore sign. Fine. Now save it and you can see on the console that the output says MBER. Let me zoom it a bit. So here you can see the output says MBER, right? Present at index 14. It will return null if we put a space before the pattern. Like if we write here NUM space BER, save it, you can see it says null for this. Now we can use the plus operator as well here for this particular character class. Now what will happen is it will return every character present before the pattern until it encounters a space or something like a symbol or any sort of thing. So let's try it. What we'll do is we'll write here W plus BER. And we'll remove this space from here, save it, and here you can see it says number. What if we remove this space from here, remove it, save it, and here you can see it says phone number. It will return every character before the pattern until it finds any space or any other, let's say, symbol. So let's say we are including here dollar, percentage, and caret sign. Save it, and here you can see it says NE number. So it's returning it from here because it will not return true for any of the symbols here. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as phone number again. So that's working totally fine. Like the inverse character class for digits, we have the inverse character class for this also, and it returns true for everything other than an alphabet, number, or any underscore sign. Now if we write here, instead of small w, let's say we are writing here capital W. And let's do something with the string as well. So let's put a space here again and we are good to go. We are not doing anything more than that. So it will return null because before BER we have M here, right? If we remove this M with a sign, let's say if we are removing this with a dollar sign or with an empty one, like we are writing here space, nothing, then it will return the index number and the pattern. So let's do it, save it, and here you can see it says dollar, then it says BER, and the index number is 14. You can count the index number, so 0 for U, and then similarly 1 for S, 2 for E, 3 for R, 4 for S, up to 14 for dollar. So dollar is present at index 14. It will return the index number here. Now the plus operator also works for this inverse character class as well. Right here plus BER, and we can insert as many characters or as many symbols as we want. So like here we have inserted so many symbols. This doesn't mean anything, but we are inserting them for example purposes or for practical purpose. So save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present over here in a array, and the index number is still 14. If we remove these n and u from here, now save it, the index number will change to 11. That's quite easy. Now the next class we have is the simplest of all. This class works for white spaces only. It means that it will return true or give us the index number of the expression from the string only if a white space exists before the pattern. It is denoted by small s and works for spaces only. Now if we write here, let's say \s, okay, we have made a mistake. We'll write here \s and we'll write here phone. So this is the pattern and this is the character class. \s is the character class. Now what we'll do is we'll remove it from here and we'll write the string as this again. We'll write here user's phone number is this and this. Now for this regular expression, it will return the index number of this space. The space is present at index 5, 0 for u, 1 for s, 2 for e, 3 for r, 4 for s, and this space is present at index number 5, so it will return index as 5 for this particular space. Now don't get confused guys for this index number as 5. The index number is for the space present in the screen before the pattern phone, right? Now if we try to do the same for users as well, let's suppose if we write here users, it will return null in this case because there's no space present before users in the string, right? Save it, and here you can see the output says null in this case. Fine. Now we can also use the plus operator here for more than one spaces present in the string. It will return all the spaces until it finds a character or something other than the spaces. Like if it finds any symbol or any character, then only it will return false. Otherwise for spaces it will return true. So if we write here too many spaces, if we put too many spaces before the word phone, or let's say we are changing this word to phone, save it, and here you can see we have all the spaces here. It's denoted by a single space, but the index number is changed to 19. Now we have so many spaces present here before the pattern phone or before the word phone. So this is how we can use space character class in JavaScript. Now we have also the inverse class for this character class as well. It returns true for everything other than empty spaces. If we write here, let's say we are removing this, and let's say we are and let's say we are writing here users, and we are giving so many spaces here before the word users. Now it will return null in this case because there are spaces present in front of the word users. If we include a character or something in front of this word, then only the output will change and return the index number along with the string. So save it first, and here you can see, okay, we have used the small s. In place of small s, we'll write here capital S. Save it, and you can see here the output says null for capital S because this capital S will return true for everything other than spaces only. Now if we put here any symbol, let's say we have these symbols here, save it, and here you can see now we have a hash symbol present before the word users. That's because we have used capital S only. Now if we use your plus operator, save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present in a array. We have the index number as 11, we have dollar, percentage, caret, and hash present over here, right? So this is how the inverse of character spaces in JavaScript actually work. So these are the character classes we have in JavaScript. If you guys see, we have two text boxes over here. One is for the username and the other one is for the password. Creating such text boxes in HTML is quite an easy task. We have to use the input tag, which we discussed a few sessions back, and we are using some more properties here. So you can see we have type as text for username, and for password the type is password. So before we move on to validation with JavaScript, let me tell you guys that we can do certain things with HTML as well. Like if we want that none of the two text boxes over here remains blank, we can write here inside these input tags. So if we write here required, save it, and now if you try to click on this submit button, you can see it says please fill out this field. It will not allow the user to submit the form until there is any value present for the name. So if we write here any random name and submit it now, you can see the form is getting refreshed. That's because we have used the form tag over here. Now if we try to submit without writing anything, we'll get the pop-up as please fill out this field. And we can do the same for password as well. Like if we write here required and save it. Now if you write any name over here for the username, and if we leave this password field blank, submit it, you can see it says please fill out this field for password as well. So HTML can let you do all this stuff, but when it comes to actual validation, like if you want the user to enter only if the name or password matches the one present in the backend, or maybe we can say in the server, we have to use something more than HTML. Now the case with JavaScript is a bit different. If we talk about validation in JavaScript, we can use JavaScript for client-side verification. The scenario here will be the one we'll discuss in today's video. What we'll do today is we'll create a basic sign-up form with 3 text boxes. One is for the username, the other one is for the password, and we'll add one more box for age. Half of the work is already done, and we have to add one more box now for the age. So age is just a number, right? So we can add a text box over here. What we have to do is we have to write here before the submit button, we'll write here input type is equals to number, and we'll provide it the ID as well. So let's say the ID is age. We'll use the ID attribute later, and inside this placeholder we'll write here age. Save it, and here you can see we have 3 text boxes over here. Inside the age we can't write any character or alphabet because we have defined the type as number for this, so we can write numbers here only. Now the next part is to link this page to another web page such that if the credentials are correct, the user will enter the home page of our website. For that we have to use the action attribute in HTML. Now the question here is, when do we want the user to enter the home page? Only if the credentials are correct, right? We have to use the action attribute with the form tag. So you can see over here we have already mentioned the form tag. Now what we'll do is we'll write here action, and what we want is we want it to redirect the user to another page or another web page, the home page of our website, after checking the credentials, and if the credentials are correct, the user will move on to the home page. So we have already a file named homepage.html. So we'll write here homepage.html and save it. Now on clicking the submit button, okay, we have to fill something for name and for password as well. So we'll write random values over here, submit it, and you can see we have been redirected to another page, and this is the home page of our website. However, it doesn't look like a home page. Still we can assume it, right? So now we know what should be done if the user has correct credentials to enter the home page. We are almost done with the HTML part. We'll make some more changes to this file later. The next thing we have to do is to validate the credentials entered by the user, right? For validation purposes, we'll use the if-else control statements in a JavaScript file. We'll create a function in a JavaScript file and call that function when the user clicks the submit button. But there is a difference. We'll not call the function on clicking the submit button. Instead, we'll call the function on submission of the form. So instead of writing here on click and then calling that function, what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag, we'll write on submit. So this is an event, and on submit what will happen is it will call a function named validate. We'll create this validate function in our JavaScript file now. So you can see here we have already used the ID attribute with all the input tags in order to get the values entered by the user. So let's move on to the JavaScript file, and what we'll do here is we'll first declare a function named validate. So we'll write here function, and the function name is validate, and then we have the body of this function. Now we'll take 3 variables to get all the values entered by the user. because we need to check for all the values, right? So we need to check if the user's name and password match the one we want, and the user should be aged above 13 to enter our website. For all these, we need the values entered by the user. So we'll use the get element by id method to get all the values. Now for that, we'll take three variables. So let's say the first variable is uname. It will hold the value entered in the username text box. Let me go to the form again. And here you can see we have three text boxes: username, password, and age. So we'll take three variables. For username, we'll write here document dot get element by id, and the id is uname. Let me confirm it once. So you can see here the id for username is uname. For password it is pass, and for age it's age. So we'll write here dot value. The next thing we'll do is we'll create another variable for password. We'll write here again document dot get element by id, and the id is pass. We'll again write here dot value, and the third variable will be where age. It will hold the age of the user. So we'll again write here document dot get element by id, and the id for age is age. We'll again use the dot value property. Now we are done with the values. We have three variables holding all the values entered by the user. Next up, we'll use these values to validate the data entered by the user. Now the first condition we can have here is that we don't want the user to leave any of the text boxes empty, right? If we click on this submit button, you can see it says please fill out this field. Now we can do it with the help of HTML as well, but for now we are using JavaScript. So we'll remove these required keywords so that we can do it with JavaScript only. Save it and submit it. Now you can see it is redirecting us to the home page of our website. So it's working totally fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write a condition if the user leaves any of these fields empty. So we'll write here if uname is equals to blank, or pass is equals to blank. Okay, pass is equals to blank, or age is equals to blank. Now what will happen is it will give the user a pop-up with the message. Let's say the message is missing credentials. Fine. Save it. And if we leave any of these fields empty now, a pop-up will appear with the message missing credentials. So the first condition is done, but there's a loophole in this condition. So let's check it out first. We'll leave username and password empty. Submit it. You can see it says missing credentials, right? Now the next thing is if we write here, let's say a random name and password as well, but we are leaving this age text box empty. Submit it. It still says missing credentials because we haven't entered the age, and it's working totally fine. Now there's a loophole in this condition. The exciting part is it will work fine if the user enters more than one space in all the fields. Like if we are giving here spaces for more than once, and similarly for password as well, submit it. And you can see it says missing credentials because we haven't filled the age. So let's do one thing. We'll write some spaces for username and password, and for age we'll say the age is 4. Submit it, and you can see we have no error over here. Now to overcome this problem, we have a predefined JavaScript method that treats all the spaces the same. No matter the number of spaces, whether it be one or more than one, it will treat all the same. We have to include the trim method within the if-else statement. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot trim for username, and similarly for password as well, we'll write here trim, and for age as well, let's say dot trim, and save it. Now move back to our sign up form, and if we try to give more than one spaces here, and let's say the age is 4, submit it, you can see it says missing credentials for more than one spaces as well. So this is working totally fine. Now the following condition will be for validating the name. let's say the required name is Kaushal or anything else. The required password is, let's say, 12345, and the age should be more than 13. Then only the user can enter the website. So for that we have to use the else if statement, and what we'll do is we'll write here else if, and inside this we'll give our conditions. So let's say the conditions are uname is equals to Kaushal, and pass is equals to 12345, and age should be greater than or is equals to 13. Then it will give the user a pop-up, and which states that we'll write here alert, we'll write here sign up successful. Fine, save it. Now the user can enter the website with these credentials only, otherwise a pop-up will appear. So let's give the else condition as well. What we'll do is we'll write here else, and we'll use another alert. Inside this we'll write wrong ID and password. Fine. Now we have all the conditions here. Save it, and now we'll check for different inputs. So let's move back to our form, and what we'll do is we'll write the username is, let's say, Ravi, and the password is, let's say, any random numbers, and the age is, let's say, 6. Submit it, and you can see it says wrong ID and password. Now what we'll do is we'll give it the correct credentials. We'll write here Kaushal, and the password will be 12345, and the age is, let's say, 21. Fine, the age should be greater than or equals to 13. So submit it, and you can see it says sign up successful. Now we have different conditions over here. Like if we write here any random name, and if we write here any random password, now it will return wrong ID and password. But if we write here correct ID and password and correct username as well, let's say we are writing here Kaushal, and let's say the age will change to 11. Submit it, and you can see it still says wrong ID and password. We can add one more condition over here, like we'll write here else if age is less than 12, it will give an alert that you are underaged or some sort of that. So we'll write here else if age is less than 13, an alert which states underaged. Fine, save it, and what we'll do is we'll move back to our form, and we'll write here Kaushal, password is 12345, and age is, let's say, 11. Submit it, and you can see it says underaged now. So it is working totally fine. Now one thing that seems a bit irritating as well is it redirects us to the home page every time, right? It doesn't matter if the credentials are correct or not, it redirects. To overcome this issue, we have to make some minor changes in the HTML file and include the return keyword in a if-else conditional statements. So let's go back to our HTML file, and what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag. Now we have on submit over here, so what we'll do is we'll write return before validate. So save it, and we'll move back to our JavaScript file. Now this return keyword will let the form perform any action only if the value returned by the function validate is true. Otherwise it will not allow the form tag to perform any action. The action here is redirecting the user to the home page, right? So let's do it here. We know that the function should return true only if all the credentials are valid. So we'll write here for all other conditions we'll write return false. Fine. For this one we'll write return true, because this is the condition when all the credentials are correct, and for all other conditions we'll write return false. Similarly for else as well, we'll write here return false. Now save it, and we'll move back to a sign up form. Save the HTML file as well once. And what we'll do is we'll write here Kaushal, password is 123 and age is, let's say, 4. Submit it. You can see it says underaged. Click on OK, and now it is not redirecting us to the home page, right? Now if the credentials are correct, what we'll do is we'll write here the password is 12345 and the age is, let's say, 21. Submit it. Now you can see it says sign up successful. Click on OK, and you can see we are in the home page. It is working totally fine. So if all the credentials are valid, then it is redirecting us to the home page, exactly what we wanted. So these are the basics of validation in JavaScript. Obviously, we can't validate a form with JavaScript in the real world because we don't have to deal with one user only. We need the backend to do all the validation and all. But simple validation can be done with the help of JavaScript. We did it just now. So we'll use regular expressions again to validate the email ID entered by the user. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and we'll create a text box here to take the user's input. So what we'll do is we'll create a text box. We'll write here input type is equals to email, ID here as, let's say, mail. Fine. The next thing will be a placeholder, and the placeholder will say enter email ID here. Fine. We'll close this input tag, and the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be creating a submit button. We'll write here type is equals to button, value will be submit, and we'll use the on click event. So we'll write here on click. So we'll call a function on clicking this button. We'll write here validate. We'll create this validate function in a JavaScript file. Now save this piece of code, and you can see we have a text box and submit button here. Now if you write here something, you can see nothing is happening over here. Now the next task we have to do is the one we already know. We'll move on to the JavaScript file. We'll create a function there and use the if-else control statements to check if the email ID entered by the user is in accordance with the pattern or not. Quite a simple task because we have been doing it for quite some time, right? So let's do it quickly. What we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file. I forgot to create one here, so let me create one, and the name will be email.js. So this is a JavaScript file. We'll create a function here. So we'll write here function validate. The next thing is the body of this function. So we'll write here everything other than the regular expression because the rest will remain the same as mobile number validation. So we'll write here, we'll create a variable here. We'll write here where email is equals to, we'll write here document.getElement by ID, and the ID is mail. Now we'll use the dot value attribute. The next thing is we'll again take a variable for regular expression and we'll leave it for now. We'll move on to the next part. What we'll do here is we'll use the if-else control statement again. So the first condition will remain the same. We'll write here if email.trim is equals to null. Then what it will do is it will give a pop-up. So we'll use the alert keyword, and inside this we'll write please enter a valid email ID. Fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll use the test function in regular expressions. So we'll write here else if regex.test, and we'll pass this email variable as a parameter. Here it will check if the input given by the user matches the pattern of the regular expression. We'll check for it. So we'll write here alert, and inside this we'll write email submitted successfully. Fine. And at the last we'll use the else statement, and we'll write here alert wrong email ID. Fine. Save it. Now we are almost done with everything apart from the regular expression. We didn't define the regex until now because we'll discuss it first. Because you know guys, using a regular expression for email validation is slightly different from other things. Like we have several parts for a regular expression. Let's discuss it first. So let's take an email ID first. So let me write here. Let's say we have an email ID as kaushal@simplelearn.com. Fine, we can't write here two dots. So this is what a primary email ID looks like. An email ID consists of four parts. The first part is the name, that can be anything. It can have alphabets, digits, or sometimes dot and underscore as well. So we can have the name as, like if we write here, let's say Kaushal11, or if we write here Kaushal.11, or we can write here Kaushal_011. Right, so these names are allowed in an email ID. The next part is the @ symbol. It's mandatory to add the symbol in each email ID, as you know. So the third part is the domain name. That can be the name of any particular organization. Like here, simpllearn is the domain name, or it can be Gmail or Yahoo or Hotmail or any of these. So that depends on the user where they have their email ID. Now the last part is the extension, which comes after a dot. So after this dot, we have an extension over here. This com is an extension. Fine. An extension can be .com, it can be .in or .net, or it can be .co.in. So now that we have an idea about how an email ID looks like, the next thing we'll be doing is working here on the regular expression to create a particular format of this type. Right. So we have four parts, but we have to compulsorily add an @ symbol and a dot before the extension. So what we'll do is we'll take 3 pairs of parentheses or round brackets, we can say, for defining the rest 3 parts. So what we'll do is we'll write here. So we need 3 parentheses, right? Now we have to mention @ and dot compulsorily here. Fine. The rest we'll define, but we have to add these 2 symbols compulsorily in each email ID. The caret and the dollar signs are meta characters used to define the regular expressions starting and the end points, right? So I hope you guys are clear with regular expressions till now, as this is the last video on this topic. And still, if you have any doubts about regex, feel free to comment your doubts and we'll get back to you. So let's define the first part here. The first part is the name consisting of alphabets, digits, or some specific symbols like dot and underscore, right? We'll define a range here. So we'll use square brackets to define the range. So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z, or A to Z, or 0 to 9. Fine. Here we have defined 3 ranges: a range for small letter alphabets, capital letter alphabets, and a range of numbers from 0 to 9. Now we could have used the global modifier at the end of this regular expression instead of defining a range of capital letter alphabets. We have already discussed the concept of modifiers a few sessions back. Now the next thing is to add specific symbols like dot and underscore. We can't write them simply because if we write here dot or underscore, the meaning will change and it will return true for any character in place of dot. The concept of meta characters, remember? So we have to put a backslash before writing the symbols. What we'll do is we'll put a backslash over here. Now we have added the special symbols as well. The next part is the length of this name. Now it can be either 10 or maybe 20, or we can say in some cases, let's suppose it can go more than 20. Now what we can do is we can either define the length inside curly braces like this. We can write here 2, 20. So this is the range for length, but we can't do it here because we are keeping this thing in mind that the username might go above 20 characters. So what we'll do is we'll use the plus operator. The plus operator will let the user enter the name as long as they want. Instead of using these curly braces over here, what we'll do is we'll use the plus operator here. Fine. Now the next part is for the domain name. After this @ symbol over here, what we'll do is we'll write the domain name. That has to be there in each email ID, right? The domain name can be the name of any organization, as we have already discussed. We don't need digits in the domain name, right? So what we'll do is we'll simply write here A to Z and A to Z. So we have defined 2 ranges for domain name, one for the small letters and the other one is for the capital letter alphabets. Fine, we did it almost the same as name. Now again the domain name can be of any length, so we have to use the plus operator here. What we'll do is we'll first put them inside square brackets. I forgot to mention them here, and then we'll use the plus operator. Now the regular expression looks a bit complicated, right? But we don't have to worry about it because these all are easy things, just a little bit lengthy we can say. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be going through the last part of a email ID. After this dot symbol, what we have to do is we have to define another range for the extension. Right, the extension can be any alphabet with a length not more than 6 to 7, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z only consists of small letters, or we can include capital letters as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z as well. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll define the length of this extension. So we don't need the plus operator here because the length of any extension can't be more than 4, 5 or 6 maybe, right? So what we'll do is we'll define a range of length. We'll write here 2 and 6. So 2 is the minimum length of extension and 6 is the maximum length. Now save it and let's check the output. So we'll check for several email IDs now. What we'll do is we'll write here abc@gmail.com. Fine, submit it. You can see it says email submitted successfully. Let me zoom it out a bit. The next thing we'll do here is we'll write here abc_11@gmail.com. So one thing we have forgotten here is to include the caret character and the dollar character. So we have to specify the starting and the end point here. So what we did is we have included the caret character and the dollar sign here. Now we'll write here abc_11@gmail.com. Submit it and you can see it says email submitted successfully. So this is a valid email ID. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be using any random symbol. So let's say we are using here abc*@gmail.com. Submit it and you can see it says a wrong email ID. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll write any number here, let's say, and we'll write here Kaushal112.3. Fine. So this will return wrong email ID because we have included numbers in domain name and we haven't defined any range of numbers for the domain name. Submit it and you can see it says wrong email ID. Now remove these numbers from here and submit it. You can see it says email submitted successfully. So this is working totally fine. Now the last thing is, what if we have an email like kaushal112.3@gmail.co.in. Submit it and you can see it says wrong email ID. In this case, we have to define another range in the regular expression that can be optional. So we have the question mark symbol that acts as an optional character. It means that any range or anything written before this meta character will be optional. So we'll use this symbol and we'll write here before this dollar sign. We'll again use parenthesis and we'll write here dot A to Z and then we'll define the range as 2,6 and we'll use the question mark sign here, or we can say this optional meta character here. Save it and now what if we write here kaushal@gmail.co.in. Now submit it and you can see it says email submitted successfully, and this is totally optional. If we write here kaushal@gmail.com, submit it and you can see it still works fine. So this is how we can validate a user's email ID in JavaScript. We have been using the console for a long time now. We have seen how we can use it to print the output of a program in the console. That's quite simple. Now debugging refers to finding and fixing errors in a program. Now to remove those errors, we need to identify them and analyze the solution for them as well. So in this video, we will see how to identify an error in a program with Chrome Developer Tools. And what we'll do today is we'll create a simple HTML program and we'll try to understand the concept of debugging in JavaScript with the help of that program. So let's do something here. Now we'll create two text boxes over here. So what we'll do is we'll take the user's input to add two values entered by the user in those text boxes. So what we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to number, because we want to perform addition of two numbers, and then we'll write here id as, let's say the id for number 1 is n1, and then we'll write here placeholder right here, let's say number 1. Fine. Now we'll do the same for second number as well. We'll write here number id is equals to n2, placeholder is equals to number 2. Fine. The last thing we have to do is we have to insert a submit button. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and we'll write the value as submit, and we'll use an event over here. So we'll write here on double click, we'll call the function add on clicking. Fine. Now save it, and you can see we have two text boxes over here and a submit button. Fine. We tried a new on click event here. Instead of using the regular on click event, we have used the double click event. Now the functioning will remain the same. The only change is that we have to double click on the submit button to call the add function. Now we are done with the HTML part. The next task is to create a function that can perform addition over the values entered by the user. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll create a function here. So we'll write here function. The function name is add, and then we have the body of this function. We'll take three variables. We'll write here var number 1. We'll use the document dot get element by id, and the id for number 1 is n1. We'll write here dot value. Fine, we'll do the same for number 2 as well. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Instead of number 1, we'll write here number 2, and the id will be number 2, and then we'll take another variable where number 3 that will hold the value after addition. So we'll write here number 1 plus number 2. Fine. Let's give some space between them. And the last thing we'll be doing here is we'll be using the alert keyword, and we'll be printing the output on a browser. So we'll write here the sum is plus number 3. Fine. Now save it. And here we have created a simple function to add two numbers. The value of the first number will be stored inside variable number 1, and the second value will be held inside variable number 2. For instance, if the user enters 10 in box 1 and 20 in box 2, the expected output will be 30, right? Let's check it out. So save it again, and we'll write here 10 in box 1 and 20 in box 2, and we'll double click on the submit button. And here you can see the output is different from what we have expected. The output is 1020 instead of 30. Now what's happening here is the system is taking the numbers as strings, and then the plus operator is used to append those values. So the solution is simple. What we have to do is we have to use the parseInt method, and it will take care of the rest. We have already discussed this parseInt method in the previous sessions, right? So we'll write here before this document dot get element by id, we'll write here parseInt, and we'll keep this inside brackets. Fine. We'll do the same for number 2 as well. We'll write here parseInt, and we are good to go. Save it now, and we'll write here 10 and 20 again. We'll write 10 inside the first box and 20 inside the second one, and double click on this submit button, and you can see the output is 30 now. It says the sum is 30. Now we have used the alert keyword here to print the output, but we could have used the console.log to print the same, right? So let me just take you through the developer tools first, and then we'll discuss about it. So we'll maximize this Chrome. We'll go to the Chrome browser, and we will press F12 here. So on clicking the F12 key from our keyboard, we have this over here. So we have the elements tab. The elements tab consists of the structure of the document. If you hover on anything over the elements page, you will see that we are getting the output of what that particular statement did on the web page. You can see if we hover on the body tag, we are getting the whole area occupied by the body tag inside the web page. Now the next part is the console. We already know what the console can do for us. We know that we can print the output over a console and perform some temporary logic building here. The benefit of using a console is that it can get you all the errors that the VS Code can't. For example, if we move back to our VS Code and let's say when we were writing our program, we made a small typing mistake and we wrote here var b instead of where. You can see VS Code will let us know that there's something wrong in this statement. There's a red line over here. So we have to fix this problem and the console will also let us know about it. But there are some errors which the VS Code can't detect. What we'll do is we'll comment these two lines for now. So we'll correct it first and then we'll comment these two lines. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here console.log and inside this we'll write here the sum is, and we'll write here number 1 plus number 2. Fine. Now this is also the same thing we just did. Instead of using the alert box to print the output, we have used the console for it. So let's check the outcome first. We'll save it first and then we'll open the console here. So here you can see on writing the numbers inside these text boxes and on double clicking this submit button, you can see we have the output as 1020. Now one thing we have to keep in mind is we have to write here parse int. So we'll write here parse int again and we'll put these two numbers inside brackets. Save it now and we'll go back to our Chrome browser. We'll write here 10 and 20 again. Now double click on this submit button and you can see it says sum is 30. It's working totally fine. Now imagine a situation where we forgot to put the plus sign here. Right. What I'm saying is imagine a scenario. So let me just do one thing. Let me put this console here and what we'll do is let's say we forgot to put this plus sign over here. Fine. The VS Code is not giving us any hint about the mistake we just made. We have no idea about it and we came to know about it during execution. Save it and write here 10 and 20. Fine. Now we are expecting the output as 30 but we don't have any idea about the mistake. Double click on the submit button and you can see we have an error message over here in the console. So the console helps us in finding those hidden errors in our program. You can see we have the information about the mistake we made in the console here. So we have the exact location of the error. The error is present on line 5 of this file. So here's the error. It will let us know everything about the error. Now another way to find the error in a program is by going through the sources tab. So what we'll do is we'll move this console to the side again and we'll go to the sources tab and you will notice that this particular line is highlighted in red color. We can change it here but the change will not be visible in our main JavaScript file. So we have to change it there in our main JavaScript file. Let's correct the error over there. What we'll do is we'll zoom this VS Code as well. So we'll put the plus sign here again. Now save it and we are good to go. Now the sources tab is used to find the errors as well as we can go through the execution of the program step by step. Now we have the navigator here on the left hand side. So this is the navigation part and on the right hand side we have the debugger. Here you can see we have so many options over here. We have certain breakpoints. We have breakpoints, we have scope, call stack, DOM breakpoints, global listeners, event listener breakpoints. So breakpoint refers to the point or place where we intentionally stop the program so that we can review the further execution process. For example, we have an event listener in our program, right? The on double click event. What we can do is we can stop the execution process when the system reaches there. Now what we have to do is we have to go to the event listener breakpoints and we have to select the mouse option over here. Now inside this mouse option we have certain events, right? You can see we have click, double click, mouse down, mouse up, and we'll click on this double click event. Now write any numbers over here inside the text boxes. So let's say we are writing here 20 and 30. Double click on this submit button and you can see the screen turned gray. Now this code looks a little bit long because we are using the live server. So let me just pause the live server and then I'll come back to you guys. Now we'll open this page and inside here what we'll do is we'll choose the mouse option. We'll choose the double click option inside mouse. So here's the mouse and we'll choose the double click option. So we are doing the same thing. Let me just increase the size a bit. Now we'll write here 20 and 30 inside number 2. Double click on the submit button and you can see the rest of the browser screen turning gray and the execution is stopped at this particular line because we have a double click event over here. Now what we can do is we can go further step by step in our program. We have 4 options over here. You can see we have 1, 2, 3 and 4 options. Now the first option is the resume script execution. The resume script execution will execute the entire script and give us the output. The next option is the step over next function call and it will take us to the next function call present in the program. Then we have the step into the next function call and it will do the same as the step over next function call. And then we have step out of the current function. It will take us back to the initial function from wherever we are. Now the last option is the step option and it takes us a step forward in the program. Fine. Now click on this step function again and again. So when you click it once, you can see we are in the next part. So this is the next line which will be executed in the program. Click on the step again and you can see we are going for the step by step, right? And then you can see the JavaScript file is executed and it will move back to this double click event and the final step it will print the output on the console. So if we go here on the console, you can see we have the output is 50. Fine. So this is how we can review our program step by step. And one more thing is it will show us the error as well. Now let's try to create an error in our program. What we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll remove this I from here. Fine. So save it now and move back to Chrome. And what we'll do is we'll refresh this file and we'll write here 2 numbers. We'll write here 20 and 30. Double click on the submit button. You can see the program is stopped at this particular breakpoint. Now click on the step button and you can see we are going for the step by step. The moment it will execute this line, it will give us an error and you can see the moment it executed this particular line, the line turned red. Fine. If we go to our console, you can see here we have the error over here. It says parse int is not defined or parse int is not defined. So this is a reference error. And this is how the Chrome developer tools help us in finding those errors and fixing them. Now a big question here is why we are using the developer tools. The program is small and we can find the error by ourselves. So guys, this was just an example to illustrate how we can find those minor hidden errors in a program. The scenario can be different at times. Suppose we have a program that has over 1000 lines of code, and in that case we simply can't go through each line to find that particular error. We need something with which we can see the error quickly and more efficiently. So that's where the developer tools come into picture and help us. Almost all the browsers these days support developer tools. So there's no such problem that you can't use the developer tool with any particular browser. So try it in the browser you are using and let us know about your experience in the comment box. In this particular video, we'll first go through iterators in JavaScript and then we'll move on to generators and we'll see the differences between iterators and generators in JavaScript. Before we dig deeper into this topic, let's create an array here. So we know that an array is basically a single variable used to store multiple elements, right? So let's create one array here. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll create an array over here. So we'll write here where arr is equals to. So this is the syntax for array. Let's add some elements as well. We'll write here BMW. Then we'll write here, let's say Audi. Then we have Mercedes. And then finally, let's say we have a company named Honda. Fine. So this is a simple array with 4 elements. They all are car manufacturers. So let's print this array on the console. We are doing some basic tasks as of now. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print this array in a console. Let's also print the length of this array. So we'll write here console.log and we'll write here arr.length. Fine. We know that arr.length is the array property and it is used to determine the length of a particular array, right? So let's save this program. We'll open a console inside a browser. So here you can see we have array, and this is a array. We have 4 array elements: BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda, present at index 0, 1, 2 and 3 respectively, right? And then we have the length of the array as well, which is 4. So 4 is the length of the array. Now this was the primary task. We haven't done anything extra yet. So let's talk about iterators in JavaScript now. Iterator itself defines the meaning of the term. It means to traverse something. Till now we have been using the traditional method, or we can say we are using the for loop for traversing any array, right? The syntax was easy. What we have to do is we have to write here, let's traverse this array once. We'll write here for, we'll write here let I is equals to 0. I is a variable which will be used to traverse this array. And then we have the condition if I is less than array.length. And then what we'll do, we'll increment the value of I by 1, right? So this is a for loop. Inside this we'll write here console.log and we'll print arr of I. Fine. So we are done with it. Let me just comment these 2 statements. We are good to go. Now the variable I will go through each element present in the array and print them in sequence until it reaches the end of the array. So let's check the output, save it, and here you can see we have all the elements of our array present in the console. So we have BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda. We have all the elements here. Now let me tell you guys an alternative to this existing for loop. The alternative is for of loop in JavaScript. The syntax is so simple that we have to write only few words and we are good to go. So let's go through the syntax of for of loop. What we'll do is we'll write here for, we have a variable I of array. So arr is a array name, and then we have the body of this for of loop. Now what we'll do inside here is we'll write here console.log and we'll write I only. So we are good to go. Let me comment this for loop as well, or it might create a confusion for you guys. So we are good to go. Save it now and you can see the output remains same. We have BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda. Now this variable I over here will traverse through the array and print all the values in the console. Now you guys might be wondering why we are discussing this concept of for of loop in JavaScript, as the syntax of for loop is also pretty straightforward, right? But there is a problem with the for loop that if we try to nest a loop inside any loop, the complexity grows. Also, the chances of any error increases if we have several variables inside the loop. Now that's why I told you this alternative to for loops in JavaScript. So let's move ahead and we'll move on to iterators in JavaScript now. Now an iterator is an object that uses a method to return an object with 2 properties. The 2 properties are value and done. We'll discuss these 2 properties later on in this video. Now talking about traversing an array, we can do it with for loop or the for of loop we can say. But you know guys, we can do the same thing with iterators in JavaScript. We can traverse each element present in the array one by one. We are not going to traverse all the elements present in the array at once. We are going to do it one by one. We'll traverse a single element, then we'll print it, and then we'll move on further. Now the concept of iterators is a little bit tricky, but you will get it if you go through it keenly. What we have to do is we have to create a function first. So let's create a function. We'll comment all this piece of code and Here is our array. We'll be working on this array only. Now let's create a function over here. We'll create a function, let's say cars, and then we have the body of this function. Now this function cars over here will have arrays passed to it as parameters. Let's create a variable that will traverse the array just like we had the variable I in for loop. So let's create a similar variable here. What we'll do is we'll write here let index is equals to 0. So this is a variable. This index variable will go through each element present in the array, and this cars function will return an object. By the definition of iterators, we know that an iterator is an object that returns an object with two properties, right? So what we'll do here is we'll return an object. What we'll do is we'll write here return, and we'll use curly braces over here. Now this function cars will return an object, and this object will use a function next that will return the two properties we were discussing about. It might sound a bit tricky, but let's do it here and you'll understand it much better. What we'll do is we'll write here inside this next. So this next will be a function, and then we have the body of this function. Now next is a function here which will be called to print the current element's value, and it will take the index variable to the next array element. It will return the properties as well. The two properties are value and done. Now the traversing of the array starts here actually. What we want is we want the index variable to traverse the array until it reaches the end. So we'll use the if else statement to do this task. We have the array length property. Now we'll write here if index is less than values dot length. What will print over here? We'll write here value is equals to values, and we'll make an increment in the value of index. We'll write here index plus plus, then we'll use comma, and we'll write here done, and the value of done will be false. Fine. Now the if condition will be checked, and this object will return the value and done properties. We can write here anything other than done as well. The program will work totally fine. It's not that we have to follow specific rules in iterators. We can also write here end or reached end in the place of done. That's up to you guys. So let's include the else part as well. We'll write here else, and then we'll write here return, and we'll write here done as true. This error over here is because we haven't included anything here, so we have to write here return. Fine. Now the error is gone, you can see. Now the value of done is true means that the variable index has reached the end of the array and there are no more elements present in the array. So save this program and let's check the output. Now you can see we have no error over here. What we have to do is we have to create a variable to use this object or iterator, we can say. What we'll do is we'll move over here and we'll create a variable here. So we'll write here var new cars is equals to cars, and we'll pass array to this variable. Fine. Now we have been using this for quite a long time. We already have enough knowledge about objects in JavaScript. So what we'll do next is we'll write here new cars and we'll write here dot next. We'll call the next function. So this new cars variable will pass our array to the function cars in the form of a parameter. The next thing is we are calling the next function along with this new car variable. So let's check the output quickly. Save it, and you can see we have an error over here, right? So you can see it says index is not defined. Okay, we have made some, you can see here we have right here INDE. We have forgot to put an X over here. So save it now, and you can see here we have an object with the value as BMW and the done is marked as false here. It is an object with two properties we discussed earlier. You can see it has two properties, done and value, right? Done is false and value is BMW. Now the benefit of using iterators is if we execute this statement again, the output will be the value present in the following index of the array. So what if we write here console.log again? We'll copy this line over here and we'll paste it again. Save it now, and you can see we have another value as Audi, and the value of done is still false. So the good thing is it prints all the elements if we try executing the same statement again and again until it reaches the end of the array. So let's try it. What we'll do is we'll write here console.log 4 times, or we can say let's do it 5 times. Save it, and you can see here it says true at last, right? We have all the values. We have BMW first, followed by Audi, Mercedes and Honda, and at the last it says the value of done is true now. It means that the variable index has reached the end of the array. The value of done is true means it has reached the end of the array. Of course, we can access the values as well. What we have to do is we have to write here dot value after this. So if we write here dot value and save it, you can see we have BMW only. Let's do the same for all. We'll write here dot value again and save it now. You can see it says BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Honda and then undefined. It means that the array ends at Honda. There's no element present in the array after Honda. So we have all the values present in the array in a sequence. It is working totally fine. Now let me tell you guys the practical use of iterators in JavaScript. There's no practical use of this topic, but you may find it helpful from an interview point of view. You may get questions from such topics because these topics are pretty tricky and time consuming as well. So this is an excellent topic though. If you want to access the elements of an array or maps in a sequence, then you can use iterators for such tasks. We used iterators previously, and we know that an iterator is an object that uses a method to return an object with two properties, value and done, right? Now the code was easy, so let's go through it once quickly and then we'll move on to generators. So guys, here's the code for iterators in JavaScript. You can see we have created an object that was giving us two properties, and every time the next function will be called, the next element of the array will be printed until the value of done is false. Now once the done is changed to true, this means that this is the end of the array and there are no more elements present in that same array. Now this was easy, but the method was a little lengthy and we have to be more careful while writing the code for iterators. This code was more prone to errors as well, and we had to loop so many things inside a single function. Quite a tricky task, right? Now guys, what if I tell you that we can do such tasks so easily in JavaScript without giving so much effort and just by writing few lines of code? Yes, we can do it with generators in JavaScript. A generator function allows us to define an iterative algorithm by writing a single non-continuous function. The syntax is also not tricky. All we have to do is to create a function with a asterisk sign and we are good to go. So let's go through the syntax and you'll understand it much better. So we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here function asterisk. Let's say the function name is generate. Fine. And then we have the body of this function. Now this asterisk over here tells the system that this is not a regular function. This is a generator function that has some specific task to do. That is to generate the value on the go. Now inside here of this function, we have to write that part which we want to access. Like if we write here, let's say we are writing here let I is equals to 0. So let's say I is the variable that we'll be using for traversing purpose. And then we'll write here yield BMW. We'll copy this statement and we'll paste it 4 times, let's say, and we'll change the values. So first we have BMW, then we have Audi, third we have Mercedes, and fourth we have, let's say, Honda. Fine. So let's assume that these are the array elements. It means that these are the elements present inside an array. Let's assume it only. Now the yield keyword is used to stop the generator function. and it returns the value following it. Think of it as a return that is generator based. It returns the value to the user upon calling the generator function. So let's call it first, and the calling part will remain the same. We'll use a variable to call the generate function and then call the next function in the console. So what we'll do is we'll write here, let's say gen is a variable, and we'll write here generate. So we'll call this function here and we'll write here console.log. Inside this we'll write gen.next. Fine. Now save it and go to the console. So here's the console, and you can see we have an object as output. Click on this object and you can see we have done as false and value as BMW. Now the good thing with generators is that we don't have to specify this next method anywhere in the code. It has the next method predefined that makes the task sort of easy for us, right? Now if we write this statement here again and save it, so what we'll be doing is we'll be copying this particular statement and we'll paste it here, save it, and here you can see we have the value as Audi and done is still false. Now we have Audi here with done as false because this is not the last element present, right? It will return done as false until the values are printed. Once it reaches the end, done will change to true and the value will be undefined. Easy task, right? We have been through it already. Copy it and we'll paste it several times now. Save it, and here you can see we have value as BMW for first, gen.next, then we have Audi, Mercedes, Honda, and finally we have the value as undefined and done is true. It means that Honda was the last element present in the array. Now the next thing is to use it with a loop. If you want to do this task with a loop, we can do it. What we have to do is we have to write here inside this function, we have to create an array over here. So we'll remove these elements and we'll write here where AR is equals to, so let's say this is our array. We'll write here BMW, Audi, fine. This is our array. Now what we'll do is we'll take a loop. Let's say we are using while loop. We'll write here while I is less than ar.length. So this is an array property, and inside this we'll write yield. Yield keyword we have already discussed, and we'll yield ar of I. Fine. And then we'll increment the value of I by 1. We are good to go. So what we'll do is we'll remove this piece of code. Now save it, and you can see we have the first value as BMW and done is false. Now use console.log again here for the second element, which is Audi, and then we'll use it again for Mercedes, and finally if we paste it here again, you can see we have Honda over here, right? So Honda is the last element present in the array. If we do it once again, press enter, save it, and you can see the value is changed to undefined and done is true now. Now we can also write here gen.next.value. So if we write here dot value, the output will be BMW only, of course the value only. So we can do it for each console.log. Save it now, and you can see we have the values here: BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Honda, and undefined. Now we did the same thing with iterators as well. So we concluded that the concept of generators is easy and more reliable than the concept of iterators in JavaScript. Both can do the same task, but generators can do it more easily, right? Creating an object in JavaScript is what we have been doing for a long time now. We'll not go deep into that topic, but let's create an object here with some properties just to brush up some things. So the syntax was simple. What we have to do is we have to write here where, let's say my object name is my car. We'll write here new object, and then we have the body of this object. Now we'll add some properties to this object. We'll write here my car dot manufacturer is equals to, let's say, Ford. Fine. And then we'll write here my car dot name is equals to, let's say, Raptor. Fine. And then we have my car dot color. So let's say the car color is black. Fine. So this is our object. Now we have created an object here named my car, and we have three car properties: car, manufacturer, name, and color. So we can access the whole object. Now to access the whole object, what we have to do is we have to write here console.log, and we'll write here the object name. Fine. So this is our object. Save it and go to console. So here you can see we have an object over here. Now on clicking this object, you can see we have all the properties of our object. We have color as black, manufacturer as Ford, and name as Raptor. Quite an easy and helpful task, right? We can also access particular properties. For example, let's say we want to know the car's color and nothing else. So we have to do a simple task for that. We have to write here my car dot color. Fine. Save it, and you can see we have the value as black on our console. And apart from this, we can also add properties to an existing object from the outside. We have already done it. Now what we'll do here is we'll write here my car dot, let's say, make. So this is the manufacturing year, let's say. So let's say 2012 is the manufacturing year of my car, and we'll remove this color property from here and we'll print the whole object on our console. Save it, and you can see we have an object with color, make, manufacturer, and name. We have all the properties. In fact, the make property is also added to the object's properties. Now the question here is, why are we discussing objects before maps? There's a specific reason for this, guys, because maps in JavaScript are similar to objects, and one can use objects in place of maps or maps in place of objects, we can say. But still there are some differences between objects and maps. Although both of them use key value pairs and give us the required output, but there are still some minor differences between them. So let's understand the difference between them with a simple example. What we'll do is we'll create an empty object. So here's our object. What we'll do is we'll remove all the properties of this object. So this is an empty object. Now what we'll do is we'll create an empty map as well. Right. So the syntax for maps is quite similar to that of objects. We'll write here where my car is equals to new map, and then we have the body of this map. Fine. And we'll write here console.log my car. Fine. Now we have two different objects here. One is a simple object and the other one is a map object. There's a slight change in the object name you can see over here. The map object here is with 2R. So let's check the output on the console. Now save it. You can see here the difference between a regular object and a map object. Click on this empty object. You can see the prototype is object and the prototype for map object is a map. Fine. Now let's move on to VS Code again and we'll go through maps now. So this is a minor difference between maps and objects. So let's discuss maps now. What we'll do is we'll add key value pairs to our map now. So like objects, we have several methods for maps as well. Values can be added to a map with the help of set method. Now the syntax is simple. We'll see it. So what we'll do is we'll write here my car dot set. So set here is a method, and inside this bracket we will provide a key and a value. Now let's say we are writing here 1 comma BMW. We'll add another property. We'll write here my car dot set. We'll write here 2, and let's say we'll write here Audi. Fine. And then we'll write here my car again dot set 3 comma Mercedes. Fine. Now the set method has keys and values for each map property. Unlike objects where we can assign only string and specific symbol as property name, we can use anything here in maps for doing the same task. A key can be a number, a key can be an object, function, or in fact anything. It can be a string as well. So that's the benefit of using maps in JavaScript. This is also a difference between objects and maps. Now that we have added values to our maps, so let's check the output now. Save it. And you can see here we have 3 entries on our map, keys and values for each entry separated by an arrow. You can see 1 is the key, BMW is the value, 2 is the key, Audi is the value, separated by arrows. Fine. We can access any of these entries with the help of the get method. Just like the set method, we have another method in maps. We'll write here mycar.get and we'll pass the key here. So let's say we are passing here 3. 3 is the key for Mercedes. Save it, and here you can see we have the value as Mercedes over here on our console. This get method will give us the value present at key 3. We can get any value here just by passing the key number to this get method. We can also determine the size of this map. Now to determine the size of this map, we have another method here. So what we have to do is we have to write here mycar.size. So this will determine the size of our map. Save it, and here you can see the size is 3. Fine. So as I mentioned previously that a key can be a number, a string, a function, or in fact an object. So let's try to use them as keys and see if it works or not. So this is our map. What we'll do is we'll remove these 3 properties from here and we'll print this map only. Fine. Now inside here we'll write mycar.set. So let's say the key is string for value 1. So we'll write here my car name is, and then we'll pass the value here. We'll write here BMW. Fine. So we have a string as key now. Next up, we'll write here mycar.set. We'll pass an object as a key, and the value is, let's say, Honda. Fine. Lastly, we'll pass a function as a key. We'll write here mycar.set and we'll pass a function over here. And the value is, let's say, Mercedes. Fine. Of course, we can define these functions or objects somewhere in the program. But for now, we'll keep it simple so that you guys can have an idea of what we are trying to do here. So save it. And you can see here there's no error or any sort of problem in the console. It's working fine. We can access any particular value by passing the key to the get method. You can see here we have my car name is BMW present at 0, and then we have an object at 1 and a function at 2. So we can pass any function or object as a key as well. Now we simply cannot pass this curly braces to the get function to get the value, or even the function we cannot pass, so it will return undefined. To get a particular output, what we have to do is we have to use variables first. We have to define these functions and objects using variables, and then we can use those variables. So that's a different task. So what we'll do here is we'll write here mycar.get and we'll pass object here. Save it, and here you can see the output is undefined. Now this isn't what we were looking for, right? So the solution is simple. What we have to do is we have to write here let obj is equals to an object and let func is equals to a function. Fine. Now we can use these variables. So instead of writing here curly braces, what we'll do is we'll write here obj, and instead of using the whole function here, we'll write here func. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do here is we'll write here the variable name. So we'll write here func, save it, And here you can see we have the value as Mercedes present for function here, right? We can also do the same for object as well. If we write here obj and save it, you can see we have the output as Honda. What we did here was an easy task. We just used separate values for the object and function and then used the variables as keys. Now the next thing is maps can be used with arrays as well. All we have to do is to define an array with key value pairs and pass the array to map as a parameter. And the rest is the same. So let's do it as well. What we'll do is we'll remove this. We'll remove this as well. Fine. We'll write here where my ARR is equals to, we'll write an array over here. We'll write here 1 comma BMW. Then we'll write here 2 comma Audi, and finally we have 3 comma Honda, let's say. So this is our array. This is our key value pairs. 1 is the key, BMW is the value, 2 is the key, Audi is the value. Now what we have to do is we have to pass this array to the map. Fine, we'll cut this from here and we'll paste it over here. Now this is our map where my car is our map. Now we have to pass this array here. We'll write here my ARR. Fine. We can remove these curly braces. Now if we write here my car.get, or let's say if we write here console.log my car. Fine. Save it and you can see we have a map with keys and values. We have the same map over here, but this time we have used arrays. And we can access any particular element as well. We'll write here .get and we'll pass the key here. Let's say we are passing 2. Save it and here you can see we have the output as Audi. Good to go with it, right? Now we can also use the for of loop to traverse this array and get the keys and values. It's a simple task. I hope you guys are getting all this. So for the for of loop, what we have to do is we have to write here for let, and we'll write here key comma value of my car, and then we have the body of this for of loop. We'll write here console.log and we'll print the keys and the values. Fine. So we'll write here key, then space, and then we'll write here value. Save it and here you can see we have keys and values here. We have 1 BMW, 2 Audi and 3 Honda. Fine. We can also print keys and values separately as well. What we have to do is we have to make some changes here. We have to write here only key, and instead of my car we have to write here my car dot keys. So this is a method, so we have to put brackets over here and we have to remove this from here. Save it and here you can see we have all the keys 1, 2 and 3. Similarly, we can access all the values as well by writing values in place of keys. So we have another method here as mycar.values. We have to use that for values. Now the last thing before we wrap up this video is we can also clone maps in JavaScript. Now cloning refers to creating a copy of something, right? So let's say we want to clone this particular map. We have an array over here. We'll remove this statement and then we have used the for loop. So let's remove the for of loop as well. Now we have an array over here. Array contains 3 key value pairs, BMW, Audi and Honda. Now we want to clone this map. So this is our map, my car is our map, and we want to clone this, right? So let's say we have another map over here. We'll name it as where your car, and then we'll write here is equals to new map, and we'll pass my car as an argument here. Fine. Now we have a clone of our map here, and we'll write here console.log. Instead of my car we'll write here your car. Fine. Save it, and you can see we have a new map over here with the exact same key value pairs, right? We have 1 BMW, 2 Audi and 3 Honda. But the fun part is these two maps are not equal. It means that if we write here console.log, and if we compare these two maps, if we write here my car is equals to your car, save it, and you can see the output says false. They are not equal. Set in JavaScript is an object that lets us store unique values inside it. We have seen the difference between maps and objects in JavaScript previously. So we know that maps are another type of object present in JavaScript and different from traditional objects. Now, sets are similar to maps in JavaScript. It means that they are also objects, but they perform various activities other than maps. So the syntax is almost the same, and even the properties are also the same to some extent. So let's take a look at sets in JavaScript. As we mentioned earlier, sets let us store unique values. It means that if we create a set and try to keep a single value inside the set more than once, it will not allow us to do so. So let's see an example of it first. What we'll do, we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here where my set is equals to new. So here we'll write set, and this is the syntax of sets in JavaScript. Next up, we'll write here console.log and we'll print my set. Fine. Now save it, and here we have created a new set and we don't have any values until now. We'll add values in a moment. So open the console on the browser. You will go to a browser and we'll open console here. So here you can see we have an empty set over here with no entries. If we click on it, you can see we have no entries, we have no properties, and the size is 0. Now let's add some values to this set. What we'll do is we'll write here my set.add and we'll add a value over here. So we'll do it for 3 or 4 values. We'll write here my set.add, we'll write here 2, we'll copy this, paste it here for 2 more times, and we'll write here 3 and 4. Fine. Now we have added these 4 values to our set, a basic task, right? The same add method we used for maps is what we did for sets as well. Now save it, and you can see here on the console that we have the size as 4. Now you can see here we have values 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the size is also 4. And we can add as many values as we want to our set, but we can't add any value to our set again. For example, if we write here, let's say if we are writing here my set.add and then we'll write here 3. Fine. What we are doing is we are trying to add 3 again to this set. Our set has a value 3 already, so this is the value 3. Now it will not allow us to add 3 again. Save it, and you can see we still have 4 values present in our set. The new value we added to our set is not present inside the set. You can see here we have 1, 2, 3 and 4. This 3 is not added to our set. So this is the benefit of using sets in JavaScript. So let's take an example of an array as well. Let's say we have an array of some numbers and several elements in the array are repeating themselves. So let's create a new array here. What we'll do is we'll comment out this piece of code so that there will be no confusion for you guys, and we'll create an array over here. So let's say this is an array with name ARR, and we'll add elements to this array now. We'll write here 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3 and any values, any random values we are adding to this array. So you can see we have so many elements here which are repeating themselves like 2, 3 and 1 and so many elements, right? Now we have an array here and the elements inside the array are repeating, right? So we have 2, 3, 4 so many times. Now what we want is we want unique elements from this array. Traditionally, we had to follow a particular pattern to achieve this task, wherein we had to iterate through each element in the array using nested for loop, and we have to check if the element present inside the array are repeating or not. quite a lengthy task, right? Or a hectic task to do. But with sets in JavaScript, we do not have to follow this method anymore. All we have to do is to pass that array as an argument to the set, and we'll get the unique elements of the array. So to do so, we have to write here. So let's say we have a set named myset2. So this is a different set from the previous one we used. We'll write here new set, and we'll pass this array as an argument. So we'll write here console.log, and we'll write here myset2. Now save it, and you can see we have all the distinct elements of our array. You can see here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 5 and 6. The size of the array is, or we can say the size of the set is 7. Fine. We can also print this set again in the form of an array. We just have to write here let my arr. So this is a new array, and we'll write here array dot from, and now what we'll do is we'll pass this myset2 as an argument to this array. Now we'll write here console.log, and we'll print here my arr. So this is our array. Save it, and here you can see we have an array over here with all the unique elements. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 5 and 6. The length is 7, and here you can see we have the set in the form of an array. Fine. We can also traverse all the elements present inside the set or array just by using the for of loop in JavaScript. So we have to write here, let's say for, we'll take a variable let item of, we'll use set this time. We'll write here myset2, and we'll print this item on console. We'll write here console.log, and we'll print item. Fine. All of this is easy, right? You must have got it. We have all the methods present for sets as well, just like we had for maps in JavaScript. Now save it, and here you can see we have all the elements of this particular myset. So myset2 consists of all the elements of this array, all the unique elements we can say. So here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4 and all the unique elements of myset. Now if we comment out this, or we can say if we are using an array in this for of loop, if we write here my arr and save it, here you can see the output still remains the same. We have all the elements of array now. We have all the elements of my arr, and all the elements are unique. Now we can also delete a particular entry from the set by using the delete method. The delete method is same for maps as well. What we have to do is we have to write here myset2 dot delete, and we have to pass that particular element. So let's say we want to delete 45 from this set. Now save it, and what we'll do next is we'll print this set again, and we'll write here myset2. Fine. Save it, and here you can see we have the size as 6 now. You can see we have the elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 45 is not present here, and here you can see initially we had the elements as 1, 2, 3, 4, 45 as well. So you can do it with the help of delete function in JavaScript. Now same thing we did for maps as well, and if we want to delete all the entries from the set, we can use the clear method. What we'll do here is we'll write here myset2 dot clear, and we'll run this statement, and we'll print set again. Fine. We'll write here myset2, save it, and here you can see the size of this set is 0 now. If we comment out this piece of code as well, now save it, and here you can see we have the size of set as 0. This was initially showing the size of our set, which was 7, and if we click on this as well, you can see we have no entries because it will not print any values once the clear method is executed by the system. So this is working totally fine. Now that we have covered almost every property of sets in JavaScript, I think you guys will be able to use sets now as per your requirements. We have come across almost every important topic in JavaScript, whether it is an important one like regular expressions in JavaScript or the one mainly asked in interviews like promises in JavaScript. Each topic has its own value in JavaScript and every topic is important. So in today's video, we'll come across two different types of games. The first one will be the one wherein we'll recreate Flappy Birds using JavaScript. Now many of you guys must have heard about this game already. If not, we have to take a bird through a space between two walls in this particular game. So let me just take you through the game once. And here we are. So this is our game. You can see we have a bird over here. And we have to take this bird through this yellow hole present in between the blue color, right? The yellow holes are random. And if the bird strikes the blue wall or maybe at the bottom of the screen, then the game will over. Fine. So I hope you guys understood what we have to do in this particular game. Now we have to press a key from the keyboard to make the bird jump repeatedly. And we have to make the bird jump so that the bird will go through the hole between the walls without touching the boundaries of the wall. So I hope you guys must have understood the task here. Now let's try to recreate this game again from scratch, and we'll do everything by ourselves. We'll go through the HTML part, we'll go through the JavaScript, and we'll go through the CSS as well. Both HTML and CSS will play a vital role in making this game, along with the JavaScript part obviously. So let's start with the code. We'll go back to VS Code, and here you can see we have a HTML file named flappybird.html. So we'll change the title of this as well. We'll write here, instead of document, we'll write here Flappy Bird. Fine, save it. Now, first of all, we'll take a container for the game to run. So as you can see here, we have a container over here. Fine. So this is our container. Now we have to create this whole container. Now what we'll do for that is we'll go to the body tag and we'll write here div ID is, let's say, game, and we'll close this div. Now inside this particular div, we'll create three more div tags. So we'll write here div ID is equals to block, or we can write here pipe as well for the wall, or for the pipe we can say. The next we'll write here div ID is equals to hole, that is for the hole, and the last one is for the bird. Fine. So we'll write here div ID is equals to bird. We'll close this div, and a fundamental task is done here. Now we have a container for the game. We'll put the game inside one single container. The next thing we need in a game is a block which we'll use to create the walls in the game, followed by the hole in the block for the bird to go through it, right? And the last thing is the bird itself. So we'll add an image here for the bird. So let's do some styling for all this that we have written over here. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file. So this is a CSS file, and we'll write here for the whole document the margin will be 0 by default. Okay, so we'll write here 0, and the padding will be 0 as well. Fine, we are good to go. That's a common thing. The margin and the padding will remain 0 for the whole HTML document. The next thing is to create the background of whole document. So we'll do something creative here, something different from what we did till now. So what we'll do is we'll create the background with two different colors. Now you might be thinking of what these two different colors are. So what we'll do is we'll write here body, and then we'll write here background color. We'll take any background color. Let's say we are taking cadet blue. Fine. Now save it. Save this part as well and open this on live server. So here you can see we have a background. We have the background of a HTML document as cadet blue color. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use two different colors over this background, right? So we'll write here background image, and we'll write here WebKit linear gradient, and we'll write here RGB 175, 75, 75. Then we'll write here RGB. So these are three particular colors. We'll write here 31, 31, 31, and the last one will be RGB 59, 153, 148. Fine. So here we are, and the next thing we'll do is we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Now save it, and you can see here we have three different colors over here. We'll go to our CSS file, and you can see this WebKit linear gradient over here is unknown to us, right? So CSS gradients let us display smooth transitions between two or more specified colors. So we can do it radially or linearly. Now let's see the difference, and you can spot the difference here in the output. We have three different colors over here. We have red, black, and a little bit of gray in between, right? So let's move on to the first container, and we'll create the game area now. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game area. So what we'll do is we'll access the div tag with ID as game, and let's start working on this div tag and we'll understand it much better. So we'll write here game, and we'll write here next up height of this container will be, let's say, 500 pixels. Width is, let's say, 400 pixels. So guys, remember this height and width, we'll need them later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here border, and the border will be 1 pixel solid black in color. Fine. And we'll add a background image as well. We'll write here background image, or we'll write here background only. We'll write a URL, and inside this we'll write fine. Save it now, and you can see here we have a container over here. Now it's not working. It says there's no such image present in a folder. So what we'll do is we'll check it from here. Here we are. We have bg2 over here, not bg1. So we'll write here bg2.jpg. Save it now and move back to the browser. And here you can see we have an image over here. So it's not quite visible till now. So what we'll do is we'll write here background size as cover. Fine. Save it now. And here you can see we have an image over here. Now the image looks fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll write margin, and we'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem and auto. Fine. Save it now. You can see we have the block in between. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use the overflow property here, and it will not show the bird going out of the box. So we'll see it in a moment what this overflow property will do. So what we'll do is we'll write here overflow is equals to hidden. Save it now. You can see it's not making any difference as of now, but we'll understand it later. Now we have a box over here on the browser, and the game will be played inside this particular box. Now we have to work on the div for the block. So we have to create a block, and that block will move again and again through the screen with holes present at a random place every time. Fine. I hope you guys got it. So let's style the block now. What we'll do is we'll go to a CSS file, and we'll write here hash block. Fine. So this is the ID for the block. Now inside this we'll use width as 50 pixels. Then we have height. So the height will be 500 pixels, equal to the height of the whole container. The next thing we'll write here is background color, and the background color will be, let's say, blue. Fine. We'll write here position as relative, and then we'll write here left 400 pixels. Fine. Now we know that after saving this piece of code, the block will not be visible anymore. So why is it not visible? It's a question, right? It arises in every person's mind. Save it, and here you can see the block is yet not visible. Now what we have to do is we have to set the left property as 200. Let's try to do it 200 once. So what we'll do is we'll write here 200 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see we have a block over our screen. Now the value of left property as 200 means the block is present to 200 pixels from the rightmost corner of the container. If we write here 400 and save it, you can see we don't have any block here. It means that the block is present right after this entire container. The block starts here and goes till here. It's a 50 pixels wide block, and it's not visible because we have set the left property as 400. So now the next thing we have to do is we need some animation over this box, right? Or we can say we need some animation over this block, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here animation, and we'll write here block. We have to perform it on a block, and the animation time will be 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and it will go till infinite. Fine. Now this animation property will help us in moving the box again and again after every 2 seconds. And the moving points we have to define here. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here @keyframes. After this we'll write here block, and inside this we'll write 0%. Left will be 400 pixels, and at 100% animation, what we'll do is we'll set the left property as -50 pixels. Fine. Now you guys might be wondering what we are doing here, but this keyframe here is a rule that specifies the animation code, and it will help the block move again and again from 400 pixel in the right to -50 pixels in the left. Fine. Save it, and we'll go to the browser. You can see the box is moving again and again after every 2 seconds or 2 milliseconds. Now the next thing we have to do is with the hole in the block. So we have to put a hole here in the block, and for that we have to access another div with ID as hole. Fine. So we'll move to a CSS file, and we'll access that particular element with ID as hole. So we'll write here #hole, and inside this we'll write height of the hole will be 150 pixels, less than that of the block. Width will be 50 pixels, same as the block. And then we'll write here background color. Fine. So let's say the background color is yellow. This is for practical purpose. You can change it by yourself. The next thing we'll write here is position. Position will be relative. Left will be 400 pixels, and top will be -500 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here animation. Again we'll write here block. We'll write here 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and we'll write here infinite. Fine. Now this hole will also go with the same animations as the block. Save it and open the browser, and here you can see the hole is not properly over the block. They are both at different locations. So we can try to refresh this code, and here you can see the hole is now present at the top of the block. So here is the hole. This yellow part represents the hole for this particular game. Now it is working totally fine. And this is an empty space. To make this hole randomly come anywhere in the block, we have to do some magic with JavaScript for that. So we'll do it later in this video. Now if the hole is not placed over the block in your code, don't worry, just refresh the code, or we can say just refresh the home page. It will be fine, or if not, it will get fine once we go through the JavaScript part. That's not a major deal. So let's move on to the bird now. What we'll do is we'll add an image to our HTML file for the bird. So we'll write here inside the HTML file, we'll write here where the ID is bird, we'll write here img. Okay, we'll write here src is equals to bird 1.png. So let me check if this file exists in our system or not. So here we have bird.png, not bird1.png. Save it, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt as bird. We'll close this img tag, save it, open the browser, and you can see the bird is not visible as of now. To make this image visible, we have to work on the styling. So we'll access this image with the ID bird. What we'll do is we'll go to the CSS file again, and we'll write here hash bird. The next thing we'll write here is position. So position will be fixed, and top of bird will be 100 pixels. Then we have height as 50 pixels, and width will also be 50 pixels. Fine. We'll do the same for image tag as well. So we'll write here bird img, and inside this we'll write height as 50 pixels, and we'll write here width, fine, as 50 pixels. Fine. Now save it, and if we open the browser now, you can see we have a bird in our game now. We are halfway done in making our game, and we haven't used any JavaScript until now, right? That's quite funny. So we'll use JavaScript now. Let's move on to the JavaScript part. We'll go to the JavaScript file first. Now, first of all, we'll access every element of a JavaScript file that we can access. So we'll use the getElementById method to access every element of a HTML file. What we'll do is we'll write here where hole. So hole is the ID of hole present in the block. So we can access that div tag here. We'll write here document dot get element by ID, and we'll write here hole. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here where game is equal to document dot get element by ID. The ID will be game. Fine. So for now we need to access these two elements only. We'll add some more elements later, and then we'll access them. So for now let's focus on these two only. Next up, we need the hole to be placed in random places in the block every time. For that we need an event listener. So we'll create a function that will change the location of this hole every time. It will change the location on every iteration of the block. Fine. So we'll write here hole dot add event listener, and we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a event listener, and we'll write here a function name. So let's say we are writing here ranHole. Fine. So this is a function. It's random hole. So we'll write here ranHole. Now we'll declare this function as well. We'll write here function ranHole, and inside of this function we'll take a variable random, let's say. So this is a variable. We'll write here minus math dot random. So this is a function, and we'll multiply this value by 350. So this means that it will take any random value between 0 and 350. Fine. And then what we'll do is we'll add 150 to that particular value, and the whole value will be changed to minus. We'll see it in a moment why we are doing so. So the next thing we'll write here is whole dot style dot left. Now whole dot style dot top is equals to random plus pixels. Fine. I hope you guys got it till now. So this math.random function will pick any random value between 0 to 350, and 150 will be added to that particular value, because we don't want the value to go down as low as 10, and the whole will go out of the container's borders. So the initial value of the whole was, let's check it out. So here we are in a CSS file. So you can see the initial value of whole was minus 500 pixels for top. Fine. So the new value will be random plus pixels. The value was 500 because we wanted the whole at the top of the block, and now it will take any random value and the whole will be placed according to that particular random value. So let's save it, open the browser, and here you can see the whole is moving randomly now. You can see it was initially present at the top. Now it is at the bottom here. So it will change the location randomly according to the random number picked up by the math.random function. So let's get back to the JavaScript part. Now, before we move on to the fall and game over function, let's discuss the game over scenario first, and we'll finish out all the necessary HTML and CSS tasks for the game over. So the game will be over when the bird strikes the pole, or either the bird falls down to the ground. On game over, the score will be shown on the screen with a restart button, right? So the score will be counted on the basis of blocks passed by the birds. Now the number of blocks passed will be the final score. So we'll take a variable score and increase the value of this score variable with each random block coming through. So we'll take a variable score and we'll write here where score is equals to 0. The initial value will be 0. So let's do the HTML part, wherein we'll use a div tag to print the result on the screen. What we'll do is we'll go to the HTML file, and here what we'll do is we'll write here after this particular div tag, we'll write div id is equals to result, and here we have another div tag present over here. Now inside this div tag, we'll use a h1 tag and we'll write here game over. Fine. Next thing we'll do here is we'll use p tag with id as, let's say, text. Fine. We'll close the p tag here, or the paragraph tag we can say. Now we need a button. So we'll write here button id is equals to btn. We'll write here on click is equals to location dot reload, and we'll write here restart. Fine. Now the HTML part is done. The paragraph tag with id as text will be used to print the score on the scoreboard. Now this location.reload method is used to reload the whole web page. On clicking the start button, the entire page will be reloaded and the game will start again. Fine. we'll use CSS to style all of this game over part. So we'll go to the CSS file, and here's the CSS file. Now we'll write here hash result. We are accessing the div tag with ID as a result. So the height will be, let's say, 200 pixels for result, and the width is, let's say, 500 pixels. Fine. So if I show you once again, so here is the block for game over scenario. So the height is 200 pixels and the width is 500 pixels. Basically we need to create a card, right? Or we can say a rectangle. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here background color is, let's say, brown. Margin will be 5 rem auto. So margin top will be 5 rem and then it will do it automatically. Then we'll write here border. So border will be 2 pixels solid and the color will be white. Fine. We'll write here border radius. So the border radius will be, let's say, 20 pixels. We want rounded borders, and the display will be none. Fine. The last thing we'll do is we'll write here text align as center. It will align the text in the center. And the next thing we are left with is the button. Fine. So we'll write here hash btn, because the ID of button element is btn. So we'll write here padding 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Fine. The border will be none because we don't need any border for this button. We of course want the button to be round from the corners, so we'll write here border radius is 11 pixels. Background color is green. Color is white. Font size is 1.5 rem. We'll write here text transform uppercase. We'll write here margin top 1 rem. So guys, you can see we are using this rem again and again. So I might wonder that if any one of you knows the exact definition of this word rem. If yes, then do let us know in the comments below and let's see how many of you guys know the actual definition of this term. So the last thing we'll do is we'll write here cursor is equals to pointer and we are good to go. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here hash text margin top will be 1 rem and font size will be 2 rem. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll write here color is seashell. So this will be the color of our text. So we are now totally done with the HTML and CSS part. The only thing remaining now is the JavaScript part and we have to work on that only. So just a few more if else statements and all and we are done with the game. Now moving back to the JavaScript part, but before we go there, let me just show you how this works. Save it and go to the browser. So this is our game and you can't see any game over scenario here, right? So for that what we have to do is we have to go here in result and we have to comment this particular statement. Fine. Display as none, we have to comment out this statement. Save it now. And it's not working now as well. Okay, here's a mistake in this div tag. What we did wrong here is, so this was a mistake. Save it now. And now here you can see we have a card for game over here. And if you click on this restart button, you can see the page is reloading again and again. So it's working totally fine. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll remove this. Fine. Save it now. And let's go back to the JavaScript part. Now we'll access two more HTML elements that we just created. So what we'll do is we'll write here where result is equals document dot get element by ID, and the ID is a result. Fine. And then finally we'll write here where text is equals to document dot get element by ID, and the ID is text. Fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where jumping is equals to 0. We'll take another variable for the bird to jump. Now we'll need all these elements further in the video. Now we have to create functions for falling, and we have to mention the conditions for game over as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this ranHole function, we'll write here where fall is equals to set interval. We'll set an interval. So we'll write here function, and then we have the body of this function. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll write here window dot get computed style, and we'll pass bird here. Then we'll write here dot get property value, and the property value will be top. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here if jumping is equals to 0, the body of if statement, we'll write here bird dot style dot top is equals to bird top plus 2. After this we'll make them in pixels. Fine. Now we have to mention the time in milliseconds here, so we'll write here 10, and we are good to go. So here in this function we are using the top value provided to the bird. So we have used these two functions, window.getComputedStyle and getPropertyValue, to get the elements style property with ID as bird, and the top value we need will be passed to the following function. The value of jumping is 0, so the style.top will be set to bird top plus 2 pixels. Now the initial value was 100 pixels from the top, and 2 pixels will be added to the value after every 10 milliseconds. Now save it, and here you can see a bird will fall eventually. Fine. So what's happening here is 2 pixels will be added to this value of top after every 10 milliseconds now. Fine. Now we have to define those conditions here, wherein we'll check if the bird touches the ground, then game over. For that we have to write inside the same function only. So we'll move back to a function and we'll write inside this particular function only. We'll write here where block left will take the left value of block, and we'll write here %window dot get computed style. So we need the computed style for block now, and we'll write here dot get property value. Fine. So we'll write here left because we need the left value, and the value will be stored inside block left, and then we have where whole top. Fine. We'll write here parseInt window dot get computed style. We'll write here whole, and then we'll write here get property value, and we'll write here top. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where htop. So this is another variable. So the value of htop will be 500 plus whole top. So any value returned to the whole top variable will be added to 500, and that value will be assigned to htop variable. Fine. Now we have to write here conditions. So the conditions will be if bird top is greater than 450 or block left. So we have made a mistake here. We have to put one more bracket over here, and then we'll write here block left is less than 50, and then we'll write here block left greater than minus 50. Then we have bird top is less than htop, or bird top is greater than htop plus 100. Fine. I'll explain it to you in a moment. Now what we have to do is we have to write here result dot style dot display. We have to change this style to block now, which was none till now. So then we'll write here text dot inner text is equals to your final score is colon, we'll use here dollar, and then we'll print the score here. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here game dot style dot display is equals to none, which was block until now. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to change the value of score to 0 again, so that the game will restart from 0. Now let me explain this to you guys. So we have to write here bird top first, not bird yop. So now if bird top is greater than 450 means that the bird is touching the ground, or we can say the bottom part of the container. Now you can get all these values correct by going through the inspect elements, and I hope you guys already know how to use it in JavaScript to get the exact values in pixels. So I want you guys to check it, to cross check it once if it's fine or not. Now if the block left is less than 50 and greater than minus 50 means if the bird is colliding with the block or not, and the bird top is less than htop means the bird is hitting with the top of the block or the bottom of the hole, we can say. The last one is for the bird to collide from the upper part of the block. Now in all these cases the result box will appear and the style of the result box will be blocked. The paragraph tag with ID as text will show the score here, and the game.style will change to none. Now the game will disappear and the game over scenario will come forward. Now score will be again 0, as if the user wants to restart the game, then he can restart it from 0 again. So save it once and let's see if it's working or not. Save it and go to the browser, close it. Okay, you can see it's working totally fine, but it says your final score is $score. So we have made a mistake over here. Now what we'll do is we'll go back here and we'll check what's wrong here. Fine. Okay, the mistake here is of single inverted comma. Instead of single inverted comma, we have to put this sign over here. Now save it, go back to the browser, restart the game, and you can see it's working totally fine. It says your final score is 0. Restart it again, and here you can see it's working totally fine. Now we are left with only one thing, and that thing is quite easy. So what we have to do now is we have to make the bird jump on button press. So we have to create one last function for this event. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this window dot add event listener. We'll add an event key down, and then we'll write here hop. So hop will be a function. Hop is basically a synonym for jump as well. So we'll define this hop function now. We'll write here function hop, and then we have the body of this function. So jumping will set to 1 on calling this function, and we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll again write here window dot get computed style, and the style will get from bird, and the property we want is top. Fine. Now we'll write here if bird top is greater than 6, then we'll write here bird dot style dot top minus 60. Fine. Okay, so we'll write here is equals to bird top minus 60. So we'll put all this inside a bracket, and we'll convert it to pixels. So for that we have to write here pixels inside double inverted comma. Fine. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here set timeout, and we have to create an anonymous function over here. So we'll write here function, and we'll again set the value of jumping to 0 after every 100 milliseconds. Fine. So every time a key is pressed, the hop function will be called, and the value of jumping will change to 1. It will again take the bird top value and check if the value of bird top is greater than 6, and if yes, then subtract 60 from it and save it inside the top of the bird. Then again the bird will try to go down after every 100 milliseconds, but the bird will also go up by 60 pixels on each button press. Right, now save it, and our game is ready. So we are done with creating the game. Now what we'll do is we'll go to the browser and we'll restart the game. So here you can see our bird is jumping, and we can take the bird from the holes. So here you can see we have a bird and it's working fine. So we have to take the bird through these holes. So here you can see it says your final score is 0 every time. Fine. So let's check out for this ones. Okay, so we have forgot to mention here score plus plus. Now save it. Go back to the browser. Now we'll play this game again once. So we have to take this bird through these gaps in between the blocks. See how long it goes. So here you can see it says your final score is 5, and then again the value of score is set to 0 after some time. That's because if the person want to restart the game, then the value of score will be 0 for that restart. Now here you guys just saw me playing this exciting game, and I want you guys to try it. It's fun, and you'll enjoy the game more after creating it by yourself. Let's start this session by taking an overview of our website. So let me zoom it. So this is the website we are going to create in today's video. Here you can see we have an HTML web page with a navigation bar to take the user to different sections of our website. I hope you already know that we have to create several web pages for a single website to make it a fully functional website. We have to create these pages separately in different HTML documents, and then we have to provide the links to this particular home page for directing the user to various locations of our website. If you see here in the navigation bar, we have several options starting with our company's logo. So Comfort Learning is the company's logo. Here we have an icon of the book to let the user know that this website is for learning. So we'll see further in this video how we can use these logos and all. Then we have links for several other web pages of our website that are not working because we haven't added these web pages till now. The reason for this is we don't want to make this project a long one. We want to finish it quickly, and we want to give you guys a basic idea of how to use JavaScript and other technologies to create a fully functional website. Next up, we have a cart button over here. On clicking, it opens the cart with items present inside it, and the user can either clear the whole cart or proceed further to buy all the things they need. Right. Following this cart button, we have a background image over here with a cart present over the image. The cart says find your favorite course here. Now, you guys might have guessed that this website is for buying courses, and the user can buy some courses here which they want to study. This Shop Now button is completely working, and if we click on it, it will take us to the courses catalog, where we have several courses present to choose from. We have 8 different courses present here. You can add as many courses as you want or as many products as you want. So we can add any of them to the cart. On taking the mouse cursor over any image, you can see it gives us an option to add that particular product to the cart, right? If we click on this add to cart button, you can see it says in cart. It means that we can't add any specific course to the cart more than once. We can later change the number of items in the cart, but we can add a course only once from here. Let's add some courses to the cart and then we'll see if it's working or not. So we'll add few courses. We'll add this one. So it says this course is already present in cart. Similarly, this course is also present, and we can add this course. Now we'll move to the cart. We will click on this cart button, and you can see we have all the courses present over here. Now, if you notice here, we have these small arrows present, right? We can click on these arrows to change the number of items. We can either increase the number of items or we can decrease the number of items as well. Then we have a remove button over here, and if we click on this remove button, you can see the course is removed now. We can remove any number of courses we want, and we can also increase the number of products in our cart. Following it, we have two options over here. Either we can clear the whole cart or we can proceed. If we click on this clear cart button, there will be no course present in the cart and the total price will change to 0 in that case. Fine. So I hope you guys must have known the task by now. It's clear and seems effortless, right? But these small things take a lot of precise coding and attention to work smoothly. So let me show you guys one more thing before we move on to the coding part. If we reduce the size of a web page, or we can say if we remove the size of a browser, you can see the size of website also changes. If we make the browser similar to a phone, you can see we have got a menu type of thing over here, and if we click on this, we are getting the options here. We have home, categories, pricing, and about us, right? So these were the options present in the navigation bar. We can get them inside a particular menu using CSS. We'll see how it actually works. So a website is responsive, right? We'll do it with the help of CSS. So let's move on to the programming part now. So here we are in the VS Code. We have all the images already present inside the images folder in our system. So if you want to see, you can see here we have all the images present over here, and we have 4 different files. We have app.js, we have index.html, products.json to add products, and we have style.css to style all the elements. Fine. Here we are in the HTML file. Some of you guys may think that HTML, CSS and JavaScript were fine, But what's up with the JSON thing? We haven't heard of it in the previous videos. So let me tell you guys, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Just like we create objects in JavaScript, JSON is also used to create objects like name value pairs, and later we can use these objects to retrieve that data in a HTML file. In simple words, to add an item to a cart, we need to store it somewhere to get that data related to the object. And then we can add those items to our cart. So JSON is used to transmit the data between a server and a web application. We need to store our products somewhere so that we can use them when added to cart. So you'll get to know more about it while working on it basically. So for now, if you know enough about JavaScript objects, then JSON will be easy for you guys because the syntax remains almost similar in both the cases, that is in JavaScript and in JSON. So let's start writing the code now. Here we are in a HTML file and we have already linked all the files over here. You can see here we have used Font Awesome library for icons we'll use on our website. You have seen that book icon we have used in our logo part and several other icons like the cart icon, etc. So we'll include those predefined icons in a HTML file using this particular library. To include this specific library, you don't have to do much of a task. Go to Google, search cdnjs.com/libraries/fontawesome. Go to Google and search for this and then select version 4.7.0 under the version option. Copy the third URL with min.css as extension and paste it into your HTML file. As simple as that. I'll let you know about the classes we'll use while working on the website. Now let's start with the programming part. The first thing we have on our website is the navigation bar, right? Let me show it to you again. So here you can see we have a navigation bar. We'll first work on this one only. So let's start writing the code. So this is the output of our current website. So what we'll do is we'll minimize the browser and we'll start writing the code here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here nav class is equals to navbar. Then inside this we'll write div class is equals to burger, and inside this we'll write 3 div tags. Fine. We'll write here div class is equals to layer 1. We'll close this div, we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it again 3 times. Fine. We'll write here layer 2 and layer 3 is class. Then after this particular div tag, we'll add another div tag with class as logo. Then inside this we'll use the span tag. We'll write here span class is equals to logo text, and then we'll write here I will use the I tag to make it a little bit italic. So we'll use the class as book. Fine. We'll write here style is equals to margin right. We'll write here margin right as 0.1 em. Then we'll write here similarly we can close this. Fine. Now we have added the book icon to our website. Then what we'll do is we'll write here again span. We'll use the span tag within this span tag. We'll write here style is equals to color, and the color code is hash F095D1. So these are the color codes for this particular website. We'll use them. We have written here F09D51. Fine. Then what we'll do is we'll write here font size as 1.1 em, and what we'll do next is we'll write here before the span tag closes, we'll write here learning. Fine. Okay. So what we did wrong here is we forgot to mention comfort here. Now we are done with the logo part. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to menu bar. We are working on the menu bar for the hamburger menu. So what we'll do is we'll write here UL. So UL stand for unordered list. We'll write here class is list, and inside this we'll use li tag. So we'll write here class as, let's say, list items. We'll write here a href is equals to hash, and here what we'll do is we'll write here home. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code, we'll paste it again 3 or 4 times. We have 4 different options. We have home, we have courses, and then we have pricings, and finally we have about us. Fine. So we are done with menu as well. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write the code for cart now. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart, and inside this we'll write I class is equals to fa shopping cart for 1x. So here we have used this special class to include the cart icon to a web page. Now next up, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to number of items, and then we'll write here span class is equals to, let's say, noi. Now what we'll do is we'll write here 0 inside this. Fine. I hope you guys understood what we did till now. We are working on the navigation bar only. We have created the navigation bar. So this is the code. Firstly, we have used a class navbar for this particular navigation bar. Then we have used the div tag for burger menu. We have 3 different layers, layer 1, layer 2 and layer 3. So this is actually the icon of burger menu. You can see here if we reduce the size of our website. So we have defined this burger menu, and inside this we have 4 other options which we defined later here inside the menu bar, and we have 4 options, right? We have home, courses, pricings and about us. So we are doing totally right. So till now we did some basic tasks here, right? We have added all the navigation bar elements, and the next thing we have to do is to style our navigation bar according to the final website. It's pretty simple. Let's do one thing. Let's save it once and check the output now. Let's see if it's working. So it's totally working. We have a book icon over here. We have comfort learning written over here. We have cart icon over here, and we have 0 written over here. Fine. Now we have to style those elements accordingly to make it look like this. So we are making this navigation bar. So what we'll do is we'll move to our CSS file, and we'll start styling by doing some default style changes to the entire HTML document. We'll write here star, margin will be 0, the default margin will be 0, padding will be 0, then we have box sizing, we'll write here border box, and font size will be 20 pixels for default. Fine. Next up, we'll write here HTML. We'll now style the HTML document. We'll write here scroll behavior as smooth, and we'll write here anchor tag. We'll write here text decoration, and we'll write here text decoration as none, and then we'll style the unordered list. We'll write here UL. We'll write here list style as none. Fine. Basic styling is done. Let's do some more for the navigation bar as well. What we'll do is we'll write here dot navbar. This is the first class we have used in a HTML page. We'll write here display as flex. Then we'll write here justify content as space between. Align items as center. Height as 10 VH. So 10 VH refers to the viewport height. It will take 10% of the total height of the screen. Then we have background color as hash EC. So a little bit of grayish white we can say. Then next thing we'll do is we'll style a logo. We'll write here logo, and inside this we'll write padding. Sorry, we'll write here padding left, and the padding left will be 2 em. Next up, we'll write here logo text. So this is the next class. We'll write here font size as 1.5 em. Now the next class we have to use is the menu bar class. So we'll write here width as 45% and margin left as 8.5 em. Fine. I'll let you know what this M means in a moment. So first we'll do this styling and all. Next up we'll write here dot list. We'll access the list and we'll write here inside this display as flex and justify content as space between. Fine. Next up we have the list items. So we'll write here list items and we'll of course write here A as well. We'll write here color and the color will be, let's say, black. Next up what we'll do is we'll write here font family as sans serif, font size as 0.9 em. So you must have noticed earlier that the default font size was 20 pixels. So keep that in mind. I'll let you know the use of M in a moment. Next up we'll write here transition as 0.4 seconds and we are good to go with it. Next up we'll write here list items and we'll write here hover. Fine. Then we'll write here color as black. On hovering, the color of the list items will change to black. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here cart padding right will be 2 em and position will be relative. Fine. We are done with the cart. Next up we'll write here cart number of items. Fine. We'll write here display as flex, cursor as pointer. We are styling two different classes here. We are styling the element with class as cart and the element with class as number of items. Fine. We'll write here justify contents to center, align items to center. We'll write here color is white, position will be absolute, and then we'll write here left as 18 pixels and right as we'll write here left as 18 pixels and top as -7 pixels. Next up we'll write background. So the background color will be hash F09D51. So this will be the background color. We'll define the height and width as well. So height will be 20 pixels and the width will also be 20 pixels. Fine. The last thing we have to write here is the border radius. So keep one thing in mind, guys, while you are styling all these elements, do check the website after every styling event, because this will let you know what this particular event does or what this particular styling property does to that particular element. So do it when you are writing this code. Next up, we'll write here dot number of items space dot noi. So noi was the class we have already declared. We'll write here font size as 0.7 em. The next class we'll be styling is the shopping cart. So we'll style this icon as well. We'll write here font size as 1.5 em. The font size will be equal to around 30 pixels. Then we'll write here cursor as pointer. Then we'll write here burger. We'll style the menu as well. We'll write here height. Height will be 28 pixels. Width will be 32 pixels. And then we'll write here display is none. Then we'll style the layers as well. We'll write here dot layer 1, dot layer 2 and dot layer 3. Now inside this we'll write background as black, height as 4 pixel, margin top is 4 pixel, width as 100%, and we'll write here border radius as 10 pixels. Fine. You have seen that hamburger menu, you have seen that icon, we were styling that till now. Now you might have noticed here that we have used M here in this CSS file. So I'm talking about this particular M, or we can say EM as well. Until now we were using rem or pixel to define the size of anything while studying. But today we are using M because M uses the font size. For example, if the font size is 30 for the parent class, in this case the font size is 20, the default font size is 20, and the padding is defined as 2em, then the padding will be 40 in that case. It uses the font size to determine the size of the property. That's why we are using M, and if you try it yourself you'll get to know better. So just try using M, and you can also use rem or pixel in this case, but for now we'll use M. So this might be a little bit new for you guys, but try it and you'll understand it much better. Now save the CSS file, move back to the browser, and you can see here that we have a navigation bar ready. Right, it's looking fine, although the icons are not visible. The book icon and the cart icon is not visible. So let's go back and see what's wrong in this CSS file. What we'll do is we'll move to HTML file and we'll see if something is wrong here or not. So nothing is wrong in this case. The error is because we are not connected to internet. So if this error continues, just try to connect your laptop or your PC to the internet and the icons thing will work fine. So you can see here we have our icons over here. We have the book icon, we have the cart icon, and what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this logo and text a little bit, right? So here you can see the comfort learning is a little bit small when compared to this particular website. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file and we'll write here instead of 1.5 rem, we'll write here 2m. Fine, save it, and here you can see it's looking fine now. Actually it's equal. The difference is because of this scroll bar. We don't have this scroll bar in our website until now, so this is why it looks a little bit different to you guys. It's working totally fine other than that. So let's move on to the next part. And the next part of our website is the background image with the card present on it, right? So let's write the code for this section as well. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file, and right here we'll write section class is equals to section1. So we are using the section tag to define a particular section in the web page. Now we'll write here div class is equals to banner, and here we'll write inside h1 tag find your favorite courses or course here. Then inside this what we'll do is we'll write here a href is equals to products. So the products file will be using JSON for this, so leave it for now. We'll write here shop now. So shop now is actually not a button. What we'll do is we'll use a link and we'll define it later. So let's save it and move to the browser. Open this website and you can see here it says find your favorite course here, and it says shop now. It's not inside the banner because we need to style this particular section to make it look like a website. So let's do the styling part as well, and then we'll talk about it. So we'll move to the CSS file now, and here what we'll do, we'll write here dot section1 height. We'll use the calc function and we'll write here 100 vh minus 10 vh. So what we are doing is we are reducing the navigation bar's height. We are reducing 10 viewport height from 100 viewport height. It means that from the whole screen area it will reduce 10 vh and give it to that particular image. Fine. So next up we'll write here width as 100%. We wanted to cover the whole home page, so that's why we are using width as 100%. Background, so we'll add the background image. We'll write here URL, and inside this we'll give the path of our image. We'll write here images back1.png, and we'll write here center cover. Fine. Let's do some more things. We'll write here top as 0, left is 0, z index as -1. Fine. Save it now, move to the browser and see if it's working. So here we are. We have our image over here, but this banner is not here till now. We'll style it. So you can see the images over here. And one more thing guys, we have 2-3 images over here inside a images folder. I'll let you see all of them. So here are the images, and this is the third one. Okay, so this is the third one. So I was not sure which one to use, but if you guys liked any of these images, do let us know in the comments below and we'll use that particular image. For now, we'll use my personal favorite image. We'll use back1.png, save it now. And this is the image we are going to use in this particular video. So let me know if you have any other preference, or if you know any other image, we'll use that as well. Then we'll write here section 1, and we'll style the banner as well. For that we'll write here banner height is going to be 170 pixels. Width is going to be 600 pixels. Background is going to be a little bit grayish. So we'll write here RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.7. So this is the particular RGBA value. And next up, we'll write here position as relative, top as 50%, left as 50% of the image. We want the banner to be present at the center of the image, right? So next up, we'll write here transform, translate, and inside it we'll write minus 50% to minus 50%. Next up, we'll write here display as flex, justify content as space around, and flex direction as column, text align as center, and then we have align items as center. Font family is going to be sans serif again, and we'll define the z index as well. So the z index is going to be 8 in this case. Fine. Next up, we'll inside the h1 tag inside the banner. So we'll write here banner h1, and inside this we'll define the font size as 2em. Now we need to define the link for shop now. So for that, we'll write here display as flex, justify content as center, padding is going to be 1em, space 2.5em. Next up, we'll write here font size as 0.8em. So this is the font size for the shop now button, which looks like a button, but it is actually a link. So what we'll do is we'll define the color of this button as white, and here the background color is going to be ash F90D51. Let's use this color, and we'll write here transition all at 0.3 second. Now save it once, move to the browser, and you can see it looks fine though. The only thing that is different here in this website is the color of this link, right? Or is the color of the shop now button. So we can change the color here. The color is sky blue. So let's try to do it. So here you can see the color seems a little bit different now. I don't know the actual value of this color. That's why I'm not sure about it. So what we'll do is we'll make it a little more bright. What's that? Save it now. And you can see it looks same now. So this was the color. We found that. Now we have to change the color of this button on hovering over it. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot banner a over. So the background we are going to change. We'll write here hash D476E 1. Okay, 1E. The color codes are pretty hard to remember, so we are not using this particular color, so we'll change it to a little bit blue. Save it now, move to the browser, and you can see it looks nice, right? And the actual website, it's a little bit dull, but in our website it looks nice, right? It's a little bit dark than the original color, so that's fine. You can change the color according to you. So you have seen that this part is also done. It looks nice, right? Till now the task we did was quite easy. The next thing we have to do is to add products to our website, which are the courses. We'll add those images to our website using JSON only. So let's do the HTML part first. Let's finish up the HTML part and then we'll move on to the JSON part. So we'll move to the HTML file again, and inside this, now what we'll do is we'll define the section for products. So we'll write here section class is equals to section 2 and ID is equals to products. Fine, we'll use both the class and the ID attribute for this particular section. We'll write here div class is equals to title, and here what we'll do is we'll write here h1, and inside this we'll write courses we offer. Here we'll again add another div, and inside this we'll write class is product. Close this div tag, save it, and there will be no difference on the web page. You can see here we have some text present at the bottom which says courses we offer, nothing else. Let's add those images now. What we'll do is we'll move to the JSON file and we'll add those images with some properties and pictures. So let's move on to the JSON file. So here's a JSON file, products.json. What we'll do is we'll create an object here. So we'll write here items and then we'll use square brackets. Now one thing to notice while working on any JSON file is that JSON doesn't let us use single inverted commas, or we have to use double inverted commas for JSON file. So if we write here items like this, it won't work. See, it says this is an error. So in JSON file we have to use double inverted comma or double quotes, not single quotes. So now inside the items what we'll do is we'll create the object for first image. So we'll write here sys and then we'll write here ID. So ID will be 1. We have to use commas to separate the properties. So now we'll write here fields colon, and inside this we have to use title. So the title for first course will be Python programming master course. Fine. Now next thing we'll do is we'll write here the price. The price will be, let's say, $123.99, and then we'll write here image. So inside this we'll define several properties for the particular image. We'll write fields and we'll use colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here file colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here URL. So you can see it just says there's an error, so we have to remove this curly braces from here and we have to put it here. Now inside URL what we'll do is we'll give the name of a file. So a file is stored in images folder, and the file name is, and the picture name is python.png. Fine. So it is working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to put a comma here to again insert one more image property. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it for 8 times. Then what we are going to do here now is we are going to change the ID, the title of the course. So the second course is C++ master course, and the price for this is, let's say, $110.99. We have to change the path as well. This image is stored as c++.png. For the third one, we'll write here ID as 3. The title is going to be web development for beginners. The price is, let's say, 99, because this is a course for beginners, and the file name is, instead of Python, we'll write here web1.png. We'll do the same for all the elements. So next up, we'll use ID as 4 and title as Java Programming Master Course. Fine. The price for this course is going to be $149.99, and the file name is java.png. Fine. Next up, we'll write here ID is 5. The title is going to be Digital Marketing Full Course. The price is going to be $109.99, and the name of our image is digital.png. Then we have ID as 6 for another course. This course is going to be Advanced Web Development, and the price is going to be comparatively high because this is an advanced course. So instead of Python, we'll write here web2, because this is the name of our image. Then we have ID as 7, and the file name is going to be data structures and algorithms full course. Prices you can decide by yourself. So instead of 123, we'll use 99.99 here, and inside this we'll write data.png. This is our file name. Then we have the ID as 8 for the last course. The course name is Data Science Full Course. The price is going to be $149, and image name is data2. Fine. So here you can see it says there is an error, remove this comma because we don't have any other image remaining. So we are done with the JSON file. All of this may sound a little bit tricky to you guys, but it is what it is, and we have to keep certain things in mind for that. We can't see these products in the browser until we are done with the JavaScript part as well. So let's do the rest of the HTML part first, and then we'll see how this works in JavaScript. Save it once, go to the browser, and here you can see we are not able to see those products till now. So what we are going to do next is we are going to move to a HTML file, and inside this we are going to do the remaining of our HTML part. So what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equal to cart sidebar. Now we are creating the structure for our cart sidebar. It means that when we use the hamburger menu, or when we decrease the size of our web page or web browser, the cart will open at the side. So we are doing the coding for that. We'll write inside this div class is equals to cart, and inside here we'll write span class is equals to close cart. Now inside this we'll add an icon. We'll write here I class is equals far times, and we are done with it. Now next up what we are going to do is we are going to write the code inside of our cart. We are going to write here h2. It will say your cart, and inside this we'll write div class is equals to cart content. Next up we'll write here div class is equals to total sum, and we are going to use dollars, right? So we'll write here h1, we'll write here your total, and we'll use the dollar sign here. After this we'll write span class is equals to total amount. Let's say we are going to change the class name, it will be total amount. We'll close this here, and inside this we'll write 0 because at the start there will be no element or no product present in the cart, so the total price will be 0 at the initial point, so that's why we have written 0 here. Now we are going to write here div class is equals to clear cart, and inside this we are going to create a button. So the button class will be btn clear cart btn. So this is going to be a class, and here what we'll do is we'll write here clear cart. Fine. We are going to do the same for proceed button as well. So we'll write here div class is equals to clear cart. We are going to use the same class for both the buttons because I'll let you know why we are doing this at the end of this project. Now we'll write here button class is equals to button clear cart button. Fine. We'll write here proceed. We are done with the cart function. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write some code for the menu bar, side menu bar. So we'll write here div class is equals to, let's say, menu sidebar. Inside this we'll write div class is equals to close menu, and we'll write here I class is equals to far times, and we'll close this I tag over here. Next up we'll write here after this class we'll write div class is equals to menu. Let's say this name is menu bar, and inside this we'll write here unordered list class will be menu list. We'll write here li class is equals to menu list items, and we'll write here a href is equals to hash. We'll write here home, and we are good to go. Fine. We'll do the same for categories, pricings, and about us. So we'll copy this statement, we'll paste it for 4 times. Here we'll write instead of home categories, pricings, and about us. Fine. So we are done with the whole HTML part now, and we are left with CSS and JavaScript only. Let's do that as well. Let's move on to the CSS part first and do the rest of the styling except for the products. We'll do it for products at the last. So let's move on to the CSS file first, and what we'll do is, so that it will not create any confusion, we'll write here menu bar, because we have to write the code here between this banner style property and this menu bar for the products section. So that's why we'll start writing the code from here, and later we'll add a code here in between. So we'll write here dot menu sidebar, display will be none, and then we'll write here dot cart sidebar, background is going to be hash ec, so a little bit grayish white we can say. We'll write here position as fixed, right as 0, and top as 0. So these are the properties we are defining in our CSS part. Then we'll write here width as 450 pixels and height as 100 viewport height. Fine. We'll define the z index as well. We'll write here z index as 10, transition is all at 0.3 seconds, and the transition will be linear. Fine. Next up we'll write here transform, and inside transform we'll write here translate x. Fine. So inside here we'll write 100%. It will go along with the x-axis, that's why we have written it over here. We'll write here overflow scroll. We are done with it. Next up we'll write here dot cart sidebar, and we'll write here dot cart as well. So we'll define padding here. We'll write here padding as 0 in both the cases. Next up we have dot cart and close cart, right? So we'll write here for both of them, we'll write here dot cart space close cart. The font size is going to be 1.3 em, padding is going to be 1 em, and cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. We'll write here dot far times. Inside this we'll write margin top as 0.5 em, and we'll write here cart h2 is text align will be center for the heading of a cart, which is your cart. So we'll write here width as 100%, margin bottom is going to be 1 em, and what else we have to do? We have to include the font size as well. So we'll write here font size is 1.1 em, slightly bigger than the default font size. Then we'll write here font family, let's use only one. Fine. Let's use Verdana only. So we'll write here Verdana, and next up we'll write here dot cart product space dot product dash image space img. Now we are going to write here something. Now we are going to write the code for all the images present inside the cart. So that's why we are writing here width as 130 pixels, of that particular image, the width is going to be 130 pixels and the height is going to be 90 pixels, let's say. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here dot cart product content. Fine. Now we'll write here display as flex. Flex direction is column. And we have justify content as space around. And align items at the center. We'll write here margin left as 1 em and height as 80 pixels. Fine. We are done with this as well. We'll write here dot plus dash minus. This is for increasing or decreasing the product number in our carts. Those arrows you must have remembered, which we have seen in the website. Let me show you again. So these are the arrows I'm talking about. Let me add a product. Now go to cart, and these are the arrows I'm talking about right now. So we are going to style those arrows as well. So we'll write here display as flex and transform. We are going to rotate them, so we are going to write here rotate at 90 degree. That will look cool. So we'll write here color is again hash F09D51. So this is the color code for a particular color. We'll write here font size is 1.5 em and we'll write here cursor as pointer. Next up, we are going to do the styling for total sum. So we'll write here total sum text align at the center and margin is going to be 1 em, 0, 0.5 em and 0 again. So it's for top, bottom, left and right, everyone. So we'll write here next clear cart text align at the center and we'll write here clear cart button. Now for the clear cart button, we'll write here background. So background color is going to be again that same one, orange we can say, or little bit of orange as well. I don't know the exact name for that color, but it doesn't matter, right? We can do anything. We can use any color. So the font color is going to be white. The border is going to be 1 pixel solid and white in color for the button, right? If we go back to our website and you can see here, this is our button. So we are styling this particular button now. Let's go back here and we'll write here padding is 0.5 em and 1.7 em. Fine. Cursor will be pointer and of course transition is going to be at 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here clear cart dot button. On hovering over it, what we want is, we'll write here hover and we'll define the property now. So we'll write here border. Okay, we'll write here border. Border is going to be 1 pixel thick, solid in nature, and of this color. So we'll write here D4761E. Fine. On hovering, the color will change, obviously. So we'll write here this. And now what we are going to do is we are going to write here background as transparent and color as black. Fine. Done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here overlay. For overlay, the height is going to be 100 viewport height. The position is going to be fixed. The top is going to be 0. Similarly, the left will also be 0. We'll define the z index as well. We'll write as z index as 9 and width as 100%. The background color is going to be hash F3851F. Fine. So this is for overlay. We'll write here opacity as 0.3 and transition is all 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. So what we are doing is we are writing the code for this. If you open our cart, you can see this particular area or this particular field is a little bit different from what it was. It is a little bit different in color and the opacity is also different. The opacity is 0.3 here. We can make it fully opaque as well. So for now we'll use 0.3 only. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to write the property for none. We'll write here none, display as none. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write the CSS part for tablets and for mobile screens. So if you remember that if we reduce the size of this Chrome browser, the size of our website also reduces and it becomes like this. So to achieve this, we have to write particular CSS code for tablet and for phone. We have to define the max width and we have to do some more things in there. So what we'll do is we'll write here @media screen and max width is going to be 768 pixels. Fine. Now inside this we'll write dot logo. We'll change the logo as well. We'll write here padding left as 0 and after this we are going to write here dot cart, padding right as 2em. After cart we'll write here dot menu bar. So we are going to change all the properties here, almost all the properties which we'll require. So we'll write here display as none. The menu bar will disappear. We'll write here dot burger and inside this we'll write margin left. The burger sign will come into existence now. We'll write here 2em for the margin left. For display we'll write here block. Next up we have to do something for section 1 and for product section as well. So we'll write here dot section 1 and we'll write here dot banner h1. So we'll write here font size is 1.5em and we'll write here dot banner A. We are going to change the size of our shop now button. So we'll write here font size is 0.6 em and padding is 1 em and 2 em. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here dot section 2 dot title, and we'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size is 1.5 em. So we haven't defined the section 2 and title styling part yet. We'll define it later, but we'll write the code for that as well. Now next up we'll write here menu sidebar. Display is going to be block. Position is going to be fixed. Left is going to be 0, top is going to be 0. So we'll write here left is going to be 0 and top will also be 0. Then we have width is 100%. Height is 100 viewport height and Z index is 11. Background is going to be gray again, so we'll write here EC. Then we'll write here overflow is hidden and transform is translate. So we'll write here -100% and transition is again same. We'll write here 0.3s and linear. Fine. Next up we'll write here menu as menu bar, and inside here we'll write display is flex, height is 80%, justify content at the center, and we are done. So next up we'll write here menu list. We'll change the style of menu list as well. So we'll write here height is going to be 100%. Then we'll write here display as flex. We are rewriting the code again and again, but each time we are doing it for different class, we are doing it for different element. So keep these things in mind. And we'll write here flex direction as column, align items at the center, and justify content. Justify content as space around. Now it's time to do it for menu sidebar, and for close menu. Both will use the same styling properties. We'll write here position as absolute. Right is going to be 30 pixels. Font size is going to be 1.4 em. And after this we'll write dot menu list items, and we'll write here color is hash F09D51, the default color we are using till now. And lastly we'll write here dot menu dash list items space A on hover. We'll write here color is hash F57B09. Fine. So here's a mistake. We have placed colon here twice. We'll remove it. And now we are done with the tablet part. So we have to change the style of almost all the elements. We are done with the tablet part. Next up, we have to write the same code for mobile part as well. And we'll write here @media screen. So we'll write here and max width is going to be 480 pixels. Now what we'll do is we'll write here asterisk font size is going to be 16 pixel. Here we have changed the font size for the whole entire HTML document. We have done it because we have used M in place of rem or pixels in this case or in this video. So that's why we have changed the size here, because we want the screen to be smaller in size, right? If we go back here, you can see the font size is 16 by default, and if we do it, you can see the font size changes for each and every element, right? To achieve this, we have to use M in place of pixel or rem, we can say. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dot section 1 dot banner, and we'll write here width as 280 pixels for both, and we'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. You can see here the height of this image is 100 pixel, or we can say the height of this banner is 100 pixel and the width is 280 pixels. So this is why we are changing the style of all these elements, because we want all these elements to fit inside a smaller screen. That's why we have to change the height, or we have to change the width as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write here section 1 dot banner. We'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size as 1.2 em. Display is going to be, no, we don't have to use display here, I guess. Let's leave it. So we are done with this. Next up we'll write the code for burger. We'll write here burger, margin left is going to be 1em. For mobile the display is going to be block, and the width is going to be 30 pixel. Fine. We'll do the same for cart sidebar. We'll write here width as 100% of the screen. The cart will take whole screen, and we'll write here at the last for product. So for product we'll write here margin is 0, display is flex, justify content at the center, align items at the center, and flex direction is going to be column. So we have covered almost every HTML element in the CSS file. We are done with the styling for everything except products. We'll style them later. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now and see how we can fetch those products. So we cannot witness every style change right now, but we'll witness them while covering the JavaScript part. So let's move on to the JavaScript part first, and we'll start with the cart section and the hamburger menu thing. So save it, and if you want to witness the changes we made, you can go here and you can see the cart is not opening because we need to write the JavaScript part for that, and everything else remains the same. If we reduce the size of our browser, you can see we have a menu over here. We can increase the size, and we have our image adjusting itself accordingly. So we can use it, and it's quite responsive as well. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now. We'll open the JavaScript file, and first of all, we'll access all the HTML elements with the query selector method. So we have several HTML elements, right? Here you can see we have several elements present in our HTML file. We are going to access few of these elements. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here const cart is equals to document dot query selector. We are going to write here nav space dot cart. Then we are going to do the same for a long time. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy paste this piece of code again and again for several times. We are going to change the name of variables. So we'll write here cart sidebar, and instead of this we'll write here dot cart sidebar. And the next one we'll write here dot close cart, and here the variable name will change to close cart. Fine. Next up we'll take another variable as burger, and here we'll change the query from nav.cart to .burger. Fine. Next up we have menu sidebar. So we'll write here menu sidebar, and here what we'll do is we'll write here dot menu sidebar. Fine. Next up we have close menu, and here we'll write close menu again. After close menu we have cart items total. So we'll write here cart items total, and we'll use noi. Then we have total amount as well. So we'll write here total amount, and here we'll write cart price total. We have to access a lot of elements. So then we'll write here cart UI, and for this we'll access cart sidebar and cart. So we'll write here dot cart sidebar space cart. Fine. Then we have the total sum. So we'll write here total sum. We'll put a dot over here, and here we'll write total diff. Then we have the clear button. So we'll write here clear button, and here we'll write clear cart button. Then finally we have a variable name cart content to access everything present in the cart. So we'll write here dot cart content. Here we'll write cart content. So these are our 12 variables, and we have accessed almost every element present in a HTML file, which we are going to need further. So I hope you guys understood this. We have used the query selector method to access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript part. Now next up we'll take two empty arrays. So we'll write here let cart is equals to an array, and we'll write here let buttons dom, and it's again going to be an array. Fine. Now we'll first create some events to open and close the cart. For that we'll write here cart dot add event listener. We'll add a click event here, and we'll write here function. Now inside this we'll write cart sidebar dot style dot transform is equals to translate 0%. Fine. So this is, we are changing the style of cart sidebar. Next up, we'll write here const body overlay. We'll take a variable of named const body overlay. We'll write here document dot create element, and we'll write here div inside this. Fine. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here body overlay dot class list dot add, and we'll write here overlay. Fine. We'll use the set timeout method, so we'll write here set timeout. Okay, we have written here SST, so we'll write here set timeout. Then we'll create an anonymous function, and inside here what we'll do is we'll write document dot query selector, and inside here we'll write body, then we'll write here append, and we'll append body overlay here. So we'll write here body overlay. Fine. And the time we'll pass here is going to be 300 milliseconds. We are done with this function. We'll add another event. So what we'll do is we'll write here close cart dot add event listener. Now we are closing the cart, so we'll write here click, then we'll create a function, and we'll write here cart sidebar dot style dot transform, and again we'll translate it to 100%. Previously we did for 0%, and now we'll translate it to 100% again. So we'll write here translate, and we'll pass 100% inside the brackets here. Next up, we'll again use the body overlay variable. So we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. We'll of course change the create element value. So instead of create element, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here dot overlay. Fine. Next up, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here body dot remove child. We'll remove body overlay from here, so we'll write here body overlay. Fine. We are good to go. Save it now and go to the browser. So here you can see on clicking the cart, our cart is working totally fine now. We are in this particular program, so we are in our website which we are creating right now. This is the original website. This is the final product. So leave it, and we are going to work on our website only. So here you can see our cart is working totally fine. Now we can open or close our cart, and we have two options over here. One is for clearing the entire cart, and the other one is for proceeding further. Next up, we'll add some more events for the hamburger menu. Now how to open or close that menu and all. So for that, we'll move to a JavaScript file again, and we'll write here burger dot add event listener, and we'll add a click event. We'll write here click, we'll write here function, and then we'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and what we are going to do is we are going to translate, again we are going to translate it to 0%. Now the same thing we have to do for this as well. We'll write here burger dot add event listener. Inside here we'll write click, and then we'll write a function which will again do the same task. It will translate to -100%. We'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and we are again going to translate it to minus 100% now. Fine. Save it and go to the browser. Now, if we decrease the size of a web page, or if we decrease the size of a browser, you can see, okay, let me decrease it first. So you can see the hamburger menu over here, and on clicking, it's not working right now. So let's inspect those elements once, and there's no error, but let me check if there's any mistake. Okay, so we have to write here close menu. And now I guess it will work fine. We'll save it again and we'll move to the browser, reduce the size, click on this hamburger menu, and you can see it's working totally fine now. Right. So this part is also done. Now what we have to do next is we have to create a class to get those products from the JSON file. So keep your eyes open now, guys. We'll see how it actually works. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a class named product. So this is our class. We'll write here async. I hope you are already aware of async and await. So we'll write here get product, and this is a function. We'll write here const response is equals to await, and while awaiting it will fetch products.json. Fine. Then we'll create a variable. We'll write here const data is equals to await response.json. Fine. Next up we'll write products is equals to data.items, and we'll write products is equals to products dot map function we are going to use. So we'll write here again item, then we'll use arrow function. We'll write the body of this function here. We'll write here const. Inside this we'll pass title and price of the product, and we'll write here item dot fields. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for ID as well. Inside curly braces we'll write ID, and we'll write here item dot sys. Then we'll write here const image. Now we are fetching the image, so we'll write here item dot fields dot image dot fields. We are actually giving the path, right? If you see here in the JSON file, you can see inside items we have sys fields, then inside fields we have title, price, image, and then inside image we have fields, file, and URL. So we'll access each of them. Now we'll write here after fields dot file dot URL, and lastly we'll write here return title, price, ID, and image. Fine. Finally we'll write here after this return products. Cool. Now what we are doing here is we are getting the details of all the products and storing them inside separate objects. So we have all the objects present over here. All those images were actually stored inside the local storage, and now we can fetch them from that particular storage. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the product. So if you save it now and go to the browser, you will see no difference over here because it's not working as of now. If you go to inspect elements and console, you can see it says length mismatch. It's because of the live server, so there's no error over here. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the products. We'll add those products to the cart and we can delete them from the cart. We'll do everything inside one single class. So let's do it. What we are going to do is we are going to write here class. Let's say the class name is UI, and we'll write here display products, and we'll write here products. Then we'll write here inside this let result be a variable, and we'll leave it empty over here. Next line we'll use the for each loop, so we'll write here products dot for each, and inside this we'll create an arrow function. So we'll write here const product div, let's say, is a variable, and then we'll write here document dot create element. Again we are going to create an element, so we'll write here div, and after this what we are going to do is we are going to write here product div dot inner HTML is equals to, now the main part starts. So inside these we'll write div class is equals to product card, and then we'll write img, we'll add the image. So here we'll write img src is equals to dollar product dot image. We are going to fetch it, and instead of alt, in place of alt, we'll write alt as product. In the next line we'll use the span tag again. We'll write here span class is equals to add to cart, and we'll then write here data id is equals to product dot id. We'll close this tag, we'll close this span tag, we can say. In the next line we'll use the I tag. We'll write here I class is equals to far cart plus far1x. Now what we are doing is we are going to show the number of items present in our cart over the cart icon. That's why we are doing all this. So here what we'll do is we'll write style is equals to margin dash right. Margin right is going to be 0.1 em, and font size is going to be 1 em. Fine. Close this as well, close the I tag as well, and in the next line right here add to cart. So the span tag is finally, we are going to close it. Now this is a single tag. I have written it in such a way because I don't want it to create any sort of confusion for you guys. So the spend tag starts from here and goes till here. Now we are remaining with some more part of it. So in the next line, what we are going to do is we are going to write here div class is equals product name, and here we'll write dollar product dot title, and we are going to close this div tag. In the next line we are going to write div again, class is going to be product pricing, and inside here we'll write product dot price, and we are going to close this div tag here. Close the first div tag as well, and we are good to go. In the next line, what we are going to do is we are going to write here const p is equals to document dot query selector, and inside this we'll write dot product. We are going to access the element with product as class, or we are going to access the product query. Then we'll write here p dot append equal to product div. What we are doing is any item we are adding to cart is we are going to append that item inside the cart. So that's what we are doing till now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here a function get buttons, basically a constructor we can say. We'll write here const buttons, we'll write here const buttons is equal to document dot query selector. We have to write here query selector all, and then we are going to write here inside this dot add to cart. Fine, we have been through all these query selector methods previously, so I don't think that this is going to create any sort of problem for you guys. So let's move ahead and we'll write here array dot from, we'll write here buttons, then we'll write here buttons dom is equals to buttons. We are going to pass the value of buttons to buttons dom. Then we'll write here buttons dot for each, and inside here we'll write button, and we are going to create an arrow function over here. Here what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to button dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write let in cart is equals to cart dot find, and we are going to pass item to this function. So we are going to write inside here item, and again an arrow function. We'll write here item dot id triple is equals to id. Fine. We're going to check the condition here. If we'll write here if in cart then we'll write here btn dot inner html is equals to in cart. So what we are doing is if we have added the product to cart already, then the button will change, as we have seen earlier that on adding the product once to the cart, the button will change to in cart from add to cart. So this is what we are doing here. Next up we'll write here button dot disabled is equals to true. We are going to disable that button once the product is added to cart. Fine. Next up, we'll write here button dot add event listener, and we are going to create an event. We'll write here click, and we'll write e here, then we'll use the arrow function, and we'll write it here e dot current target dot inner html is equals to in cart. Then we'll write here e dot current target dot inner html. Okay, we'll write here e dot current target dot style dot color is equals to white. E dot current target dot style dot pointer events equals to none, and we are done with it. Next up, we are going to store the products in the cart. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here let cart item is equals to, so we are going to use a little bit of JSON now. We'll write here dot storage dot get storage products. We'll write here id comma amount, and the amount is going to be 1. We'll write here cart dot push. We are going to push the cart item to the cart. So we'll write here cart item. Then we'll write here storage. We are going to store it inside the cart. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart over here. Fine. Now we have to calculate the total, and we have to set the total items as well. So for that, we'll write here this dot set cart values. We'll write here cart, and to display those cart item we have to write here this dot add cart item, and we have to add that cart item. So we'll write here this dot add cart items item, and we'll pass cart item over here. Fine. We are done with the working of cart as well. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to change the total value of cart. We are going to change the value of cart on increasing or decreasing the cart products. So first of all, we have to write here set cart values, and we have to pass cart over here. We have to write here, let's say we have a variable temp total. So this is going to be a temporary variable. We'll write here temp total is equals to 0, and we'll take another variable. For that we'll write here item total. So item total is also going to be 0. Now we'll map this cart. So for that we'll write here cart dot map. We'll write here item. We'll use arrow function. So for that we'll write here temp total plus is equals to item dot price into item dot amount. So this is how we are going to get the total amount, and then we'll write here item. Basically we are swapping all of that. So we'll write here item total is equal to item dot amount. We have to add these two values. So we'll write here item total plus is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we'll write here parse float, and we are going to change these values. Just like parseInt, we have parse float as well. So inside parse float, we'll write temp total dot to fixed, and we are going to fix it until 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up, we'll write here cart items total dot inner HTML is equals to items total, and we'll write here cart price total dot inner HTML is equals to parse float. We'll write here temp total dot to fixed, and we'll fix it up to 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up, we'll write here add cart item. Now we'll write here cart item, and inside this we'll write let cart item UI is equals to document dot create element. We'll write here div. We'll write here cart item UI dot inner HTML is equals to, we are again going to do the same task. So we are going to use the backtick for that. So here we'll write div class is equals to cart product, and we'll write here div class is equals to product image. We'll write here img src is equals to, we are going to fetch the image again, so we'll write here dollar, and inside this we'll write cart item dot image, and alt will be product in this case as well. Next up, we are going to close this div tag, and we are going to start another div tag here. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart product item, sorry, cart product content we can say, and then we'll write here in the next line div class is equals to cart product name. We'll write here inside h3 tag. So inside h3 tag we'll write dollar cart item dot title, and we are going to close this h1 tag over here, h3 tag, sorry, h3 tag over here. Then we'll close this div tag as well. We are again going to create another div tag. This time we are going to write the class as cart product price. We are going to fetch the price now. We'll write here again h3. So our price is in dollars, so we'll use dollars for now. We can use rupees here as well. So we can write here cart item dot price. The price is going to be in dollars. Then we'll close this tag. and we are also going to close the div tag here. Fine. In the next line, we are going to create the product remove cart. So we are going to create a div tag for that, and the class is going to be cart product remove. Data ID is going to be cart ID. So we'll write here cart item dot ID, and then we'll write here href is equals to hash, and style is going to be, color is going to be red, and then we'll write here remove. I'm going to close the anchor tag and then the div tag. Fine. So we are done with this till now. Then we are going to again close this particular div tag we used previously. Now what we are going to do is we are going to change the number of products. So we are going to use here class is equals to plus minus, and here we'll write inside the I tag class is equals to far angle left add amount. Fine. This is going to be the class, and the data ID is going to be cart item ID. So we are going to write here data ID is equals to dollar, and inside this we'll write cart item ID dot ID, and then we are going to close this tag, and we are going to close the I tag here. Fine. Next up, we are going to use the span tag again. We are going to write here span class is equals to number of items, and we'll close this tag here. We'll write dollar cart item dot amount. We are going to close the span tag here, so we'll write here slash span. In the next line, we are again going to use data ID, and here what we'll do is we'll write here dollar, and we'll write here cart item dot ID. We are going to close the I tag again, and in the next line we are going to close the div tag and one more div tag. Fine. Now we are done with it. Let me close this first, and next up we'll append this cart content to the cart item UI. So we'll write here cart content dot append, and inside this we'll pass cart item UI. Fine. So here you can see we are going to close this. So this is the closed one, and inside here we'll write setup app again a constructor. We are going to write here cart is equals to storage dot get cart. We'll write this dot set cart values cart here, and then we'll write cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item, and inside the body we'll write this dot add cart item. Fine. I hope you guys are getting this. Next up, we'll write the cart logic here. We'll write here cart logic. And we'll write here clear button dot add event listener. We are going to create an event again. We'll write here click, comma a function. Inside this we'll write this dot clear cart. We are going to call this function over here. Now we have to write the logic for remove button, so we'll do it here. We'll write here cart content dot add event listener, click, comma event, and we'll write here inside this if event dot target dot class list dot contains cart product remove. Then we'll again create a variable. Let's say the variable is let. Okay, we have made a mistake over here. We have to close this bracket here, and then we have to write here let id is equals to event dot target dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass id here. Fine. In the next line we'll write here let div is equals to event dot target dot parent element, and we are going to use parent element for quite some time now, so we are going to write here dot parent element again for 4 times. So we'll write here parent element dot parent element. So we have written it 4 times here. In the next line we'll write here div dot remove child, and we'll write here event dot target dot, we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now in the next line we are going to close this bracket, and we are going to start writing here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains add amount. Then what we are going to do is we are going to use the id variable again. We are going to write here let id is equal to event dot target dot dataset dot id. Let item is equals to cart dot find. We'll pass item here and we'll use the arrow function. So we'll write here item dot id triple equals to id. Fine. Then we'll write here item dot amount plus plus. So we are going to increase the amount of items. Then what we are going to do is we are going to write here storage dot save cart and we are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values cart. We'll write here event dot target dot next element sibling dot inner html is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we are going to use another else if here. So we'll write here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains reduce amount. So we are going to change the number of products in our cart. So for that what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to event dot dataset event dot target dot dataset dot id. Fine. And item will be let item is equals to cart dot find item item dot id triple equals to id. If we are again going to use an if statement, so we'll write here item dot amount is greater than 1. If the number of items is greater than 1, then item dot amount minus minus and store it inside the cart. So we are going to write here storage dot save cart and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here this dot set cart values and we'll again pass cart here. In the next line we'll write here event dot target dot previous element sibling dot inner html is equals to item dot amount and finally we'll write here else, and inside the else what we'll do is we'll write here this dot remove item and we'll pass the id here. We'll write here let div is equals to event dot target. We are basically targeting the events. We are creating conditions for certain different events, like when the user increases the number of products and the user decreases the number of products, and if the user removes the product from the cart. So we are writing the code for that. So we'll write here event.target.parent element, and we'll write here parent element again for 4 times. Fine. We'll write here div dot remove child, and inside this we'll write event dot target dot parent element for 4 times again. It will check each parent element. So here we are done with it. Next up, we have to create 2 functions for add amount and for reduce amount. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here add amount, and we'll write here const add button is equals to document dot query selector all. Inside this we'll pass dot add amount. Fine. We'll write here add button dot for each, and we'll write here inside this button dot add event listener, and we'll add an event over here. We'll write here click comma event. We'll pass event here, and then we'll write here like this, let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, and we'll pass item over here. We'll write here again arrow function, and inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here item dot amount plus plus storage dot save cart. We are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values. We are again going to set the cart values, and we'll again use amount UI, a new variable, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot children. Fine. So we are targeting the parent element along with the children. So we'll write here amount UI dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. So we have forgot to mention here if item dot id is equals to id, then do it. Fine. Now we are going to do the same thing for reduce amount as well. So we'll write here reduce amount, and inside this we'll write const reduce button is equals to document dot query selector all, and we are going to pass here dot reduce amount. Fine. we'll write here reduce button dot for each, and then we'll pass button over here and we'll use the arrow function again. Finally we'll write here button dot add event listener, click event, let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, we'll map it to cart, and we'll write here item, then again we'll write here if item dot id triple equals to id, then we'll write here item amount minus minus, so we'll write here item dot amount minus minus, and if item dot amount is greater than 0, then what it will do, it will store it inside the local storage. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll write here cart, then we'll write this dot set cart values cart const amount ui is equals to event dot current target dot parent element dot children amount ui dot inner html is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Again we'll write here else what will happen, we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element. So here instead of parent element we'll write remove child, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot parent element. Fine. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass id here. We are done with this part as well. Next up we have to clear the cart, so for that we'll write here clear cart. We'll again do something for that. We'll write here let cart item is equals cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item implies item dot id cart item dot, we'll again use the for each loop here. We'll write here this, then we'll provide id here, and we'll write here this dot remove item. We'll pass the id over here. Then we'll write here const cart product. We'll create a new variable here. We'll write here document dot query selector all, and we'll write here dot cart product. We'll write here cart product dot for each item. What we are going to do is we are going to create an arrow function here, and we are going to write here if item is true, if item is there, then item dot parent element dot remove child will remove the item. Now we have to remove the item, so for that we'll write here remove item and we'll pass id to that item. We'll write here cart, will update the value of cart as cart dot filter. We'll write here item and then we'll write here item dot id not equals to id. This dot set cart values and we'll update the cart then. Similarly, we'll again write here storage dot save cart and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here let button is equals to this dot get single button. We'll write here id and we'll change the button style. We'll write here button dot style dot pointer events is equals to unset. Then we'll write here button dot inner html is equals to backtick. I class will be far cart plus. We are going to close the I tag here and we'll write here add to cart. Fine. Next up we'll write here get single button. We'll pass id over here and we'll write the code for here. We'll write here let btn, then we'll write here buttons dom dot for each button. What it will do is we'll check if button dot dataset dot id is equals to id, then btn equals to button. Fine. Here we'll return button. Now save it. Save this program, go to browser, and this is our website. Go to browser and you can see nothing is visible till now. We have to write a little more code to make everything visible here. Now we have to store the data in local storage so that on refreshing the web page we don't lose the data. So what we'll do is we'll go back to a JavaScript file and we'll write here class storage equals to static save products. We'll pass products here. Then we'll open curly braces and we'll write here local storage dot set item, and inside this we'll write products dot comma json dot stringify products. Fine, we are parsing the products from our JSON file now. Next up we'll write here static get storage products. We'll pass the ID here and we'll write here let products is equals to JSON dot parse local storage dot get item, and we'll pass products here. Fine. In the next line we'll write return products dot find. We'll write here item dot id is equals to id. Fine. Next up we'll again write here static save cart. Now we are saving the products in our cart, so we'll write here local storage dot set item. Inside here we'll pass cart, and here we'll write JSON dot stringify, and we'll pass cart over here. Next up we'll write here static get cart. We are getting the items from the cart. We'll write here return local storage dot get item cart. Here we'll write question mark. We'll parse the JSON file here. We'll write here JSON dot parse local storage dot get item from the cart. Fine. Here we have to put a square bracket, a pair of square brackets. And lastly, we have to write a few lines of code. So we'll write here document dot add event listener, and we'll write here DOM content loaded. So we are adding one more event to our JavaScript file, which is the DOM content loaded. So we have to write here DOM content loaded, and here we have to write inside the function const products is equals to new product, and we'll write here const UI is equals to new UI. Now we have to show cart from local storage, so we'll write here UI dot setup app, and we'll write here products dot get product dot then, and inside this we'll write products equal implies this UI dot display products. We'll write here products storage dot save products, and we'll pass products here as well. Fine. We'll write here dot then. We are using promises, so here we'll write UI dot get buttons and UI dot cart logic. Fine. Now the JavaScript part is done. We have used JSON here to make our web page more responsive towards several aspects. Apart from that, we have used JSON for adding products to our website as well. Now we are left with one more task only. Let's do it, and then we'll see the final outcome of this extended code. So we'll move to the CSS file and we'll start starting the products part. Let's try if it's working or not. Let's save this piece of code and go to browser, click on shop now, and it's not working, we can see. Okay, it says it's failed to load the resource. Refresh it and you can see now it's working totally fine. We have all our product images over here. We have all of our products. We can add them to cart and we can use the cart as well. So the last thing we have to do is to use products now. Now we have to style those products. So for that we'll move to our CSS file. So here's our CSS file, and inside this we have to write here. So we have put a comment over there when we were not here. So we have to style the products over here. So for that we'll write here dot section2 dot title and text align at the center. Then we'll write here section2 dot title h1. The font size is going to be 1.8 em. The margin is going to be 1.3 em. Then we have to write the code for products here. So we'll write here dot product, and inside this we'll write margin as 0.5 em. We have to write here margin. We'll write here 0.5 em and auto. Max width is going to be 1300 pixels. Display is going to be grid. Grid column is going to be, so here it is going to be grid column gap and it is going to be 2 em. Then we'll write here grid row gap and grid row gap is going to be 2 em as well. Then we'll write here grid template columns and we'll write here repeat. We are going to create a grid for our products, right? So we'll write here auto fit comma min max. We'll write here 350 pixels and 1 fra. Fine. Next up we'll write here dot product card, and now we are going to write here text align as center, position as relative, max width of the grid is going to be 350 pixels and the overflow is going to be hidden. Next up we'll write here product card image. We'll write here height as 300 pixels, width as 300 pixels and transition as 0.3 seconds linear. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for product name and product pricing. So we'll write here product name comma product pricing. Margin for them is going to be 0.3 em. We'll write here dot product pricing and the color of the product pricing is going to be the one we have been using till now. So we'll write here F09D51. Then we have to write the code for add to cart button. So we'll write here add to cart. We'll write here align items to the center, justify the content to the center, and color is going to be white. Padding is going to be 0.2 m and 1 m. Fine. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Background is going to be the same, F9D51. Position is going to be absolute. Right is going to be 0. Transform is going to be translate along the x-axis to 100%. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. We have to put a comma here. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. Transition is going to be 0.3 seconds again, and linear. Cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. Then we have to write few more lines. So we'll write here product card. We'll write here hover. And we'll add to cart here. So we'll write here transform translate x 0%. We'll write here product card. On hovering over the image, so we'll write here hover img. Opacity will change to 0.7. Let's try it, and finally we'll write here dot add to cart. Hover. And here we'll write color as black. Fine, we are done with it. We have styled the products as well. We are now done with the website. Save it, move on to the browser, and let's face the truth now. So you can see it's not working as of now. Refresh the web page and the products looks really big now. What we have to do is we have to move over here and we have to see what's wrong over here. This was a mistake and it's done. Let me see what's wrong. Something is not right here. Everything seems fine, but we have to search for the error. So if we see here, max width is fine, the max width for product is fine. Let's try to do this thing. We'll write here this, save it now, and I know that this is the error we did. So such small errors sometimes cost us way more. Go to the browser and you can see our website is fine now. Try adding the products to the cart. You can see the products are in the cart. We can increase the number of products. The total is increasing with that. And it's working totally fine. Click on the clear cart button and it's not working. Click on the proceed button and it clears the cart. A simple solution for this, go to the HTML file, write clear cart over here and proceed over here. Save it, move to the browser, try adding products to the cart, go to the cart, increase the numbers, everything is fine, proceed, it's not working, clear cart, and the cart is clear. Now that we have done so many things on the website, here's a task for you guys. We have left the proceed button inside the cart with no functionality. We did it with purpose. I want you guys to do something creative with it. You can take the user further to the login or sign up page, and you can use regular expressions to validate the form. Upon successful validation, you can further take the user to the payment page. I want you guys to do that part and let us know in the comments below if you are facing any problems or if you have any doubts regarding that. And so with that, we come to the end of this full course tutorial. If you enjoyed watching this video, do give it a thumbs up, comment your doubts below, and our experts will answer them for you. Thank you so much for being here. Watch out for more videos from us. Until then, keep learning and stay tuned to Simply Learn.